So it's three, two, one. Over to you, ma'am. We are live.
Good morning, namaste. Welcome to Metabolic Health Conference 3. Welcome to History in the Making, yet another time. The Metabolic Health Conference Season 3 is here, brought to you by Shashikant Iyengar, Anup Singh, and Team D Live from India. February 14th is a special day for all of us as Anup celebrates 14th year as a pill-free diabetic. He was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes on 14 February, Valentine's Day 2011. We begin this global landmark event to coincide with Anup's huge achievement as a 14th year pill-free diabetic, embarking now on the 15th year with some fantastic numbers on his blood work done just 2 days back. We'll get back to talking about this and more in a session, but it suffices to say about Anup that while most people generate interest, a rare few like him create history too that changes the course of human destiny and life. It is with immense pleasure and excitement that we welcome you to the third Metabolic Health Conference. The success of the last two Metabolic Health Conferences has been profound, igniting vital conversations and fostering a dynamic community dedicated to evidence based nutrition and metabolic interventions. These events have not only brought greater awareness to therapeutic benefits of low carb ketogenic diets, but have also catalyzed real change in clinical practice across India and beyond. This conference is more than just an exchange of ideas. It is a beacon of hope for millions grappling with these conditions and a clarion call for a paradigm shift in healthcare. Hi, I'm Ira Sahai, the Chief Operating Officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited, a very proud D-Life certified metabolic health coach and your lead host for the session, Metabolic Health Conference 3. D-Life's India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform was founded by Anup Singh in 2014, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee, and the recipient of Icons of India Award by the Outlook Group in 2022. Anup is the pioneer of the low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day max, given by him in 2012 that made not only LCHF, but even type 2 diabetes remission possible, even on an Indian vegetarian complex diet. What we are doing today started with this one man's first step, who challenged the medical status quo and carved a path for all of us to be here today. I welcome our chief guest of today's session, Mr. Dilip Cherian, India's celebrated image guru who's here with us today. A bit about Dilip. Most of the people all over the world are familiar with who Dilip is, but just a bit on the, iconic man himself. Dilip has spent over 3 decades in bureaucracy, journalism, and public advocacy, besides mentoring and shaping up some of the biggest brands, institutions, and government initiatives. Starting his career in government as an economic consultant to the Ministry of Industry. He went on to join Business India and he has been editor, advisor, and director to many top media houses, brands, and government initiatives. Dilip Cherian is the most reckoned name in the business of corporate reputation and public policy forecasting in India. Big brands, smart startups, PSUs have all been nurtured by his brand, quote unquote, his brand of image management. He has also led PR to strategize for political leaders and parties before many of today's players emerged. Dilip has an impactful and enviable footprint on TV, print media, and social media. This is amongst the several reasons why he's fondly and rightly called the image guru of India. Dilip, welcome to the Metabolic Health Conference. Good morning and a very, very happy Valentine's Day. You and I are wearing the same red frame, celebrating the spirit of Valentine. Welcome.
Thank you, Ira. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you on two counts. One, for calling me once again to this conference. And second, for having been my coach and for maintaining me on the track of at least attempting to stay healthy while I also make my personal efforts to stay wise. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think that this conference, as I've seen it, has not just grown in terms of its numbers or impact, but I think it is now becoming something that a lot of people across the world and definitely in India look forward to because of the fact that you're able to assemble a crew of practitioners who not only believe in what they're doing, but also have proven results, medical results, blood works to make the point that this works. It works whether you're vegetarian or you're not vegetarian. And I think that having a conference that helps to spread the word is a great effort. And congratulations to all of you, uh, team D Life, for having put this conference together and being able to organize it impeccably. Ira, do you want to go on, or you want me to go on, or are you going to ask me something? You're on mute.
Yeah, I was just briefly, I think there was a technical glitch. But Dilip, wonderful to have you back once again. And please tell us, I mean, you've been a part of the global conferences, one and two. What changes have you observed in the awareness and acceptance as of now, especially in India, where, when we are making a lot of noise about the therapeutic benefits of the low carb diet? How do you see the awareness, having grown in India with a vis-a-vis the low carb diet, or therapeutic carbohydrate, reduction for reversing chronic metabolic diseases?
The the benchmark that I look at, Ira, is how often do people ask about it? How often do people want to find a trusted source? And how easily is a person who is on that path able to recommend a resource where you can go to? So the fact that you have a live and vibrant website, a program, and the fact that now you have the method that all, I'm using the word very widely, all cults need disciples to be trained. And I think that, in a sense, the low carb life is a medical uh, path that people who are looking for non medicine oriented ways of solving their health problems are attempting to try. But they need support, they need guides, they need mentors. Everybody is not as lucky as me to have Ira on speed dial, but everybody needs people who are trained coaches. And I think between the first conference we had and now, I think I see a lot more of curiosity, of excitement, and I see traction. I think this is the way to do it. Sustain it, keep it going. It's a lot of effort. I know a lot of people are putting in hours of work to make this kind of event happen. And I think the reward of that is the fact that people who are not touched by it understand it and have somebody who they can rely to believe on and to lead them on this path.
Yeah, Dilip, you've personally benefit from the low carb, approach. As someone who has personally embarked on this journey for the last 1.5 years, how have you seen the benefits, and what has been your most significant personal health transformation? Also, the learning.
Ira, I don't want to make this inaugural comments a kind of testimony of my life and proof of Ira's magic, but it certainly has helped me achieve the two things which I started out with, which is maintain my diet despite being a ravishing foodie, and secondly, maintain the level of blood sugar at levels where I don't get scolded by you. I think that's more than adequate. But in addition, what it has done is it gives me a basis to guide others informally, telling them this thing you're doing isn't going to work for you. Don't have a glass of juice in the morning. It is stupid. And here's the proof for it. So I think that the, you called me an image guru. But what happens is that if you're a guru in, say, calisthenics, people will ask you about financial management. So similarly, people who come to me for image management very often will ask me a dietary question. And understanding the science of it, which you have helped me understand bits of, is useful. And I think in all three ways, enhancing my ability as a guru, being able to keep my weight in control despite vast quantities of eating in wonderful places. And number three, maintaining the blood sugar profile that is healthy. All these three things are big wins.
Hmm. What a great, insight there, Dilip. And I'm so glad you've been able to follow it through despite your very, very, very busy and hectic schedule. I think low carb gives you a lot of liberty and a vast spectrum of things to choose from. And regardless of what, some people believe that it is restrictive, I think it gives you a lot more liberty to, play around with things. And once you understand the basis and the fundamental behind it, I think you've done pretty well. And I'm so proud of, what you've achieved in terms of numbers.
Thank you.
Dilip, what is your message to those people, as I just said, in continuity to what I said? Did you find it sustainable? Did you find it enjoyable? Because just to put it out there for people who think it is limiting, Dilip had everything on his plate, and right from rice that he's very fond of to meats to veggies and all of that. So, Dilip, tell us about what is your message to those skeptics who think low carb diet, is maybe difficult to do?
I think follow the science. The science is what your blood works and what your body tells you. I've seen that, the fear one had that, oh, if I don't have these fruits and these kinds of vegetable overload, and most importantly, carb overload, I will not feel satisfied. That's simply not true. Um, I find, and I think I've always found that you can pretty much load up on everything other than carbs and be healthy. In fact, you can be more energetic. The sluggishness that follows the kinds of simple carbs that most people are today uh, used to having is actually fundamentally altering our society. It's making a huge race of sick children and sicker adults. So once you get addicted to that, getting off is very difficult. Ira doesn't know this, but I have to tell you that there are times when you fall off the wagon, but you compensate. You make sure that you go back onto the path that you recognize is better for your body. It may be tastier once in a while to experiment with some carbs, but the carbs have to be an experiment, not the mainstream and not the mainstay of your life. Secondly, I always say that the evidence that we have today is huge. There will be lots of people who are skeptics. There'll be people who throw stones at us. But I think that at year 3, the conference and its specialists need to have the confidence that you don't need to retaliate in a Trump-like fashion. You need to speak in a Musk-like fashion. So understand the science, produce the results, be a confident in your own skin kind of person, and you don't need rhetoric and bombast or even abuse to make your point. You need to make sure that people can see the results from their own results, not the results of somebody else, because nobody is the same as me. Nobody is the same as you. And therefore, it's got to work for you. Use a coach, follow the pattern, allow yourself the liberty to, go off the track once in a while, but learn how to get back on track quite easily. And I think combining low carb with some form of regular and programmed fasting is probably the ultimate weapon. A lot of people on this journey don't understand that once you are in some control of your own intake, then you can even choke it off when you need to.
Dilip, we still have a few minutes and a very pertinent point, that probably I'll be asking our next guest also. As somebody who's been involved in policy and a lot of government initiatives, how do you see, children not being given, eggs in Anganwadi and the school, the midday meals? And it's such a critical and crucial thing for overall growth and, for children, and being served khichdi instead. I mean, this has been something that's been on my mind. And I thought, I'd ask you this. You are
There
involved with a
is,
lot of initiatives with the government and policy shaping and making. So how do you see this? I mean, our young children are not getting proper nutrition in Anganwadi schools.
I'm so happy that you asked me this question. This is a policy minefield. There is a sneaky attempt to try and convert this country into following a foolish vegetarian pattern. It doesn't work. You need the nutrition, especially when you're a child, which comes from eggs. You need the nutrition that comes from mutton, chicken, a variety of sources. You don't want to turn them into um, the kind of children who cannot absorb the nutrients they need. Now, there is this myth which is created that dal and rice in a certain proportion has all the amino acids of meat. It is the most ridiculous path which is being uh, produced by people who want to try and convert people into a khichdi eating race. It's possible we will become a race of pygmies with swollen bellies, and that's fine because the few of us who understand what to eat and how to nourish our bodies will be the super race. So I think that policy wise, policy makers who are either listening, and you have large numbers of them online, I know, policymakers need to understand that human evolution has signs, signals, and indicators which say what is it that the human body as it exists today survived on for millennia. Now, there must be a reason why the human body thrived and grew and went from four legs to two legs to hopefully somewhat bright minds. There is a reason why nutrition was the building block for all of this. So if you don't see the signs, you will end up creating a new nation of pygmies with bloated stomachs.
Yeah, very well said, and very crucial thought out there. It's something that has been bugging us, all of us at D Life, and it's a very crucial juncture
You
that we are
need to show
standing.
the proof, Ira. You
Yes,
don't need to shout at them because most of
correct.
them are ignorant people already with pea-sized brains. So there's no point screaming at them. They won't understand.
Yeah, and Dilip, you would not be surprised to know that we have a huge, huge percentage of child stunting and malnutrition already existing in our country and defying science. I mean, this is, as you said, it's becoming a khichdi nation. The fundamentals of nutrition are being skipped and children are being fed khichdi. As a result, I mean, look at the number of medals that we win, even in the Olympics. So that's a sad state of affairs.
Ira, I think that D Life needs to now start making its impact on policymakers. We need to direct our anger at them, and we need to make each of the people who have traveled this journey to talk to their policy, to their MLA, their Gram Pradhan, their MP, whoever it is, because otherwise we're going to get stuck.
Yeah, very well said. Dilip, your last thoughts. I mean, if are you, if yeah, your last thoughts for this session, as far as the MHC is concerned, it's a huge historic event for India. And, as much as we would love the policymakers to take note of it, I mean, you are one of those people in this country who can really amplify our voice, and, a few other people are coming. How do you see the future of metabolic health in India with regards to the work that D-Life and Anup has done and Shashi is doing right now through this conference? So what are your thoughts towards the end of the session?
Ira, you, Anup, and Shashi, and more doctors, more trained practitioners need to provide data. You need to make the science naked. You need to make it attractive. And then you need to reach policymakers. But haranguing them will not work. Individual success stories need to penetrate into the skulls of people taking decisions.
I think I'll call Shashi and Anup also on the screen. Dilip Cherian is here, and let's start. This session with Shashi and Anup also joining. This is our inaugural session. So welcome Shashi and welcome Anup.
Thank
Join
you.
in the
Thank you.
conversation.
Pleasure to see all of you. And I hope that I wish this session is a success in terms of carrying conviction. When you carry conviction, you don't need to shout about it. You need to show the figures, you need to show the signs, because ignorance can only be conquered by knowledge. One little candle in a room is enough to dispel darkness. And that candle needs to be people who have followed your method and who have attended a session or two or have had a coach or two. And those people can make a complete difference to any policymaker who they encounter. And we have, I noticed, my very dear friend Pankaj Pachauri, who is again someone who carries a huge cloud. And we know that people like him understand the benefits of minimizing your carb overload practices. We are a nation that has lost its way over the last 50, 70 years or more. And we need to get the nation back on the path. Carbs of the quantity that we are imbibing are needed for people who are doing mazduri work. And unfortunately, many of us are not. And thank God we are not. But we need to understand that unless you have a certain kind of exhausting exercise as part of your every hour work, you cannot live a life of health with the kind of overloads and the kind of misguided dietary practices that we follow. It's all about the diet. It's all about the gut biome. That's what decides both what you think and what you will be.
Yeah. Anything from Anup and Shashi?
Good morning, Dilip. And it's a great feeling to have you for the session, third season. And I'm sure as we move ahead, planning bigger and bigger things, you will always be a part of this grand movement that has started. And I would like to summarize, for benefit of viewers, that important points you made. One was everyone is different. And that is where the role of coach comes in, because generic dietitians, they give you a printed, a printout, okay, computer printout diet chart. Almost 5 or 10% here and there is the difference. And let the medical reports talk. That was point number two. Because even if somebody changes, they have this fear coming from kitty parties and WhatsApp forwards that kidney will be damaged because of high protein, fat will cause you blah blah blah, salt will cause hypertension. So all these WhatsApp messages and all these I would call them neighborhood experts. Everyone is an expert when it comes to diet. So yes, let the medical reports talk, because as Gary Top said in one of the sessions, if I remember correctly, you're not going to die in 6 or 8 months if you are changing your diet. And then follow your reports. Now, third point was on that Khichdi Nation. Not that India is not doing it. In fact, IIT Bombay, I mean, Dr. Rupal Dalal will be joining in this season. She is working on malnutrition in among children, and she always recommends to wean off to something like meat puree, right? Egg puree. I mean, dal and rice is not complete protein. I mean, whoever is pushing this, I would call them, basically agenda driven, backed by certain politicians. Maybe I am not very sure. So that's all I have to say. And thank you very much for,
Thank you.
gracing the occasion. Shashi, yes.
Yeah, first of all, good morning, all. Good morning, Mr. Dilip. Thank you again for coming in and inaugurating the session. So, this third event, of course, is again going to make a difference. Now, in addition to what you said about carbs, we are going a couple of steps higher. We are this time focusing on the addiction to processed food, which is something big in global as in India. The 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 processed foods are something a few more steps above the common carbohydrates. Not only this, we are also taking up the topic of seed oils. Now, if you see off late, there is a huge news in America on the seed oil concept. So it is also hypothesized that seed oil could be possibly one of the big root causes of all the metabolic disorders in India. So we are going to take these topics head on, the processed food addiction, not only processed food, but the addiction to processed food, and how to get away with this. We are called 3 or 4 addiction specialists and 3 seed oil specialists. So together, we are going to make the public more and more aware of the dangers they are in and how to really get out of all these issues. And I think we have made significant impact in the first 2 events, MHC1, MHC2. More and more people are aware about the concept of low carb, and more people are aware that a lot of doctors are supporting. Earlier, people used to think that low carb is something only pushed on by some dietitians or coaches or certain people. But now they have seen that mainstream doctors are also supporting low carb. Not only low carb, but it is ketogenic diet, it is carnivore diet, and it is getting mainstream. So more and more people are benefiting, they're becoming aware. And most importantly, we have kept this program free of cost. So people can come, they can watch live, they can watch it later also when we upload the recording. So I think this is a step, a sort of our social responsibility to make the people aware of the choices they can make. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think with a champion team like the three of you, this concept is going to go further. Um, on the processed foods, the only thing I want to leave you all with is that the manufacturing of processed foods is a science backed by enormous money. There are taste scientists who ensure addiction. And I think we need to unmask that, because once you're on the path of processed foods, getting off is very difficult. Getting off is also, many people think that it is expensive. It's actually much cheaper than going and spending a huge amount of money in a hospital, and even cheaper than actually buying processed foods, because processed foods are designed to make you addicted and you end up spending more and more on them.
Yeah, very pertinent point you made there, Dilip. And we don't realize, I mean, the role of media. I'm going to be asking this to Pankaj
Pankaj,
ji as well. Yes, the role of media in, of course, the advertising agency and the media that's in your face all the time, telling you to eat heart healthy oils and this biscuit is good. And, we don't realize where we have landed in all of this. We are in a mess. As a country, we are one of the sickest nations in the world. And it starts with, trying to make a khichdi nation starts right at when you are a kid, and the inculcation of these habits in school and the message that we are sending out in terms of choosing your dietary preference when the science is saying something else and you're doing something else. I think it really challenges our belief system that vegetarianism or a certain dietary preference is more virtuous than the other. I mean, as you said, go with the science, and I think as a nation it's high time now that we went with the science. Dilip, thank you so
thank
much
you.
for coming
Thank you.
and speak. Yeah, you were saying
Look
something.
forward to seeing all of you. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you for being here. Anup, Shashi, and of course, my coach and mentor, Ira. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Dilip, for
Thank you.
giving insights into your
Bye.
personal journey also, and your advantages of low carb, and also sharing your insights on so many other varied topics. Love to have you here, and as always, anything that D Life does in terms of metabolic health conference or the forum or anything, you will always be a part of us. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for coming, Dilip. Thank you.
So get in, Mr. Pankaj, and get me and Anup out of the spotlight.
I think you should stay there. And hello,
We'll
everyone.
come later.
And congratulations to all of you on a very successful third Metabolic Health Conference. And I think these conferences should be held in the Vigyan Bhavan, and it
Wow.
should be taken up at that level. The kind of crisis we are witnessing today in India in terms of our health, especially of our children. We are a young society, and children and youth health is very important for the future of the nation. The healthier people we have, the healthier economy we'll have, and the healthier country we'll have. So D-Life, I congratulate you for this, and Anup and Shashi, and especially Ira. Uh, uh, Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Pankaj ji, you are somebody people are used to seeing on TV, and it's quite a fan moment for all of us to have you here. What a pleasure to have you associated with such a critical event that's shaking up the world and India right now. A bit about Pankaj ji. As you all know, he's a senior print and broadcast journalist with more than 3 decades of experience in working with leading media such as NDTV, BBC, India Today magazine, The Sunday Observer, and more. I mean, we've seen Pankaj all over the place. Pankaj has been the recipient of several national and international journalism awards. For over 2 years, he worked as the communication advisor to the Prime Minister of India, late Dr. Manmohan Singh, assisting his office in managing national and international media. During his tenure with the Prime Minister's office, he designed and executed media strategies across the platform for international events like G20 summits and more. I mean, you would see Pankaj's name everywhere, out there, BRICS Summit and United Nations General Assembly and all of that. Thank you so much, Pankaj, for coming, and it gives such a boost to the event that we are holding. Your presence and your insights into this event. So let's begin by talking about, during his 38th National Games opening ceremony, the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, finally highlighted the rise in obesity India is witnessing as a rampant rise in metabolic issues. As a veteran media person, how do you see India's serious, I would call it a health catastrophe and an epidemic, which you also said right now? How do you see the picture emerging?
See, I've been going through the D-Life app and your insights for more than a year now, and I get a lot of information from that personally and for friends, and which I share with people. Uh, it's a epidemic in the making, that we can say that the Prime Minister has done very well to point out this during national games, which are basically youths are participating there, and I hope he takes it forward. And it's very important that someone at high office is talking about this openly. We are seeing the Kumbh these days. All the VIPs are going there, and when they take the dip in the Ganga, you can see the borderline obesity cases which are in our society. And it's good that the PM has underlined the the problem of obesity, and which is related to diabetes. So that's number one. I remember in 2008, 2009, the government under the Planning Commission had set up a pulses mission for India to increase the production of pulses, which are the main source of protein in India. And that was a move in the right direction, because we used to import a lot of pulses from all over the world, from Turkey, from Burma, now Myanmar, Indonesia, Thailand, and it was a strain on the exchequer. Now you can imagine the problem of obesity and the problem of the exchequer become the same, that you are importing protein. So the pulses mission had one mission, that to keep the production of pulses very high in India and become self-sufficient. So that was something which went into this direction. And metabolic health is in the root of all our happiness and welfare. And the government should, I think, as I said earlier, it's not in jest, that we should run a campaign, the government should run a campaign with the participation of people like D-Life on the level of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Andolan. Because 20 years down the line, when I look around, the number of people who are unhealthy, the number of people who are becoming ill because of metabolic problems, and especially because of our food habits and food intake, is going to increase multifold. Our lives have changed. We are not a arboreal society. We are not hunter gatherers where you eat and then you work physically for your food. Now we are not doing that. And to balance that, we need to discipline our diets. And that's what I've been learning from D-Life. Another thing which is very important is that we have to tell people. Another person I follow for my health information is Mark Hyman on Instagram and on Twitter. And he recently quoted a study that the molecule of sugar and the molecule of alcohol is the same. I heard a number of times when Shashi and Mr. Cherian was talking about it. Addiction, the word came up again and again, be it for processed food, be it for sugar, they're the same. And that's why we do not give alcohol to minor children, because it is addictive, number one, and number two, its molecule is the same, and it really harms your liver. I have been there, not because of alcohol, but I had fatty liver, got it in control. And diabetes, my doctor had told me that you are a borderline case, so you must do something about it. And I used to go to the National Heart Institute here in Delhi, not to some other place, but to a heart institute to get my annual health checkup. And the doctor told me that you are becoming borderline diabetic and you should do something about it. And with the help of information I get from you guys and from other sources, which are reliable, I also heard about misinformation and WhatsApp groups, which are spreading misinformation about haldi khalo or tulsi khalo or that kind of thing, which we fall prey to that a lot in India, and which should be stopped. There should be a.
I'm so glad you brought this up, Pankaj, because these are just band-aid solutions. It doesn't work unless the fundamentals of your diet and nutrition are right. Eating healthy or eating ginger and all these things are, at best WhatsApp forwards. And, they've not given results. The only evidence-based, protocol that has reversed or that has helped improve the, metabolic health markers is the low-carb dietary intervention. The testimonial of the testimony to this, fact is that we have organized 3 conferences now, and top doctors from around the world. Now we are touching the 100th number. I mean, a total of all 3 conferences, about 100 doctors from around the world have spoken about it all already. So, I'm so glad you brought this up. If I can just repeat the question that I asked, since you're talking about so much, in-depth and policy kind of things. I mean, what you have to say to this, that children are being fed, khichdi, as Dilip said before and not being given eggs, which is so vital for your, for your development. We are struggling with child malnutrition and stunting both. And it's an epidemic. Just because we don't know or it's not there in the public domain, I mean, it doesn't make it any smaller. We are raising a generation of pygmies and sick pygmies, maybe.
It's very unfortunate that this khichdi has become a controversy, and rightly so, because the absence of good protein in children's food is a must. If you have noticed recently, because India's health indicators are improving a little bit, we are winning more medals globally. We have recently, I was looking at a javelin thrower who's a champion, and he's 6.4 foot high. And I say these kind of people would never make it. But we are doing that. We are becoming champions because some people have very few number of people in India have got their food habits right. And these are the people you see getting medals and awards across. So if we want an India demographically, which is healthier, and which happened to China, we've seen it very clearly. China was almost zero until the 80s in terms of global sports. And within 20 years, because of the policies of the government, because of the right direction on healthy diets in the schools, China is now a superpower in all kind of games and sports. And that is just one manifestation. Because if your diet is unhealthy, your brain, I've read research on malnutrition. A number of times I've worked with UNICEF on their malnutrition program, that the development of your brain is halted or
Yes,
stunted
that's true.
when you are undernourished. And that has been a big problem in India. And by removing eggs from the diet from schools, we are doing a disservice to our next generation. Because an egg has nothing to do with culture, an egg has nothing to do with the. I'm a Brahmin and I'm from Mathura, by the way. And I've had no, my parents were vegetarians, but when they realized that I was a sickly child and I had an operation of a tumor very early, around when I 4 or 5 years old, they thought that I need some more protein and good food. So I was allowed not only to buy eggs and cook my own eggs, but later on, I actually had a chicken coop in my house in Mathura because they realized that this child needs a special diet. And fortunately, I've played a lot of sports for my school, for my college. And just by that one concession, which my parents were making in terms of their dietary habit, they say, okay, we don't eat it, but you go ahead and eat it. And that has had an absolutely fantastic impact on my own health. And now, as I grew up, and we are a very sedentary sort of businesses. When you are a news anchor, you have to sit in studios for long hours. Your posture is bad. You don't move around too much. You can't take too many toilet breaks. So then I realized that I was developing these problems, and with the help of right information on your metabolism, your health, and your food intake, I could control that. So that is very important. That I think that I've answered your question there.
Yeah. Pankaj, we are, as you said, as somebody at D Life and, through this metabolic health conferences, we are, I think in India, we have led the metabolic health space. And as far as, using low carb dietary interventions are concerned to reverse chronic lifestyle diseases. And we have about, thousands and thousands of success stories on the D Life Forum itself. I'd be very glad to give you access of the D Life Forum. You also have recipes over there. And, so glad that you associated with us. And it gives us great boost and great trust, to spread the message across. I would want Shashi and Anup to come on the screen. And as I ask the last question to Pankajji, tell us, Pankajji, what is your thought on the work that D Life and the Metabolic Health Conferences in the context of India are doing? We are a very, very sick nation where, at the root cause of all things, we are wrong, right? Like, at nutrition of children and stuff like that. A vegetarian propagating nation who talks about, virtuous and non-virtuous in terms of food, and it's largely food politics. So how do you see all of that scenario? What is your message to D Life, to metabolic health conferences, and to Indians at large?
No, you people are doing absolutely sterling work, because what we need right now is good and dependable information, which is not available. Thanks to the social media and the way it works, and the way you get your clickbaits and more traffic on your sites, a lot of disinformation is going around. And D Life is doing very good work. Anup, you, and I would like to also congratulate Dilip, who brought my attention to your work. And so, main thing is that we need to have good information in the system. So I keep myself getting this information, and there is no dearth of good information, but it's the awareness about that is not too much. Like the Indian government, you'll be shocked. Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, NIEPMD, and the government and the Department of Ayush, they have now a whole compendium on nutritional data of common Indian food. And we are talking about India. And this is published in Chennai under Central Council for Research for Homeopathy and Ministry of Ayush. Now, this compendium has every data about our daily food, that what we are eating, like simple things like about rice, about wheat, and what kind of rice, what kind of wheat, milk, eggs, what kind of low carb vegetables are there. So, and it has charts and all that. So what I do basically is I go through that and design the food intake on basis on that. Then I talked about Mark Hyman, who's been, a leading researcher in this. And by just reducing the carbs in the food, how it can really improve your basic lifestyle and your experience in life. Once I started doing this, and it should also go hand in hand. And the Prime Minister said that the sports inauguration, it should also go hand in hand with exercise. I think guys should also talk about that. Low
Yes.
carb is fine, but you should also, mix it with some sort of exercise and not very complicated stuff. Just walking 4,000, 5,000 steps 4 times a week, 3 times a week. It helps a lot for you, helps a lot your metabolism. And that is what we are discussing here. And it's not, see, there's no silver bullet in this. So you people are talking about one part of that, which is a low carb diet, which is very good. And I think there should be competitions among the schools which are giving these midday meals, that which is the best tasting low carb khichdi, or among the restaurants. I mean, you look at the kind of food we have in restaurants these days. It's all very Instagrammable sort of food.
Yeah.
We do
I
not
think
talk about.
you brought a very pertinent point, and I think on that note, I would like to call Anup and Shashi on the screen, to have the last word with you. And as far as talking about the nutritional data, Pankajji, let me tell you, our D-Life forum has been talked about by LCHF stalwarts like Dr. David Unwin, Gary Fetke, and all of these people have reviewed the D-Life websites. As I said, I would be very happy that we give you the access to the D-Life forum, wherein you will find 2000 plus original low carb keto recipes, and all of those broken down into right till macros and micros. So it's the biggest collection of original low carb keto recipes that D-Life has built over 10 years. And Anup, would you like to say anything about that?
Yeah, first, good morning, Pankaj, and welcome. This is your first appearance, and I'm sure, down the line as we make it bigger and bigger, you'll always be there. Now, a few points, important points that you made was, sugar is never given to a kid. And you quoted Dr. Mark Hyman. Now, I would like to, highlight one. Dr. Lustig had said many a times, he's a pediatric endo, that sugar is alcohol for a child, right? But the problem is it is not just sugar, because every digestible carbohydrate that we eat, body turns it into sugar.
Yeah.
This most of the people miss, right? And second was, looking ahead at where we are headed to. Right now, one third of Indian population has got non-alcoholic fatty liver. Even kids as old as, as young as 8 years or 9 years, they're landing up with fatty liver. And I think you talked about haldi and all those churans that is given. Now the latest, superhero is Moringa.
Yes.
I've seen many tweets, people tweeting about Moringa. Take it for vitamin C. They don't go by numbers. I mean, to get 500 mg of vitamin C, you'll have to eat 1 kg of Moringa leaves. Can you do it? No. Answer is no. You'll wreck your gut and basically, pollute your drainage system, or
And
maybe
you'll
choke.
be broke.
Yeah, you'll be broke. And coming back to the most important point, eggs. I don't know where this policymakers lost it. Well, I was in boarding school before every sports meet, inter-school. And this I'm talking of a big name boarding school, St. George's College, Missouri. We were served extra eggs before these inter-school sports meets started. I mean, that was, and irrespective of whether you're a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, if you have to participate in sports, you have to eat them, otherwise get lost. Now, the fourth important point, possibly, we are communicating telepathically when you said that these conferences should be held in Vigyan Bhavan. Now, we have in plans to, have physical, as we call it, physical, not virtual conference, where people see face to face each other and experts talking. So this is there in plan. Shashi will talk more about it as we wind up this session. And thank you very much for coming. I'm sure we'll be inviting you again, and you will be available again down the line for all the seasons that we host subsequently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. You are doing God's work, and uh, one thing which I can leave you with one idea is that that a healthy nation is basically a prosperous nation, and metabolic health is very important. Now that we have scientific evidence, we have people like you who are working so hard about it, and that would be the key to India's future. If we have a healthy population, we'll have a healthy nation. And thank you again for inviting me.
So thank you, Pankaj. I think the key word you told, that the metabolic health. By far, metabolic health is something which is totally ignored, or off late now it has come into the fore. And I think such conferences will make an impact, and presence of public figure like you will actually help further the cause of metabolic health and recovery. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you so
Thank you
much for
very much.
coming, Pankajji. We look forward to having you again whenever we host it, even if it's physical. And I will leave you with again, Anup and Shashi are here, by giving you
Thank
access
you.
to the D-Life forum so you can check out everything, the premium data that we have built over 10 years. And actually, since 2011, that Anup has been talking about low carb and 100-gram carbs per day. So you will have access to all of that and more. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the
Namaste.
best for your event. Look forward.
Please get Dr. Roshni in. Dr. Roshni, welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Roshni. Third time.
Hi, Anup, Shashi. It's a hat trick. I'm honored and excited to be here with you all again.
So thank you. And I think, see, the crowd who's watching MHC always knows you very well. So you are the first doctor in MHC one, and people still recall some of the quotes and lines which you told. So I think for the benefit of the new people, new attendees, Dr. Roshni is an American board certified endocrinologist. She is practicing in Mumbai, and she is an endo who has left behind all this drug practice, and she is totally into nutrition. Plus, not only nutrition, but even into the a bit of holistic practice around low carb. So welcome again for the third time. So in MHC3, you are not only in the inauguration, but you are also in the final session of where we are going to debate on certain topic. Yeah, Dr. Roshni, welcome again.
Thanks a lot. And I just found out earlier today a fantastic news, which was today is a very big anniversary for Anup in terms of your own health journey. So I think, Anup, it's full gratitude for your own personal transformation. We cannot be more thankful that people get the health results that you got. And not only did you stop there, you didn't stop there, you kind of took it to create everything you've done with D-Life and with Shashi, both of y'all. Hats off for what you're doing with Metabolic Health Conference. One big cultural change which y'all are pushing in India, which I must appreciate, is you're bringing people together. Sometimes India gets internally competitive. Okay, and you all are creating a community. We need more of this. And my extreme gratitude and excitement for the fact that you've put such a conference together free of cost. Of course, you're doing great work with your D-Life, coaching and all that. And we need more of this. We need 1,000 Anups, 1,000 Shashis, 1,000 of all of us on this call today. I like what Mr. Pachauri also said, that it's, we need to come holistically into this. So just one thing I might say, which we should definitely also continue doing together, all of us, is yes, nutrition is the first step. Food is medicine, and we all understand low carb. We agree. We've seen it in not only our own personal health transformations, we've seen it in our patients, in thousands and thousands of patients over a decade of clinical experience now. And for me, like I mentioned in my book, nutrition becomes the first wheel of the lifestyle car. Just for your audience, we always want to start with nutrition first. What you put in the body is that, raw material for everything else you want the body to give you back. And then, of course, looking at sleep, stress management, exercise, maybe intermittent fasting. All of this combined can help India, which is definitely metabolically at a crisis right now. And the core hormone imbalance, since I'm a hormone doctor or a metabolism doctor, right? We're talking metabolic health. for the longest time in my fellowship, I had this degree which says fellow in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism. That's the term. But the metabolism piece of it, most of us in practice, we were writing dawa goli. We were not really focusing on metabolism, actually addressing metabolism and improving metabolic health. Now I know what it means. And by these comprehensive lifestyle changes with nutrition as the first step, we can definitely do a lot for the country. So happy to be here, excited to kick things off with you, and very excited to have that session with you on Sunday.
So thank you very much. We are looking forward for the session. I think for the viewers. So this is going to be a debate, a sort of a discussion, rather say. I will not say it's a debate. I will say more of a discussion, though we have termed it as a debate. So Dr. Roshni Sanghani and Dr. Deepti Arora. So both of them, and I'll be moderating them. So they will be discussing on, is low carb sustainable? I think this is a very, very crucial point in India where whenever we say that as a coach, when we say that you have to do low carb, so people say, is it sustainable? So this is a big question which is coming now. No one really understands what is sustainable or what is their definition of sustainable. So I think all these things we are going to discuss. Not only this entire event, MHC3, is what we are done is no doubt the focus is on low carb, but we have gone a step behind that. We are trying to find out what to do about the addiction. The addiction to not only the carbohydrates which have, but what about the addiction to ultra processed food? The addiction to ultra processed food is again we are going to explore with a lot of experts, and also the big discussion, especially centered in USA, that about seed oils. So seed oil is something which is used in a tremendous manner, not only in India but globally also. So we'll find out how seed oils also impact our metabolism, impact our metabolic disorders also. So I think this something we have focused slightly little more additional way. So as time goes on in every different metabolic health conferences, we are going to add some new topic, which will try and make it little more holistic coverage, so that we just don't focus only on low carb, but we are going to focus on the other aspects also. Thank you. Anup?
Yeah, before we know session ends, people might not know that both Dr. Roshni and D-Life, they came to fore in 2014, though I've been talking about low carb since 2011, 2012. And since sustainability is the topic of debate, I would like to write the preface of that, in this session before we close, that since both Dr. Roshni and D-Life has survived all these 10, 11 years, it is very sustainable. Thank you. Thank you for coming, and hope we'll see you again.
See you soon. Keep it up, and very excited for the seed oil focus. You've got the right speakers. The panel curation that you do every time is fantastic, and I'm very excited when your hosts will question these experts specifically on the oils that we use in India, the cooking mediums, the cooking fats in India. So very excited for the audience to get that benefit.
Please get in, Ira. I mean, she had just gone for a break.
Hi, Ira.
Hi, Dr. Roshni. Great to see you again, and you've been part of all three conferences, and we look forward to having you all more and more, and your session especially. And it's going to be great. I know that you bring some wonderful insights to the conference, so really look
Keep
forward
up the
to
great work.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, keep up the great work, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see you. Bye.
So next,
Arun
Kumar.
Can you start a webcam, sir? Arun, sir?
Okay, while Arun comes, I'm back, and this time we have three guests, which who we call the Tridev of D-Life, Shashikant Iyengar, Anup Singh, and Arun Kumar. Welcome, all three of you. Welcome to the Tridev of low carb space in India.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with Arun, who completed 9 years as a pill-free diabetic. Arun, please tell us, how has the journey been for you? How do you see it? Let's take the first question first. How has the journey been for you so far?
To me? Yeah, Ira, to me?
Yes. How has the low carb journey been, for you?
Yeah, actually, I just told many times that I joined the life in 2015, and I left all the grains and later on all the lentils also after 2000, September 2015. Then after I am going only without grain, without lentils. Earlier it was with vegetables, low carb vegetables, and then some dairy like paneer, hankad, etc. But in the September 2023, when you told me to go carnivore, I left everything except the meat-based diet. So it was a very nice journey. Actually, before that, when I joined D Life, I came in contact with the Shashi and then in contact with the Anup. Anup has guided me a lot. And actually, I would just like to just repeat what I told earlier also, that I have a 3 decades of the diabetic history, and I was on the 3 to 4 drugs of diabetic drugs, and their drugs were although the high dose of the drug. Then I wanted to leave anything, anytime these drugs, and I also want to not to go in traps of the insulin and further complications. So I obey Anup first, and he told me how to go about that. At that time, Anup has just come with the 100 grams of carb, which we are talking right now every day and night. So at that time, I followed the Anup guidelines. I actually followed the 100-gram carbs. Later on, I feel that 100-gram carb is also not good for me. I reduced the further carb to 50 to 60 gram. And this was my journey going on. And to tell you, I am very happy that almost since October 2017 or 18, I was totally meat free, totally pill free. In fact, last 6, 7 years, I am not taking any pill. Even after going to carnivore diet, totally no pill except one of two supplements. It is going on. So my journey is very nice. Yeah.
Huge congratulations there, Arun. And what a fantastic journey it has been for you. How do you see the Metabolic Health Conference now? We are in season 3 of this global conference. How do you see this, the way we have done the first, second, and the impact that it has created, and now we are doing the third?
It is evident from the social media. It is evident from the messages we are getting, and it is evident from the number of people joining the D Life, joining our D Life nutrition course also, that day by day it is increasing. That is the impact of the MHC 1 and MHC 2, and now MHC 3 will certainly have a great impact on that. Actually, many people told me that they actually listened some of the speakers in MSc 1 and 2, and they interested with the low carb diet, and they joined also. So that is the impact we have. And in fact, in the MSc, many things were cleared by the top authorities of low carb or metabolic field of the world. They told that people obeyed it. So I hope with the MSc 3, we will further, as Sashi told me, that in this MSc, some seed was harmful effect and the addiction specialists are coming, and they will clear the doubt of the people, because still people believe that seed oils are healthy and they go for this ultra processed food or processed food. So these two things will be cleared. So I think half of the metabolic issue will be resolved. Even not the people are not having down the low carb, and they left the ultra processed food and they leave the seed oil. Actually, in my opinion, seed oil is even worse than the carb.
Yeah,
that causing so that discussion, and that will clear the mind of the many people. So many people will certainly benefited with that. Still, people believe.
We are going to be discussing all that and more. I would want to come to Shashi first. Shashi, this is the third season we are now into. How on earth have you pulled such a big conference through 1, 2, and now season 3, getting in the top doctors of the world? How did you do it?
See, I think me and Anup, we were dreaming of holding a conference back in 2017, and we were just discussing about all these, and then suddenly one fine day, when I left my job, then we decided that, okay, now we'll hold, because there will be no conflict of interest. And because of our presence in social media, our contacts with all the international thought leaders, the doctors, researchers are very strong, right from 2017. If you ask any of those international thought leaders, they will no, only two people in India who were talking low carb, and that is Anup and Shashi. So we were one of the on the forefront of uh, developing and pushing at this concept. So when we launched the first one, what we thought was we should show to Indian public that low carb is practiced across the globe, and that too by medical doctors. So that is why in the first season, MHC1, the name was low carb across the globe. So we had to show that it is not only in America, it is not only in England or particular place, but it is everywhere. So doctors everywhere are actually supporting low carb. So what we did was we aptly termed it as low carb across the globe. In fact, it was a massive session. It probably unbelievable. 12-hour each day non-stop. There were no breaks. So it was non-stop 12-hour hosting. There were 45 sessions and 46 speakers. So you can imagine it was huge. And I'm so thankful to all these doctors and researchers and organizations that no one refused. When we told that we are going to host this conference in India, and that too, it is free. People don't have to pay any registration charges. Everyone gracefully agreed. So it was not only doctors from across the globe, from 14 countries, but also equally a lot of doctors from India also participated. Now in India, many of the doctors, they support low carb. They might not prescribe or recommend low carb. They may not know the actual nitty-gritty of it, but they support low carb. So if you go and tell them, okay, I'm on low carb, they'll say, okay, no problem. And then there are a few doctors who are actually into fully low carb. So we identified these doctors, and it was not very easy to schedule the timing, schedule the days. But we managed to do thanks to all the doctors who are who have agreed to whatever timeline we allocated. And we did it. It was a massive job between me and Onu. So MHC1 was a runaway success. No one in India has done this conference before us. So
Yeah,
12,
absolutely, absolutely. And I was going to ask the same question to Anup. Anup, when you talk about this, I think this is the international cloud that we are talking about. I mean, now, Shashi, I think we have now with this session, with this third conference, we will cover almost 100 doctors and think tanks
Yes.
of the low carb world. And this is not a small feat to achieve by any means. I mean, think of it. Nobody in the world has been able to pull through such a virtual conference of the top names coming for, thrice over into, through three conferences. Anup, what is it? I mean, how were you able to do it? I'm just extend on Shashi's point. As
yeah,
far as I, yeah,
if you give me 1 minute, I'll finish
yeah,
off the
yeah,
second one
please.
also. So then we and Anup, we thought of second one. That is, we named it as metabolic therapies, primarily those ketogenic diet focusing on mental health, neurological health, cancers, in addition to diabetes. So this was again 30.5 hours event, almost or more than 10 hours each day, 35 sessions and 39 speakers. So this is again massive. And talking about MHC3, so we developed again, we thought we'll go slightly beyond the low carb concept and talk about the addiction potential, addiction and seed oils. So then we developed this topic, and then this is going to be 10.5 hours on an average each day. We are going to have 41 session and 44 speakers.
Huge.
So
Anup,
it is more than 100 speakers put
yeah,
together.
yeah, that's what I said. We have covered about 100 speakers in the three conferences. Yeah, Anup.
Yeah, I would briefly state that to do something of this scale, I mean, the foundation stone was, of course, laid in 2014. But to do something of this scale, you need number one, courage, number two, conviction, number three, credibility, number four, quote unquote, clout, and number five, cash. Because this conference is free to watch, free to attend virtually, but it is not free to host and free to organize. Yes, we are very thankful to all the parties. I mean, doctors speaking, they are coming in speaking free. And in fact, it has been a very encouraging journey because we got email from many of them that we are free whenever you want. I mean, people who came in MHC 1 and 2, some of them, contacted that we are free whenever you want us to pitch in. So going forward, as plans are, yes, someday, we'll organize a conference where we see and face to face meet each other and take it on a larger scale, and then subsequently to different cities. I mean, it just does not end with MHC 3. I think we'll end up with somewhere around MHC 25 someday down the line. So that's how we have planned. And I'm sure, with those 5 C's present, courage, conviction, and most importantly, cash, cloud, credibility, MSC 25 also is not an impossibility. That's all.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
well said. And let's talk about the impact. Shashi, what has been, according to you, the impact of all two conferences in India? I see a lot of change around me. What is it according to you?
See, we are giving people an option that only this that metabolic health cannot be treated in only this way, or metabolic disorders cannot be treated only in one way. There is an alternate way which is evidence based. Now let us understand, we are not talking hocus pocus. Everything is research. There are a lot of research papers on this. So if you see low carb for weight loss, for polycystic ovarian, for diabetes, hypertension, and even for now there are it's an emerging therapy in cancers, emerging therapy in mental health disease, emerging therapy in neurological disorders. Lot of research papers are coming in. In fact, from big institute like Stanford. So Stanford has a study on ketogenic diet and mental health. So doctors from Harvard are actually promoting. So it is no more. See, in India, we have a fear of low carb, we have a fear of ketogenic. But through these programs, we have informed the people that you have an option by which you can gain better control. Not only gain better control, but also reduce the medication. And biggest advantage is some people can get off all the medications totally, and which we have seen in our own practice, each one of us. So no, it's not only low carb, not only ketogenic, but we are also we are also exploring the other end of the spectrum, that is the carnivore diet. Of late, we have seen the usage of carnivore diet in autoimmune remission. So autoimmune disease also, there's a lot of research paper coming in. There are a lot of N equals 1, which we are seeing. So you are also one of the coach, especially on the carnivore and autoimmune condition. So we see that it is able to offer decades of suffering, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, decades of suffering are offset by dietary change just for a few months. So why not? So this is basically informing the public. What is happening is people are aware. People are joining these sessions to see it live. People are going back and seeing the recording, which we are loading in the YouTube, and they are able to get an informed decision. Okay, let us try this. We will try this way. Not only this, but we find a lot of doctors are also supporting, even in India. Now it's so happened coincidentally that a lot of us coaches, we get referral from doctors also. They also send us clients and patients and all to apply the low carbohydrate nutrition on them for better control. So I think the acceptance is gaining more and more. And I think with a massive amount of prevalences of diabetes, fatty liver, cancers, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, childhood obesity. I think all our whatever we are propagating through this evidence-based platform, I think more and more people can gain benefit out of it. And I think
Yeah.
Anup can also throw more light on how it is impacting in the DLF front.
Yeah, Anup, you can take over. And also, Shashi, as you rightly said, not only are we hosting these conferences, but what a service to the nation and the world at large that we have made all of this free to watch forever. I mean, while we upload all these episodes on, on the YouTube channel of D Life and Metabolic Health India, it is free for all of you to go and watch there. It's there forever. And take home your message. Anup, would you want to add to that?
Of course, we have kept it free for a reason, as Shashi said, and you also mentioned. We are doing a service for nation. We're not after, as mostly it happens that once a newcomer jumps into this field, the first focus is money. And by hook or crook, they want to succeed, and ultimately they'll end up with failure because the intent was never right. If you look at our history, our intent has been online since 2014. And yes, it has been picking up gradually, slowly. Initial years were really tough because it was something new and we were not rolling a dice to come to 120, 130 or, any random figure. So this 100 grams carbohydrate, it has worked very well. And I would like to, point one spaces session where Dr. Parikshit is, I think, scheduled to speak later. He specifically mentioned on 100 grams per day carbohydrate limit, he has seen a great improvement in his clients.
No, I think he mentioned that Anoop's 100-gram
Yes,
carbs per
yes.
day limit,
I,
and I think that needs to be highlighted because having lived with all of 14 years of being pill-free diabetic on your own protocol, which we are going to talk about later in your session, I think it's very pertinent to highlight that coming from a doctor, from a mainstream doctor who endorses Anoop's 100-gram carbs per day max limit on a low-carb diet, it is a very, very big statement, coming from the medical fraternity itself that has seen the efficacy of the 100-gram carbs per day limit. Yeah, Arun, would you like to add to the impact of the MHC as you see now, in short?
Yeah, actually, impact of MHC, as our friend Sashi and Anup has also mentioned, that first of all, why it is impacted a lot of people, not only in India but outside also, because it was totally free and you can watch the top guns of the world on the low carb and metabolic health field. So that was totally free, and that we like to tell people that you come, join, and watch the episodes and just think that what is the low carb and what is the metabolic health. So that is the impact, and I hope that with the third MHC, we'll have a bigger impact on the bigger masses, not only in India but outside India also. People should adopt the healthy lifestyle and low carb lifestyle. That too without seed oil, that too without processed food. And I really once again like to thanks to Anup that he has propagated not today, but say 14 years back, that 100-gram carb is template is very good for our metabolic health. And from 2014, he is always telling on our D Life forum that 100-gram carb is sufficient for you to keep you, and you don't need any further carb. That I certainly salute to Anup that he has come out with certain things which is not known to the world earlier. Thank you, Ria.
Totally agree with you. Now it is being reckoned. I mean, that's the
It's
most
a being recognized since the decade, one decade. But now it is known by the other people also, even so the medical fraternity, even with the other health coaches, that 100-gram carb is. Even non-D life health coaches are also recognizing this. That
Yeah, as
100
I
gram,
said, coming from
yeah,
a doctor, coming from a doctor, it's a big thing.
yeah.
Shashi, I would like to ask you now, what's next? I mean, having done these three conferences that have been huge successes, the other two were, and this is going to be another one. What's the next step from here?
See,
From next up, yeah, Sashi. Sashi, what to say?
Yeah.
you're asking
Yeah,
Arun or
No, I'm asking Shashi. I'll come to
yeah,
her.
sorry.
so see, the demand has been that to have a physical one.
Yeah.
So we have already had two, and this is the third one. So demand is to have physical one. So probably
Shashi,
we're
you're
going
raising the global benchmark.
yeah.
It's going to be very, very difficult for anybody even to dream about it. So your dream is going to be very difficult to even emulate.
So we are planning now. It's on the anvil that we are going to do a physical one, and that too, when we do physical one, it's going to be a sort of we'll make it at a global scale only. So it is not going to be a small one. The plan is to make it nice global scale and have physical conferences. And there are a lot of our global friends, our doctors, researchers are ready to visit India and come to us because they see they know that India is in a mess of metabolic health and the low carb world is so gracious enough that people will come. So if we invite them, there are many of us who are ready to come. So we have a lot of thoughts in our head. So me and Anup are just putting it together and planning. So maybe while we cannot really commit, but I think maybe in 2025 next year, to 2026 next year, we might go into a physical one. So
My one line. See,
Thank
Shashi has dreamed of this MSc about 8 years back. At that time, really, I am also telling candidly that I was not thinking that it will be possible. But Shashi has made it possible. And now Shashi is thinking that we can make physical. I think it is 100% possible, and that too near future. When Shashi will tell better.
but that we will plan, all four of us will plan because we are in the leadership committee. So we'll sit down, we'll plan. But lot of things are going in our
Yeah,
head
correct.
to see
Correct.
that what will be the topic, how we'll do, what will be the location. And I think it will be exciting. And not only this, but a lot of the Indian public, our own clients and well-wishers, many have already told us that as and when we keep physical, they are ready to join.
Correct.
So
Correct.
we
Correct.
already have, a lot of people who are willing to come as attendees for such conferences. So I think that is very encouraging. In fact, from the MHC first itself, some of them have told that the moment you keep physical conference will come. So this was the impact.
Yeah, I think Anup can take the point further. Anup, if you remember Dr. Ken Berry's session, and after the session, he had to himself said that he'll be very very happy to attend if there's a physical conference and come down to India. So that's the way we have been recognized by the global LCHF community. Talk about this more. Coming up, what's next? You're on mute.
See, what next with respect to conference? Shashi has already spoken, and as he said, the clients who have been there with him, with on every one of us, coaching, the credibility is what is making them say that yes, whenever you hold such a conference, we will join. Of course, it will not be free because a lot of expenses are involved, and the clout, building clout and credibility is not overnight job. Run of the mill sort of dreamers, I would say, can only dream about it, but we are going to put it into action as and when we get the opportunity and the time is right. And I would say, talking not so spiritually, maybe, our karma has been such that the universe is favoring for every positive step that we are taking forward. And we hope to live by that. I would say a dream, a possible dream, not an impossible one. We hope to live by that dream and deliver to the nation whatever best within our capacity as a team we can do. We will always keep doing. That's it.
Yeah,
And
thank you so much. And
Anup mentioned an important point about karma. I really believe this because organizing the first one was not easy, but things fell in place one by one. It was just sometimes I think that, how it really happened. So some people said that, people find it very difficult to believe that how this 3-day conference, but then things just fell in place. And I think somewhere up there, someone likes us and then it just happened. Yeah, Ira.
yeah, so that's amazing. I think I totally agree with the way you've put that thought across. And of course, I mean things come back to you if you do good. It comes back to you, and the credibility and the goodwill that you've built in the LCHF global community. I mean, we've been recognized by every name that's been worth taking in the global LCHF community, D Life and Metabolic Health Conferences, and everybody will be happy to be back. Any last words there? I'll begin with Anup and then Arun and then Shashi.
Last word is, let us be a team to reckon with, a force to reckon with, and as a team, not as an individual, talking about low carb. Because when you scale up any operation, you cannot do it solo, right? You need to have a perfect blend of mind and I would say again, courage, conviction, credibility, clout, and cash. These 5 things, when combined together, can make anything possible.
Yeah, Arun, your last words.
Yeah, actually, what Anubhav said, that is the one line I am putting that. Let us make D-Life strong and stronger so that this message will spread all over the world, not only in India, but all over the world. LCHF, and LCHF. We will certainly win. And I actually, my heartiest wishes, good wishes to Shashi to organize a physical conference very soon. And we all are with him. Okay.
Shashi,
I'll just add
as
one point.
yeah,
I'll just add one point. Talking
yeah.
of MHC 2017, since we have been dreaming since then. I remember, there was one conference somewhere in Denver where
Yeah.
we were
I remember.
I remember.
Shashi, I mean, I'm being very open about it. Shashi said, why don't you go? And knowing me, people who know me, I said, if there has to be a conference, I'm not going abroad. It has to be in India. हम यहाँ करेंगे वहां नहीं जाएंगे. So as Arun said, we have to take it to a global scale. Yes, it will take time, no doubt, but we will make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well summed it up. Shashi, now coming back to you, what can people expect in this season of MHC? It's going to be another startling conference, but tell us, summarize it as for us.
I think, see, off late, we have been seeing in the last 1 year, 6 months, and even 2 months or 1 month down the line, there's a huge noise about ultra processed food addiction. Not only ultra processed food is one thing, the addiction is the other, and the seed oils. So these three are going to be the big discussion point, and I think India needs to know about all this. Even the how the industry pushes the ultra processed food, that also we'll discuss. Of course, that doesn't mean that we are not going to discuss our other ones. Like we are going to discuss on diabetes, but this time we are also focusing more on a bit on type 1 diabetes also, which we done last time. Again, we are going to do it this time with 2 or 3 speakers again. So again, we are called in the top brains. Again, we are called in doctors. We are called in researchers, and maybe 1 or 2 live examples of people who have recovered massively from various metabolic disorders. So MHC3 is one step ahead of what we have done in MHC1 and 2. And probably when MHC4 comes, it's going to be again one step ahead of what we have done in 1, 2, and 3. And I think we look forward. So me, Anup, and all 4 of us, we will work towards having a physical conference and a big dhamaka next year.
Yeah, sure, we will. And with the way you and Anup are going, I mean, the team is going. D-Life and MHCs are growing and growing and growing. And I wish all three of you all the best, and the entire team D-Life and Metabolic Health Conference team all the best. And let's take it, from here. And session after session is going to be an eye opener on various subjects, with the low carb global experts talking about them. As Shashi said, seed oils and addictions are being the highlight of this Metabolic Health Conference, apart from other things. So I think, anything else that you would want to say, and then we take Anup alone in the session.
So I think if there is nothing more, you can start with discussing with Anup now.
Yeah.
I think we have few minutes
sure.
to spare. So can we take a 3-minute break? Because for me, it has been continuous, on
Sure.
just 3 minutes, huh?
So
27.
we'll
So we'll
continue
be
the
back. We'll
discussion
be
with.
back in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
I think before Anup and Shashi, they all, log in. I am still here, and just a bit of chit chat today, and it's going to be a glorious session, lineup of sessions with our top speakers. And for those who don't have the scheduled PDF, let me tell you the highlights of today. We covered Dilip Cherian, we covered Pankaj Pachauriji's view on low carb and how it's impacting the social change or the dietary change in the Indian context. And Dr. Roshni was here. Now we had a session with Shashi, Anup, and Arun on the impact of the Global Metabolic Health Conferences 1 and 2, and now we are doing the third and planning for the physical conference, which will be the fourth event, and a huge, even bigger and better than this. And coming up now is a session with Anup Singh. I think Anup can be highlighted. He's here on the screen. So we have a session with now Anup Singh, who's the founder of D-Life. So let me introduce Anup a bit. Anup, you're back, and I think your mic is also on. So let's begin the session. So, introducing myself again for people who have joined in just now, I am Ira Sahai, the Chief Operating Officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited, a very proud D-Life certified metabolic health practitioner and your lead host for the Metabolic Health Conference Season 3. D-Life is India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform, which was founded by Anup Singh in 2014. He's a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and the recipient of the Icons of India Award by the Outlook Group in 2022 for his path-breaking contribution in the space of Indian low carb, and especially for his contribution through the protocol of 100-gram carbs per day max on a low carb diet, even for Indian vegetarians, which made not only low carb possible for Indian vegetarians, but also diabetes remission based on that protocol was possible because it was a grain heavy diet. And when you reduce carbs, when you talk about a low carb diet, how low the carbs must be, that is what came from Anup. The only online evidence of 100-gram carbs, as we know now, I have not seen any other mention of 100-gram carbs per day is Anoop's reference online when he talked about he has been on 100-gram carbs per day max for 1 year already, which was since 2011. So this is the only reference. And now as more science is coming to the fore and more evidence is coming to the fore, I think Nina tweeted a few days back that, 100-gram carbs is the only doable thing when you're talking about putting chronic lifestyle diseases under remission. You go any higher than that, and you're going to have repercussions. So, Anup, just to complete his intro, as I said, he was awarded the Icons of India Award in 2022 by the Outlook Group for his contribution to Indian low carb space. He's been the pioneer of low carb movement in India, who made vegetarian low carb possible. And Dr. David Unwin, the Doyen, as I call him, keeps referring to D-Life. Even for recipes, the D-Life Forum has been reviewed and evaluated by the top names in the low carb space, the iconic names in the low carb space, Dr. Gary Fedke, Dr. David Unwin, David Diamond, Tucker Goodrich, who's also in this metabolic health conference. His session will be coming up. Ivor Cummins, there's so many, Nina, Amy Berger, there's so many of them who've reviewed D-Life in glorious words. So, Anup, you've created a giant in the world, which is just shaking and awakening the world, every day. And the fact that we are sitting here started as the first step from you when you started talking about low carb on overseas platforms and overseas forums when you were diagnosed with diabetes on Valentine's Day, which was February 14th, 2011. Happy Valentine's Day, Anu.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
yeah,
and it's just to link it up. The Metabolic Health Conference was deliberately scheduled on 14th February, starting 14th February, to celebrate a pill-free life that Anup has lived for the last 14 years. 15th year begins now. That's a huge, huge achievement, Anup. And tell us how the journey started. And you've just tested 2 days back and the numbers have been fantastic. How has the journey been for you on your own protocol, 100-gram carbs per day? You've lived a life of 60 grams, 100 grams, 120, 160. Tell us this entire spectrum and journey.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. And, what a day today for two reasons. Yes, 14 years completed. And the second most important thing I would say is I'm being hosted by my COO, right?
Thank you.
So as far as 14 years, 14 years journey, 14 years is not a small period where people can say it has worked for maybe 6 months, 9 months. I've lived through every possible, carbohydrate levels and not just lived for experimentation, but putting logic and brain behind it that why I should be doing this or why I should be, increasing it to 120, 140, 160. And I have the numbers to talk and say with conviction why 100 grams carb is the only thing that works. And we are not just rolling a dice, to come to 120, 130, 160 numbers. So it has a scientific basis, and the scientific basis, as I've talked many a times, it's based on liver's glycogen holding capacity. Now, since that has been talked many a times, I'm not going to repeat it. And the 14 years of journey, if I have to cover each and everything, I think a book can be written on it. So let's leave that part to, somebody else to write. But yes, highlight was, when I was, I think into fifth or sixth year, and everything was working fine. Then I had taken a pledge that I would not come on video till I complete 10 years. So my first video podcast was when I had completed 10 years, and there's a reason for it. I think when I was in fifth or sixth year, I came across a video of somebody, some doctor on Atkins diet. And that video was titled 12 years on Atkins diet, pill free.
Mm.
So I never could imagine that living pill free was possible. So let's take a pledge that if I complete 10 years, I'll be on video podcast. So that is one. And as far as the start of the journey is concerned, I think 2011 first 6 months was very hectic. I was doing very fast changes, trying to get my numbers down. And yes, it did come down. In 2011, by May, I was hitting A1C of 5.0. I relaxed, then took it up to 120, 140, 150, all those numbers. And November, I got an
120 grams of carbs, you mean?
yes,
And
120.
yeah,
Yeah, 120, 150, 160. I thought, I had mastered everything. Now A1C is 5.0.
I will interject here, Anup, and a question that I asked you in the ninth year anniversary of D Life. Why 100 grams? Why not even 110 grams, 120 grams? Forget 150.
Yeah,
I
liver.
mean, let us talk about the science of it because, people who do not know, let us understand why 100 grams only.
It is
And this was
price.
way back when nobody had talked about 100-gram carbs per day, whether in India or on overseas, online platforms. Yours is the only reference that we can find of 100-gram carbs per day in 2012 when you said, I've already lived on this protocol for 1 year. And here I am. So tell us that journey of how did you arrive at 100-gram carbs per day max protocol?
When I started, I used to say, 20% carbohydrate, 20% protein, 60% fat, good fat, saturated fat. Now, 20% carbohydrate was the limit. You cannot go above that. And that 20% translates to, when we started talking in grams, it translates to 100 grams specifically. Now, why not 120, 130? Yes, ADA has got 130, being talked of since ages, but that was for weight loss, not for diabetes. Yeah, not for diabetes in particular. And there also, it's a transit during transition phase. Once you're back to your original weight, go back to eating again 60%, 70% carbohydrate. So my idea was, if we have to reach a number which is workable for Indians. Let me, underline that because prior to that, everybody has been trying rehashing the Western concept of low carb is equal to keto. That would never have worked, and it never worked. Honestly, it never worked because people used to give up out of frustration or out of limitation. So this 100 grams carbohydrate is based primarily on the liver's glycogen holding capacity, right? Now, even if you go off by 20%, 10% in calculating or, getting the total carbohydrate limit within control, even if it is 10% off, you're still below the capacity. And even if it goes 10% above the capacity, it is manageable because we are not sitting idle as such, right? The problem begins when people start thinking that A1C is the benchmark they have to get down to 5.6 max, irrespective of what the other markers are. I think I can talk about this later when I discuss 150, 160 carbohydrate. So this is where it started. It all started in 2011, 2012. As you said, there's a forum, I think, operated out of US, where I had mentioned I was also learning and trying to see what people are doing and how many are really talking of 100 grams carbohydrate. Unfortunately, there also it was 30 grams carbohydrate per day. That's it. So
In fact,
2012,
on that forum where your evidence of 100-gram carbs per day max is still there, We have read, that people have written there that they have never come across this number ever anywhere. And this is the first time they are hearing about it. And it has really helped them. So there are so many testimonials right from 2012 lying on the international forums on the online space about your 100-gram carbs. So it is really commendable that before things were out there, for people to know, you came up with such a brilliant number as you computed it, based on the liver's glycogen holding capacity. And yeah, I totally agree there with you, Anup. And tell us, I mean, from the journey from there, because you were banned from those overseas forums from speaking, and that's how you launched D Life in 2014. And as apparently I understand it, you had the second biggest following on those overseas forums after the admins. So that speaks about the credibility of what you were saying and how people were benefiting from it.
Yes, that's an interesting one. There was one forum which was launched, I think, in January 2013. And basically, it was a sub part of a bigger network of community. There, when I started talking of 100 grams carbohydrate, I think I must have been banned 6 or 7, 8 times. I don't remember now. And I used to resurface with another name, another, screen, because I was very, very enthusiastic for this message to spread because it was working on me. So if it was working on me, why not others? So, in fact, there, I think the first person to, buy this argument, it took me 2 months to get a person to buy this argument. Now, the second person who took that, understood this was a 70-year-old type 2 diabetic, eyes failing, on insulin. And then when he turned over to this 100 grams concept, first day he had a hypo. But since he was already injecting, insulin, he was aware of what to do, how to adjust. And thereafter, since I was getting banned repeatedly, I thought, now let's do something where I cannot be banned at all. So that is how dlife.in, though the domain was booked in 2012, and idea was not clear what to do, but something had to be done. So we started dlife.in on 21st of August 2014. We launched the forum, and rest is history after that.
Yeah, Anu, before we talk about your brilliant numbers that have come in the blood work that you did 2, 3 days back, let us go back to the time when you were experimenting with things. And why do you now think, or even at that point of time, what was your conclusion about why anything above 100 grams carbs would not work? Because a lot of people who do not understand the sustainability or the efficacy of the 100-gram carbs, and just to be different, they are talking, probably peddling unscientific numbers. If it's 120, it can be 150, and then therefore 200 also. Why not
Yes.
200? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the spectrum that you saw while you were doing 100 grams and when you went ahead of 100 grams?
I mentioned about rolling a dice to come to a number, right? So if you look at Jocelyn's low carb diet, it's 45% carbohydrate. So anybody who's rolling a dice to come to a number, they will always refer that 45% as the reference point. But for me, that is not high carb, as not low carb. And 120, 100, 80, 60, 50. I mean, I have played with all the numbers from 50 grams right up to 160, 170. In my 12th year podcast, if you see, my A1C is 5.6. That is the time when I was having around 150, 160. For a reason that almost around, because of some professional commitment, I was just walking around for 4 hours. No sitting, exactly for 4 to 5 hours. I never sat down. So I thought, might as well up the carbohydrate. I did that. And, next, I think the report that came, A1C was perfectly fine. And that time the host asked me, are you happy with it? I said, yes. If I looked singularly at the
A1C.
A1C, I should have been given a gold medal for hitting 12th year. But if I combine with my fasting insulin, and that number was 13.5, right? 160, 170, 150. I mean, in that ballpark. Fasting insulin was 13.5. Year before that, when it was not that high, it was 8.5, 8.7. And yesterday, I mean, the 13th of Feb, when I had my latest blood work, A1C is 5.7, but fasting insulin is 5.5. And why it is 5.7? Yes, I had, 20 months now I am living on, I would say, a carnivore diet with around 50 grams of carbohydrate. And people would be surprised to know that for last 20 months, I'm eating the same meal day in and day out. There is no change. Morning, it is, to sum it up in brief, it is 8 eggs, two portions, two servings of protein shake, 400 to 500 grams of boneless meat. Day in, day out, 20 months. And the numbers have turned out very encouraging. So why only 100? I would say now go down to 50 if you have a history of 15 years. If you really want to, not be someone who is in for a quick buck, right? Otherwise, if I don't do fasting insulin, I'm happy with 5.6, 5.7. It's perfectly fine. I can put an excuse. Yes, I have lived for it 14 years, so maybe 5.7 is also okay. So you have to have that perfectionist attitude and you have to have an open mind. Instead of rolling a dice to come to a number, please apply the mind. Please have the reports in hand and then talk, discuss, or challenge. I can very well challenge anyone who's doing 150, 160 and calling it low carb. It is not.
Yeah, that brings us to my next question. I think it's very interesting. Anup, yours, you are a pill-free diabetic, so-called diabetic for the last 14 years. Now 15th is beginning. Is there anybody else? I mean, we would welcome and, appreciate if there is anybody else in India who has lived pill-free for 14 years being a diabetic. But what are your thoughts about this, Anup? I think the only person that we know as of now who has lived a pill-free life of 14 long years, not one or two, 14 years, almost a decade and a half. Being despite being a diabetic, zero pills and brilliant numbers. As I said, we would love to know if there's anybody else in India. So far, it's only you we know. So, what are your thoughts about this brilliant achievement?
Well, till somebody comes in with evidence, I would retain that, top spot on the pedestal, victory pedestal, right? So it's number one, me. And I don't think anybody would have lived so long without pills. Zero, not even one. And my blood sugars, I've been so confident of that 100 grams carbohydrate that for years I never tested it. After 2013, the last lab test, I did in 2020, numbers perfect. Then I did it in 2022, I think 2022 or 23, yeah, 23. Then 2 years no test and 2025, the numbers are perfect. Why should I, keep testing until or unless somebody sponsors me to, write a paper? Then I'll test it every 3 months just to plot a graph, beautiful graph, do regression analysis, come to conclusion and, quote then 100 references to get my case published in some journal. But that is not my intention, never was. Yes, I have
Yeah, as
around.
you talked about random community trial. So,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
People talk of RCT. See, it is my personal opinion, this RCT, this random clinical trial, quote unquote, which is primarily receptor response for drugs, basically. Now, you cannot extend that RCT to diet by any means. That is why I call it, yes, we are also doing RCT with a difference. It is random community trial. And that community, I think, must be around, if we talk of just our community, it's must be around close to 5,000 plus success stories. And every month, as we, the team of trained coaches going through the course, once they step into market, conservative figure will be 200, growing by 200 cases per month. And if by end of this year, there are 250 coaches, 500 per month. So that is the true RCT, random community trial.
Hmm. Huge team there. Now we are nearing 300 and 100 plus are already out in the market. The next batch will have more. So, Anup, your personal journey has been very, very inspiring, to people in the low carb space in India, especially to Indian vegetarians who had no clue about the low carb diet on a grain based, carbohydrate based heavy plate. And when you came around and gave this template of 100-gram carbs per day in 2012, after having done it already for 1 year, I think this signaled a change in the status quo of LCHF also, and the The separation of low carb, Indian low carb is not the Western keto, was very, very, I think that's a very pioneering idea that encouraged more people to try low carb, which they were already doing since 2011 with you on these UK based forums and international forums and all of that. But I think where you really cracked the thing was in 2012 and afterwards 2014 when you founded India's only low carb platform and now the single biggest low carb platform in the world with huge premium curated data to be able to visualize something as back as 2012 and then launching 20 in 2014, what now is a Herculean force to reckon with, not only in India, but as the global stalwarts talk about D Life and whether it's Dr. David Unwin or David Diamond or any of those. I mean, many congratulations for coming up with this. But what were the initial challenges that you faced with doctors? Because
Doctors,
this
yeah,
is something that you were
that's yeah.
challenging the status quo of the medical protocol, so to say, where you were not wanting to manage diabetes, but you wanting to change things about it. So talk about
That's an interesting question because early stages of success, I was very, very enthusiastic about talking to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who came across. Everyone. I would talk to my neighbor, I would talk to my friends, and obviously I had to talk to my doctor also. Now the response that I got was, down the line you will die of multiple organ failures because of high fat. And the problem is when I quoted to him the literature, he said, "Oh, हम लोग guideline follow करते हैं." So guideline essentially means a printed pamphlet with a flow chart that if a person walks in with these numbers, give him metformin, 2 years down the line, add some sulfonylurea drug, then add DPP4, then add SGLT2I, finally, of course, insulin shots. So yes, there was a lot of resistance. I mean, that doctor was a friend. Despite that, he discouraged me and warned me that I'll be dead with multiple organ failures. Fortunately enough, I'm still alive with excellent numbers, that can put to shame the best practitioner out there, best endo out there. If he can, just reproduce these results even with a case where a person is 3 years, into diabetes. They won't because they have not been trained to essentially look anything beyond what the Rockefeller gang has been taught to speak about. And that is essentially, chemicals pushed down your throat to manage or suppress, not even manage, to suppress symptoms. One symptom is suppressed, you come up with another. Like, for example, the latest in-trend drug, Ozempic or weight loss drug. People are losing eyesight. Now, for that eyesight, there'll be an opthal doing all those laser tricks on the eye to recover some part of it. It doesn't work. So essentially, even now, 15 years down the line, yes, as Shashi said, there are doctors who are understanding the importance, and there are doctors who are willing to change. But that number is very, very minute. In the course itself, we have 16% enrollees as doctors, and that number turns out to be 48. We are waiting to hit the 50th one to celebrate again as a small milestone achieved. And that's it. Nobody, I mean, if you talk of any doctors online, I've been having a tiff with
I think
so
I would
many.
just want to pitch in here recently. I mean, you are aware, but just for the viewers, I mean, I got contacted by a doctor from the UK and who said she had been referred to the D-Life course by Dr. David Unwin. And she'll likely join the course in some time. But that's the credibility, Anup, that you have created in the market, in the space of low carb, in the space of health and nutrition and reversing chronic diseases. That even doctors you are training, even doctors at D-Life 48 are currently with us. That's a huge number. And these are the doctors who have taken the lead in their practice already
Yes.
because they're applying low carb diet on their patients and seeing wonderful results. And we have mainstream doctors, we have doctors who are also from homeopathy stream, and so many others. So definitely you have challenged the status queue by not only refusing to not go on pills, but by launching D Life and then subsequently launching the course, which is now training doctors, which is being referred to by global doctors, which has been reviewed by global doctors. And that's a brilliant achievement, in all seriousness, Anup. Let's talk about the course itself. Congratulations to you and to all of us for being accrued the biggest 144 CPD credits by
Yes.
CPDSO UK. That's a huge achievement in this space because we are the biggest course in the world in this space, as accredited by the CPDSO UK, and in India we are the only course approved under the NSDC partner, Government of India. So speaks a lot about the course, about the credibility of the course being approved by the government itself, where no other course exists in this space. I mean, how did you conceive? You've always been a kind of thought leader. When nobody existed, you talked about 100-gram carbs per day. When no forum existed, you launched D-Live. When nothing existed in the in the course space, you launched a course which is now the biggest course in the world in this space, and in India too. So tell us about this whole journey. How did you start thinking about the course itself?
Let me start with Forum. 2014, I was basically solo, along with few other people. It needed courage, it needed conviction, and it needed cash because this was not a sponsored or taking donations and running a forum. 3.5 years for 10 hours a day minimum. We were doing what is, in vogue, ask me anything. Ask me anything on Twitter. No, it doesn't work. Ask me anything on forum. It works because the data is recorded for life, whatever the conversations are. Now, doing something which did not exist always excites me mentally. But then again, courage, conviction, and cash comes into play. And having been operational for 10 to 12 years, now it is almost, 10 plus years as an online operation, gave us the credibility and the clout. So, on these 5 points, the only thing missing was there was no course again in India specifically catering to this segment of population. So this is how it started in 2020. We were planning to launch the course and then COVID struck, but we did not give up. And today we are, 4 years down the line. Every 2 years we are updating the course, and 4 years down the line, as you said, we have become largest in terms of CPD SO creditors. And I don't think the way we have bundled the course that there can be any replication possible, given the fact that 10 years of curated data is offered free as part of the course when they enroll. And this is something which cannot be done in 1 year or 2 years because 10 years will take 10 years to achieve that quality of content because content is king finally. And yes, every 2 years we have updated the course. Enrollments are happening, and soon we'll be having 300th enrollment. Not a small figure when I look back 2014 where we started and where we are today and what we are planning in future.
Absolutely agree with you. The way the course has grown. I mean, when I joined, it was one of the best courses, and that's what I knew. But very soon I realized what I was getting here at D Life, I probably couldn't get anywhere else because wherever you go, you get pay the money, you get certified, and that's the end of the game. Nobody has you for life in the community, on the forum, giving you access to recipes. So what Anup has done for Tea Lime to grow thus far has been immense, and we are very, very grateful to what you have done, Anup. And therefore, good karma, as you said in the earlier session, comes back.
Yes.
Your coaches are growing, and they have shattered all boundaries of success that they are going out and achieving every day. I mean, success stories after success stories is making people uncomfortable, and good for us because we are out there to challenge the status quo, not to time pass. As you've always trained us to put our heads down and keep working. I think the entire team is following your the mantra that you've given us. And thank you so much for creating this forum. Thank you so much for creating the course, and thank you so much for creating the team that now we are heading in, in a very significant direction as we grow to 300 now. with 48 doctors. That's not a small number. 21 countries are enrolled with us. So imagine the trust people have from all over the world to enroll into the D-Life program diploma course, which is the biggest CPD accrued hours of 144 that nobody else in the world has. So big milestone, and many congratulations for recently getting accrued with 144 CPD hours.
Thank you.
Okay, next, let's talk about the collaborations, that I've been seeing and we have been a part of actually so far. And big brands have collaborated with D-Life, and many are in queue. We are in talks with a lot of other brands as well. One may come through very soon after the MHC. Anup, what is happening? Why are brands queuing up to collaborate with D-Life in this space?
Essentially, D-Life is not a person on Twitter anymore now, right? It's a brand, and brands always collaborate with brands. With individuals, they have some affiliate model. We are not affiliates. We have collaborated in such a way that we have got the best price for the last person in queue. We don't take anything. Coaches don't get anything. Every single penny benefit has been passed on to the mentees of all the mentors, whoever they prefer to pass it on to. And as I said, big brands will only collaborate with brands. They will never collaborate with the next person walking on the sidewalk, because they're immaterial to their business model. They're immaterial to their growth model. And as I said, clout. That is the underlying word. The clout is now making such collaborations possible, and many more will come. This is not the end of it, that Thyrocare and iThrive, the two big names that have collaborated, many will come. As we grow, don't be surprised if there's a big queue waiting outside your office to have an appointment and talk.
Yeah, I'm very glad for that actually, because 2025 began with a bang when we updated the course and we got the CPD accreditation, or the upgraded 144 hours. That came as a total happy moment and surprise, and all of that. Although we were expecting it to be that huge, but it has just matched the kind of the status that the government of India NSDC partner has given us also in India, which is I think you would talk about it more.
Yeah, I think the NSDC partner certification in detail would be discussed by in subsequent one session by the person, the man himself. But yes, in this segment, there is no other course which to have this approval, and especially getting the approval for when the word diploma is attached to it. It's not an easy process. If it is just a participation certificate, anybody can probably get it. But to get through a diploma approved as a course, it's not an easy job. And NSDC, for those who don't know, it comes under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which is again a ministry and not some NGO, type of an operation giving out some raddi, I would say, dressed as certificate.
Yeah,
So
yeah. And we will have Mr. Rizwan Khan, the man
yes,
who is heading all of this, in one of our sessions. And we kept this session to discuss about the course and its credibility in India, which was long due. Probably it was planned in the last MHC, but that couldn't happen. But I think it's the correct time to have Mr. Rizwan Khan in one of the sessions. I
yes.
think people who are enrolled into the course, the doctors also, and other people and people who are thinking of enrolling into the course, it doesn't get any bigger than this. You will hear this probably and more about the course from Mr. Rizwan Khan, who's scheduled for the third day. You can look in the scheduled PDF and know when his session is. So Anup, now coming to the most important question probably. Um, what next now after having created, first come up with the milestone of the path breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day, and living a pill free life for 14th year, now 15th is beginning, wonderful numbers on your blood work, creating the forum, and giving the access to all of this for free for all of our D-Life course enrollees, and then coming up with a course that is the only course approved under the government of India NSDC partner, then upping the CPD hours accrued to us by upgrading, massive upgradation of the course has happened, and you work tirelessly, sleepless nights, I would say, when you put this all together. Hats off to you for what you've created, Anup. It's going to kind of keep waking people up for a long, long time to come. So, talking about the next big dream that you have, uh, what are you going to do next? You are unstoppable in that sense. You've been going on and on since 2012. When you keep shattering the, myths and the glass ceiling and, bringing something new for people that has never been done before. So, what is your next plan?
Next plan, yes, again, as I said, something which is not doable for an ordinary person or in general, it excites me a lot. So D-Life now is no more I would say it's a journey which is endless, right? So every time we take a step forward, then think of the next step to take. So going ahead, the immediate plans are now to come up with a wellness retreat. And for that, I think we have been doing a lot of hard work since last. I mean, you were also involved there. We've been hunting for some location, a perfect one, and we had certain, benchmark said that it has to be within X kilometers of airport. So we have shortlisted land. Negotiations are on. Soon we may sign a agreement for land purchase. Then, of course, finally, just like D Life has become the benchmark, I would want to have a five-star rated wellness retreat where again people come and they are awestruck. They get the aha feeling when they walk into the premises. So that's the aim. The next
Yeah,
step and the
having the expertise in the pioneering work that you've done already in the low carb space, and having a retreat to that effect where people can have that luxurious five-star experience of that aha moment or that wow moment, along with learning low carb and applying the low carb dietary intervention on them and seeing their chronic diseases reverse. I mean, that's a great experience, and I think there's a huge market to that, and it has never been done before either in India and I think
yes, never.
in the global space as well, something to that tune. And for a person to singularly do this on his own is huge. Anup, I don't know how you're going to pull this through, but then every time you've done something like that, people have had their apprehensions of how you're going to pull this through, but you have done it, and I'm sure you're going to do it again and keep surprising the world and taking them um, giving something new to people. And as you said, it's going to be very difficult to emulate, even for the if we start from the forum days. I mean,
Yes.
imagine what the value and the experience that you gave to people on the forum, where they could post their blood work and get a guidance step by step on how to apply low carb. And as Anup said, he ran asked me anything, kind of coquettish things that are going on Twitter and all of that. Anup, Shashi, Arun, they've all done it for dinosaur number of years. So forum was run free, and they were doing AMA and all of that the entire day, with hundreds of people, and that's on record. These are the success stories that are on, the D-Life forum. So I'm sure you're going to, again, forum after the forum, the course again. Nobody can offer this kind of bundling, as I would say, as we keep saying. In other courses, you get in, you pay for the certificate. That's the end of the game. What do they do after that? So there is a free, I would want to highlight free and complimentary access to the WhatsApp community, to the forum, to the recipes, and everything that D-Life has built over 10 years. So you don't just get certified here, you are part of the community. Unless, there is some breaking of TOS, nobody has been removed and our old members existing. And, they all have access to what D-Life has built Anup has built with his sweat and blood. You have access to all of that. And that's a big gesture from your side, Anup. Anything else that you would want to say? I mean, I know that we are taking a giant step in a new, in a new space, and a team that delivers this has come together in terms of the core team that we will keep reviewing and adding and deleting people who bring something to the table. What are your thoughts about the way we are going right now? The private limited of D Life that has happened, D Life Healthcare Private Limited, and that's again a big step. And the core committee that has now come into place, depending on what they're contributing, bringing to the table, it'll always be shuffled. And down the line, when we come up with this project, and as we go ahead with this project, what are your, plans?
Looking at around 3 years of gestation period because project of this scale needs uh, time and a lot of big financing is involved. So 3 years I'm looking at gestation period. I'm not in a hurry to, have it started maybe next year and then make mistakes along the way. No. And the primary goal is why I'm taking 3 years is because even retreat part will have to be, I mean, the bundling has to be such that it would be a nightmare for any other competitor to even think about it. And
It
bundling
has
is
been
as
a
such,
nightmare already, Anup.
yeah,
Otherwise, this template would have been created long back. So people are trying to do some things or the other.
yeah,
I think DLife has been quite a big inspiration as far as the low carb itself movement, the low carb movement itself was kicked up by you. And since then, all of these names on Twitter are all DLife coaches. And I think it's high time people started asking about their certification because it's a very credible certification, and you would see more from Rizwan Khan, who is coming on one of our sessions. He's the guy with the who's the NSDC partner under the government of India. He's the face of the government of India body. So you will have more on the course, but I think it is already a nightmare because people do not have a forum, they do not have a community, they do not have 2,000 recipes, they do not have nearing 300 people. So whatever you do, kind of here and there, I think it's just attempting to be Anup Singh and D Life. And I think it's going to be not just nightmare. I think it's not possible for anybody to emulate this. Had it been possible, it would have been done long back. And now, when you're going ahead with the retreat, and again, you're bundling it with the course, with the forum, with the recipes, with the coaches, we will be taking into our retreat project on the panel. I think it's a huge, complex model that is not, the cup of tea of one person, as you said, a name on Twitter versus a brand. So yeah, so please carry on and conclude with this.
yeah. In just, if I state, I basically, it would not be, pay X thousand rupees per night, come for 7 days, enjoy and walk off. Bundling will be with the coaches. As long as you're within the retreat, you are taken care of physically. Then when you move out, depending on whatever, plan that you subscribe to, you'll be attached to a dedicated coach for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Once that expires, then you are on forum for another year. So good luck to anybody who wants to copy it. First, they have to create 10 years of community data, then have a team of 300 plus and growing coaches. Because down the line, 3 years, I'm presuming we'll have around 500 coaches, very well operational. And yes, the core team will always have the final say of what happens because now it is not a name on Twitter, it's a brand on Twitter.
Yeah, very well said. And I think with this, we come to the end of this session. Anup, you just tested 2 days back, and perfect numbers and beautiful numbers that you have again reproduced after being 14th year pill free diabetic, and you continue to be an inspiration for so many people. As of now in India, you may be a record holder being 14th year pill free diabetic, unless we see somebody else's evidence, which we are very open to, and we would appreciate anybody who has that evidence to come forth and participate in the celebration of being pill free. But till we have none, from anybody in India, I think you hold the record and you hold that zenith of being pill-free diabetic for 14th year, moving on to the 15th year now. Many congratulations from me, Shashi, Arun, everybody from Team D Live, from the core group, and from everybody, I think, on behalf of everybody in the low carb space in India and overseas as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think Mandar is also here. Mandar can join in a
Yeah.
conversation, and because we are having the next session, so Mandar, would you want to say anything to Anup's journey?
Yeah, it's been thrilling to watch all that he has been explaining. Of course, I've been with D-Life for now more than 2 years, and what an enriching experience. Not just learning, but also now helping other people. And now I do this full time, thanks to Anup and thanks to D-Life. And yeah, it's absolutely thrilling, and looking forward to what comes next.
Yeah, on screen, I can proudly say now you have two IITians. And I always brag about it. Me and Mandar.
You're the disruptors, and I love disruptors for the fact if they can create something like this, then disruptors are,
Mandar is special, because he has gone to US, completed his PhD, and nobody comes back from US, but he
yeah, and you
has.
did the same thing because you
Yeah.
could have been anywhere in the world, and
Yes.
but you chose to come to be in India and to do what you've done for India. I think it's a big the fact that we are all sitting here. The first step was taken by you, Anup. So thank you so much. With a lot of gratitude and humility, and thank you from all of us. Please take care, and you need all the care, love, and protection.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Hi, Mandar, and our next session is with Dr. Mandar Gadre, who has made Gadar on in the literary segment of India, and especially the Marathi reading diaspora, with his latest book Adunik Bhasmasur. So what is the book about? We are going to talk with Mandar in this session, and let's keep it in English and Hindi for more people to understand, because a lot of people will understand Hindi, and also people who speak Marathi, because we are talking about a Marathi book here. So we will try to keep it very relevant. तो मंदार बहुत स्वागत है आपका ये सेशन में, और मेटाबॉलिक हेल्थ कॉन्फ्रेंस का थर्ड सीजन है, और ये इतने सारे डॉक्टर्स, उसमें आप भी एक डॉक्टर हैं, और न सिर्फ आप एक आईआईटी फ्रॉम बॉम्बे हैं, बट आप यूएस में जाके वापस आ गए, एंड देन यू आर आल्सो अ प्रैक्टिसिंग मेटाबॉलिक हेल्थ कोच एंड वन ऑफ द टॉप नेम्स इन इंडिया who comes with a huge credibility. And you wrote this book, Mandar, Adhunik Bhasmasur in Marathi. Why did you write this book? I mean, you are not a doctor. I'm sure people would ask you that. But then what has a doctor got to do with nutrition? So please
Yes.
carry that thought forward.
Oh, definitely. Thanks, Ira, and excited to be here at MHC 3. So yeah, I get that question a lot. That hey, you're not a doctor. What business do you have writing a book on health, disease, and nutrition? So I think my thought process started several years back. I've been always curious about biology, but when I really found D-Life, I got the real formula of putting chronic diseases in reverse and in remission. And then what I realized was all the advice that we were bombarded with, right, was all given in terms of either anecdotes or just quoting some guidelines, or even fear. Thousands and millions of people are doing this, and why do you want to do the opposite, etc. Right now, as an engineer, as a scientist, uh, I don't quite understand this way of explaining, right? I mean, what I understand is first principle thinking, which means you start from the very foundations of that field and slowly put brick by brick all the conceptual framework. So I sort of wanted to put forth this thought and build it in a framework where we won't be using, either anecdotes or any new shining studies or guidelines, or even topics outside of health and disease and nutrition, right? So by using only first principles, how do you tackle this? How do you explain it to somebody? And when I sort of first tried it on a few people during several sessions, they sort of took to that. And then this idea was born that, hey, why not put this into a book? And that actually made me write this book. And I have one copy sitting here.
Yes, please hold it up. And I think, Mandar, you should hold it up. This book is available on Amazon as well. And below this session, if in the comment section, probably Mandar will go and put a link to the book, and from where they can buy once this session is uploaded on YouTube, on the D Life channel and Metabolic Health India channel. So once you write and ask for the link, Mandal will give you the link right under this video, so it's easier for you to buy. Yeah, please continue.
Definitely. So yeah, it's an attempt to create that sort of an understanding, and not just of nutrition, but in fact, first almost half of the book or more than that, we spend in understanding how evolution has shaped our body in a specific way. It has not evolved in some random set of conditions, right? It has specifically evolved to not just tolerate but survive and thrive in an environment of scarcity of nutrients. And then those defense mechanisms, they make our body work in a certain way, right? And then now we unfortunately live in a very different environment, which is an environment of abundance. So this problem of plenty, as we call it, has got us into this situation of chronic disease. So we in this book, I've tried to sort of help people understand this journey of human evolution, why our body does what it is doing, and what is the root cause of many of these diseases. And then finally, of course, how to use nutrition as one of the tools to, and one of the main tools to address these. So, but that was the motivation.
Yeah, Mandar, coming from your experience of even having doctors as your client, and coming from your experience of being a D-Life mentor that has 48 doctors, mainstream doctors, homeopathic doctors, and all enroll into the course, I think you quite justify writing this book because, of course, you are addressing the Marathi audience there, but you are an authority on nutrition and low carb nutrition in particular. So while you were writing this book, what was your goal while writing this book, and who is it addressed to? I mean, I know that it is in Marathi, but who all should be reading this book, and why should they buy this book at all?
Perfect. Yeah. Actually, I had all those people in almost every household in India who are suffering from any chronic disease, right? It could be type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, PCOD, fatty liver, heart disease, even Alzheimer's, even chronic kidney disease, and even long term obesity. Since I run a fitness studio in Pune along with my wife, so we get a lot of people who come to us to, drop some kilos, but then we help them understand the foundations of this, right? So actually, it's my desire to get this book also into English, and I'm going to work on that translation very soon. And I hope that it reaches many folks. Uh, any of them, either they want to prevent any of these chronic conditions or they want to put them into remission. So I'm hoping to help all of them. And of course, I must say this that I'm after all a messenger. I've learned a lot from Anu, from Ira, Shashi, all of you, and I've simply tried to sort of boil it down to some of the basics and getting it across to people. So when I sort of write this, I know that all the blessings and support and love and encouragement of all of Delay is standing right with me. So it's not. It may appear that my name is there as an author on the book, but actually, all of us are right there, and that's why I have very proudly mentioned about all three of you, and some very interesting punchlines by Anup, Shashi, and Ira. So it was fun writing that section as well.
Yeah, and such a huge gap existed in this Marathi segment as far as low carb, nutrition and reversing chronic diseases is concerned. That Mandar's book, as soon as it was released, I mean, it has already become a bestseller. Mandar, बताइए इसके बारे में लोगों को. It's not just any other book. If you just get hold of this, it is your mantra or your small guide to better health. So talk about this when you talk about who should be buying this book and why they should be buying it. What are they going to get in this book?
Perfect. So, so when we brought it out in the middle of December, I'm happy to say that in these 2 months, we have essentially sold out the first edition altogether. I just got intimation from our publisher that roughly just 40 or 50 copies are now left out of the 1,000 that we printed. So that's a huge response, and I'm quite thankful for that from all the readers. See, what is happening is that we are hearing all kinds of advice, but we don't quite know, and the general public doesn't quite know if it applies to them, if it will work for them, is it sustainable, is it even correct? Because there is all kinds of information available right now, which a lot of times it's contradictory, it's confusing, right? It's not told to us by explaining the foundational biology. It comes in terms of claims, right? So what I wanted to do was to get away from all of that, and just like in many other fields, when we establish the fundamentals first and then give the guidance, I wanted to sort of do that, without resorting to any of what is popularly accepted or showing sort of somebody's example or anecdotes, anything like that. So it's going to come out in English and then hopefully in other languages as well. So people will definitely benefit from it. And the gap that you speak of is exactly this, that we sort of have been given quick fixes or some popular titles or notions of how to address these diseases. But people have tried to optimize one thing and then gone and wrecked something else in their body, in their health. So how to look at all of this in totality is really the point. And when we look at them through the correct lens, which is the evolutionary biology of metabolic health, when we do that, I think a lot of concepts fall in place. So actually what I'm doing is I'm trying to share my joy of having learned this and trying to get it to anybody, any people from any profession or any age, any phase of their life. I think I wrote it as an interesting commentary and structure of understanding this biology of diseases.
Yeah, Mandar, the book holds a lot of credibility coming from you. You are an IITian yourself, and you've worked in the US, and very glorious kind of background that the book is coming from. So it has a lot of credibility. When is the English and Hindi version coming out? That is question number one. And first continue with this, and then probably I'll ask my next question.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it has to be this year because there is a lot of demand for English as well as Hindi version, and I think there are many folks who have expressed their desire to work with me on translations into other Indian languages as well, which I don't know. So I'll need a lot of help and support from all of us at D Life. Yes.
Yeah. So I think we can expect the book this year.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So people who want to buy the book, it's available on Amazon, and you can click the search for Adhunik Bhasmasur. When these videos are uploaded on the D Life channel and the Metabolic Health India channel, Mandar is going to leave a link of the book under the videos, so you can click and buy them directly from the publisher as well. Mandar, would you want to read an excerpt from the book itself that probably can uh, prompt people who are watching this to go and buy the book?
Right. So just a couple of things, and I'll sort of explain them in English for the ease of everybody listening. So one of the things that people sort of think is that, oh, they have gotten the advice, but they just don't follow. So a lot of times I do tell them that you will be amazed at how devoid of logic and foundational biology the mainstream advice has been. And I give them the analogy that you are great drivers, but the GPS in your car has been faulty. All I'm really trying to do is give you the right GPS. I have full confidence in your driving. That's not what is at fault. Because if 95% students in a class fail, then the blame lies with the teacher. So we have to understand that where these guidelines have gone, astray. And when we understand the biology, then that happens. And the second thing I will mention as one of the points which I've said here is that we have been told to track food or in terms of calories or portion control and have small 6 meals throughout the day, etc. See, our perspective of looking at the body itself is somewhere wrong. We are trying to look through a lens of deprivation and not nourishment. So when we actually learn to nourish the body, it has the wisdom to heal itself. It's not difficult in that sense if you know how to do it, or if you work with the right coach, which now D Life has blessed all of us with training so many excellent coaches, right? So if you know how to do that, your body has all the wisdom. So let us actually give that respect which is due to our bodies. Let us understand the biology. Let us understand how they work, and just help them heal, and they know how to do that on their own. If we just get out of their way, right? So that's my main message.
Brilliant book and brilliant summary, Mandar. And I know that people who have bought the book have given raving reviews about the book. So how was your experience? I mean, just to sum it up, we have 3 minutes left. And how was your experience as a first-time author? And then to have your book in the Pune book Mela, where people came to get your autograph. And how was that entire feeling?
Yeah, absolutely surreal. I think that's how I would describe it. I never imagined that as an engineer, an entrepreneur, I would write a book on health, and that would be my first book. Yeah, absolute, great response from the readers. A lot of people messaged me saying that once I started reading it, I essentially finished it in a day or two. There are people who read it because of health reasons. They called me to discuss more with me. Some of them started doing some changes in their lifestyle, in their nutrition, by adopting some of the tips given. And then some people who simply like to read, they even told me that it was a fantastic read. So yeah, absolutely overwhelming. I think I still don't really know how to feel about it, how to think about it. But yeah, I think the work is cut out next. We'll quickly work on some minor corrections for the second edition, as well as get it translated into English and Hindi. Definitely 2025, those two will see the light of the day.
Mandar, we are so proud of you. Everybody at D Live wishes you all the best. You're such a pride to, associate with, and the work that you're doing is commendable. It's wonderful. And now the book is out. Mandar also has been named as one of the, I think, in the top five influential, metabolic health coaches or health coaches in Pune. And he has a fitness studio. Mandar, would you want people to know your fitness studio so that they can get in touch with you?
Oh, sure. Yeah. For those of you who are in Pune, we run a fitness studio called as Fit Holic Personal Fitness Studio. It's in Kothurud. Yeah, just hit me up. I'll be happy to meet and talk to you more about that as well.
Yeah, so you have a fitness studio. Mandar is a certified DLF certified metabolic health practitioner. He also has a book. He's also on Twitter and approachable on all social media. And more, a very interesting fact about Mandar is his wife is a sleep specialist who's a mainstream doctor, Dr. Amrita Bedekar, and she's also featuring in this, Metabolic Health Conference 3. She has a session on sleep and food hosted by Sandesh Bhatt on day 3, 4:15 p.m. So please mark your calendars if you have kids, if you have babies around. And Mandar Gadre and Amrita Bedekar, Dr. Amrita Bedekar, are making a lot of change in the metabolic health space in India, in Pune particularly. So go, get in touch with them. Mandar, thank you so much for coming over and for speaking to us. All the best for your English and Hindi version of the book.
Thank you so much. What an honor for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to our next session with Shashi.
Welcome again, Bitin.
Thank you, Sashi.
So
I'm impressed with what you have done. I'm deeply impressed.
So thank you. And I think we are meeting after 2 years from the Nutrition Network Practice Certification, which we did. And it was an
Yes.
interaction. I could always remember the kind of knowledge you shared with us. And I thought that whenever we get an opportunity that we do something on the addiction, I'll call you immediately. And you are one of the initial names which came to my head and immediately brought you in.
Thank
So
you very much.
I'll
I must
start.
say to Mandar, I must tell him that I love to use his metaphor about the GPS in my coming book. So
Great,
I'll
thank
ask him about that with his name, of course.
I'll connect you to him. And so I'll just start with the introduction. I'm Shashi Shashikant Iyengar, a certified metabolic health coach from dlab.in, India's first and only award-winning platform. So founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who is from IIT Roorkee and a silver medalist and also Icons of India awardee. DLab pioneered the low carb movement in India. Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams carbs per day max protocol, which he developed in 2012, made LCHF and type 2 diabetes management possible in India, especially with the vegetarians. In 2020, he launched the DLife certification course, the only government of India approved program for the world's largest 144 CPD hours. So Anup Singh and I, needless to say, that we organized the India's historic Metabolic Health Conference, MHC 1 and 2, and now in this year, MHC 3. So I'm going to introduce Bitten in detail. So Bitten Johnson, a registered nurse since 1973, is an addiction specialist and sugar addict certified, is a forerunner in the field in Sweden, an international lecturer, and has been on TV and radio, given live lectures internationally, including UK, the US, and numerous times. Bitter is trained in the US and has developed a special treatment method involving integrated functional medicine and orthomolecular medicine together with American addiction specialist support group and developed traditional medicines. Bitten Johnson has written 3 books about sugar addictions. The Sugar Bomb in Your Brain, her first book, was published in 2004, revised in 2010 and 2016, and is currently being edited in English. The book has very well received and has been published in Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Germany. She has further developed Sugar. So when I say sugar, it is sugar with a registered trademark, Sugar R, a diagnostic instrument for sugar food addiction. Bitten Johnson was a member of NAATP, and also she was on the board of director of Food Addiction Institute 28 to 2022. She's also a support member of ASAM and Nutrition Network practitioner. Since 2012, she's training and certifying the next gen of sugar addiction specialist. Betten has trained more than 200 experts from US, Europe, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Brazil, and much more. She has treated more than 6,500 people since the start from 1992. She has had workshops and summits in the UK and US, among other places. She was one of the first or the very initial person globally who has recognized sugar addiction. So I think this is something which now we are talking, but she was a visionary who has recognized this addiction that time. So Bitten, again, I'm welcome you to this India's Metabolic Health.
Thank you. Wow, I'm very pleased, very honored.
So can you share your journey in addressing addiction, particularly food and sugar addiction?
Absolutely. I'm very prepared. Is it okay if I share some slides?
Please do. Please do.
Do I have
You have the sharing.
I do. Okay, I got it. There we go. And because they can be a background, when I talk. I based my answers on your questions, those are excellent. First of all, addiction to me, I'm not only working with sugar addiction, I'm trained in addiction as one illness, many outlets. So I work with alcoholics and pill addicts and drug addicts and, all kinds of addictions, process addictions, and so forth. So it's important to know. And I like to share this picture, which I teach my clients when I talk about my own history. When I was 4 or 5 years old, I loved sugar, not so much flour products like bread and flour is sugar molecules holding hands. I quote Dr. Unwin in UK. He has a lovely explanation on that. But I love chocolate and ice cream. But I didn't have any problems because I grew up in a family where my mom cooked food all the time, real food. So, but those times when I could get hold of some chocolate and ice cream, I didn't want to stop eating. In my teens, you know how teens are, we start comparing bodies, and most of us think that we're fat when we're not. It's like a obsession to talk diets and all that. And I think that is really causing, oops, I was too fast there. Sorry. That is starting to play havoc with the metabolic chain. But when at that time, nobody knew about that. Nobody talked about that. So we started dieting, we started through the week or eating only, 1 egg a day or something stupid or an apple or something. And many of us tried to really starve ourselves. And some people went into anorexia. I never did. I was a lousy anorectic. I could never, starve for a day even. And most people can't. Then when you starve, when your body finally gets food, you start binging. And you get terrified and think, now I'm going to, gain weight and I'm going to be even fat. I was never really fat at all, and I look at pictures and that was not the case. So when we binge, we start purging. And purging is not only vomiting. It's important to understand that. It can be heavy exercising, laxatives, all kinds of ways, fasting, another diet to try to get rid of the binging. But as you can understand, this plays a tremendous havoc with your body and the biochemistry and malnutrition in the brain and, increased insulin, volatile blood sugar. And I went through all that. But, at the same time, I came from a family where we ate the good food. So I didn't have too much consequences. During my teenage year, I could wake up in the mornings and feeling depressed or moody, or I didn't want to go to school. And I know today that was withdrawal. It was a hangover. It wasn't a depression at all, but at that time people thought, it was a teenage depression. Not at all. And I think many teenagers have that problem, that they eat junk food in the evening and in the morning they don't want to go up, get out of bed, they don't want to go to school and so forth. But this craziness keeps going. And the older you get, the less the body can handle trying to restrict. And you feel sicker than ever from the binges because they increase in size and frequency. and you start getting rid of it. So, this is a real vicious circle. And many end up being overeaters or volume addicts, as I call them, because now you have ruined, the body's hormonal system. And you also have depleted your body and stomach of oxytocin, which is a very important neurotransmitter when it comes to satiety and calmness. So I did pretty much all of this, not to a big extent, but I can recognize myself. And today's society, we have different names on these different stages, which is very sad because nobody dare look at the addiction that developed early underlying it all. So you have so many experts calling this so many names with so many crazy treatment methods that it's absolutely wild in my field. To me, this is sugar addiction. It's a psychoactive substance addiction. So I like to challenge you guys. I mean, we say food addiction. I'm not very fond of that word because I want to keep the word food for real food. So what is it we're addicted to? What it is sugar and carbs. It would be very stupid to call alcoholism a fluid addiction or a liquid addiction. Nobody would do that. Water is not addictive, but soda and alcohol is. So I think we have to go back to understanding what a psychoactive substance is, and we need to stick to that. That's what we're talking about, because that's what creates addiction and plays havoc in our brain. I'm sorry if I talk too much. You had questions for me.
I think, see, you can just go ahead and go ahead and relate your slides. That is all okay, no problem. So what I wanted to know was what really led you to identify this sugar addiction? I mean,
Well, when I was 19 years old in nursing school, I started drinking, and I loved drinking as much as chocolate. So I developed an alcohol addiction. And for many years, being a nurse, I tried to control it. You can never control an addiction. That's an illusion. So whenever I drank, I got negative consequences. And the thing was that the key thing with addiction is hiding, lying, sneaking, and loss of control. That's the key word to remember. If you don't want to do it or you try to control it and you can't, you drink more, eat more, take more pills, whatever you do, that you lose control when you get the substance in your brain, off you go. That's an addiction. And now today, I was fortunate getting my treatment in US, in California, in a top-notch treatment facility. And during my treatment, they sent me to University of Irvine, where the new researchers were doing research on the dopamine system. So I got all that biochemical explanation 1985 in my treatment. And I've been sober since due to the fact that I got that knowledge. So, to me, it wasn't the slightest strange to just transfer what I know about alcoholism and drugs into sugar. It's the same illness. There's one problem, and you ask a very good question in the papers I got from you. What is different between alcoholism and drug addiction? I tell you what, first of all, it's the early exposure. If you look at this picture, it shows that, a 5-year-old, oh, my mouse is too sensitive. A 5-year-old does not have the prefrontal cortex developed. We know that from science. Okay, what does the prefrontal cortex do? That's where your personality is, that logic thinking, self-discipline, strategic thinking. You have all those things that will mature. Teenagers aren't pretty much into those things. So that has to mature when you're a teenager. But if you stop that development, something very bad going to happen. This is a picture of your brain when you see the blue things is the prefrontal cortex starting to develop. And when I started my training many years ago, they said that prefrontal cortex is not developed until you're about 20. The strange thing, Shasi, is that some years later, they said it's probably not developed until you're 25. A couple of years ago, I saw a study from Oxford in UK. Now the researchers say it's probably not developed until you're 30. Well, you could wonder, has something stopped that development? I have my theory. I think it is, poor food, strange behavior that we treat as a behavior problem and we don't understand the biochemistry, and now screens. This will definitely put the energy in the brain, in the reptilian brain, which is only for survival, fight, flight, freeze, sex, food. So now we have an overactive reptilian brain, and the brain only has a certain amount of energy. So if the reptilian brain gobbles up everything, it's not enough to develop this part of the brain. So I think that is a very, very scary and dangerous view. So this also leads us to, some people would think, I'm not going to go into that now, but I think a lot about how do we prevent this from happening? So that's another thing that I think about a lot.
Yeah. So do you recommend that children should not have sugar or anything sweet till a
No,
certain age, like 2 or 5 or something?
I would say 5, 6 at least. And then, in restricted amounts. To flood a baby and toddler's brain with sugar and carbs is very, very dangerous. It hampers the development and it creates a havoc of symptoms, which we, in our society, with not enough knowledge and talk about this, make into diagnosis, which is very dangerous.
So does this addiction, do they have some some mental health implication? Like do they cause anxiety, depression?
That is one of the main keys, of course. If you look at this, these are diagnoses that clients came to me with and telling they have been to a psychologist, to a psychiatrist, to the healthcare. You see, it's both physical and psychological problems, mental health problems in this picture. It was an underlying addiction but the healthcare system, which they looked for help in, they had no idea what addiction was. They couldn't even spell the word addiction. So, of course, they put all these diagnoses on them with sometimes talk therapy, sometimes with medication, but nobody addressed the addiction. So this is a very scary scenario. I'm going to tell you one incident that happened to me many years ago. There was a psychiatrist here in the middle of Sweden, because what I've done in Sweden has been very controversial. I met a lot of resistance. And at one point, there was a journalist asking me, why do you keep working with this when you have so much resistance? And I said, because I'm right. Because I listened to those more than 6,000 clients telling me, help me, I can't stop eating, I'm killing myself. They were desperate and they had lousy meetings at the doctors and the medical system. So my dream was always to train, and I used to say, I take all the doctors and nurses to a deserted island, and I force them to learn this. I was joking with that. But anyway, this psychiatrist calls me one day, and he introduced himself, and he said, you and I have a client in common, and he mentioned a client, and I said, yeah, we do. And he said to me very sternly, what have you done to her? And I got scared. I thought, God, have I done it? But, I work with sobriety-based treatments. I thought, I can't have done something bad. And he said, she's gone to my place for many years, and I diagnosed her as a borderline. And as you know, it has the saying in that department that you can't treat or really help in borderline. And he said, she went to you for 4 years ago, and she's living your program now for 4 years. She came back to me for a follow-up visit. She doesn't have one symptom on borderline, so I'm very curious what you're doing. So I started telling him. But anyway, that was interesting. So the thing is that our brain is very, very sensitive for sugar, you know. So insulin resistance in the brain and malnutrition, and I like to add, that every neuron had a fatty acid profile. And if that is wrong, when I explain to people, the fatty acid is the packing in the cell, otherwise they would all fall together. And that's a keyhole. It's an important keyhole. The neurotransmitters, which we have about 70, it's not only about dopamine. People think it's only dopamine, but it's not. So anyway, they are the keys. So even if you have lots of keys, you have a broken keyhole, it's not going to happen things here. So you're going to get a very serious imbalance. And as I told you, the reptilian brain, which is the survival part, will hog all the nutritions. And what's going to happen is that your limbic system doesn't get enough, the emotion center, your prefrontal cortex doesn't get enough of good fats and neurotransmitters, and then the cortex, God, I lost the name, neocortex doesn't get enough. So you don't function properly. So you have a big faulty connection. It's actually hampered and disconnected. So you don't function properly. And we call that for short foggy brain. You get a foggy brain. But you see all these diagnoses. So the clients that have gone into treatment, I will point out, is take away every psychoactive substance. There is no other way around it. You have to go on a strict low-carb keto diet to heal. And it takes a long time to heal this faulty wired brain, to build up the nourishment. Then we have another problem, the microbiome. So, when you eat these foods, they play havoc with your intestinal flora. So the problem is that now your capacity to make neurotransmitters, which you do in your intestines, is hampered. So you release too much neurotransmitters with the drug, with all the sugars and flours, and then your body cannot keep up and do more. So when the balance starts tilting, you're going to get craving for other drugs. That's why we today work with addiction interaction disorder, one illness, many outlets. So many of my clients have several outlets. Most of them do. So what I advise the society and everyone interested in understanding these is to connect the dots between all the highly specialized disciplines. Sometimes I joke and say, that the kidney doctor doesn't know where the pancreas is and vice versa. That's a joke, but, so we have to, because addiction is a confusing and complex illness in the brain that causes physical, psychological, social, and spiritual consequences. You lose the meaning with life. So we have to start connecting all the dots and, really look at the metabolic health. It's extremely important to restore that. Otherwise, you don't restore the others. We have to educate. So Professor Tim Noakes, he really had taken this message to his heart because a lot of doctors are nervous about this. But he says that food addiction, or sugar addiction, I would say, is probably one of the most important but unrecognized condition that contribute to human ill health. That's a very sharp statement. We need to learn addiction, because if you have a client that has multiple consequences, diabetes, obesity, inflammation, if there is an underlying addiction, you can try to treat all these things as much as you want. It's not going to work because the client will keep relapsing, keep relaxing. And of course, that's when doctors say to me, I don't want to work with addicts. They don't do what I tell them. No, of course they don't, because you don't address the addiction. If you treat the addiction first, then they will understand and do what you tell them. Okay.
What are the changes you have seen?
Pardon me?
What are the changes have you seen once you wean them off from sugar and processed foods?
This part, the limbic system, the reptilian brain, which has taken over and become extremely overactive. So you could say, if you would make one little statement about what is addiction treatment, it is to calming this part down. Remember that the reptilian brain is only survival. It doesn't have a language. It doesn't learn from experiences. It's pure survival. And those systems in there, fight, flight, freeze, food, and sex, as you know, are instinct for us to survive. When they get overactive, you turn into any kind of addiction or behavior that will eventually kill you. And this brain is not smart. It may be street smart, but it isn't intelligent, as I say. So it's so far from the head, it doesn't even know there is a head. You see what I mean? It only wants you to survive. So we have to calm this down. And when we do that, I work with something called the biochemical repair. I start repairing the brain with food, number one. Take away the psychoactive substance, and then the correct food and sleep and breathing. Every addict overbreathes, and that causes another biochemical hazard in your body. And then we teach that, and we work on improving sleep, physical activity, and we use some supplements, like, supplements that can act as a crutch for all the neurotransmitter imbalance, like GABA, gamma aminobutyric acid, is an excellent one to start calming down, because that's what's going to give you the deep rest so that you start healing. And of course, we do a tremendous amount of behavioral changes. And I think that is the hard part. And, and I'm going to come to that. And then the biggest resistance we have in our society today is the shame, because clients think, what's wrong with me? How come she could do it and I couldn't, or he could do it and I can't? Why do I keep failing getting my illnesses in order? Because they will not share with their professionals how they relapse, how they start eating, how one bite can trigger 5 weeks of relapse when they get really sick, because they think it is willpower. It has nothing to do with willpower. So we have to teach them it's not your fault. It's a combination of a sensitive brain and a psychoactive substance. And then this happened. And then your brain is hijacked. And, you need help to get out of that, to calm everything down. And also, our society has a lot of stigma. A lot of this, too, is money, of course. Big companies that want you to go on diets, try strange diet pills, all that kind of thing is very dangerous in our society today. And then there is a third thing happening that is very important to understand, that these clients, they are victims of something called a biochemical denial, which is not the regular denial where you lie. I didn't eat ice cream. No way. And here, this denial is due to the hampered brain, as I told you. You're not fully connected. So you cannot see how behaviors and what you eat and what you do is actually keeping you in the sick loop. And you also have to remember that the mitochondria get very low. You don't have any mental horsepower anymore. So, when your doctor tells you, well, you need to start exercising, you need to eat this, you need to do this, they feel like you're telling them to step up Mount Everest, no oxygen, and a huge backpack. They don't have energy. So that is our biggest problem, and we need to understand that. Did you have a question or?
Yeah. So what I mean to ask is, that means you recommend going cold turkey. That means if someone is addicted to sugar, just get off rather than reduce. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I worked with addicts, alcoholics and all that. And of course, with those drugs, you have to do a detox schedule, and you might sometimes use subscription pills to counteract so you don't go into delirium or something. But that's not, you don't have to do that with this. But it can be very hard to go cold turkey. But I think it is worse to take it away slowly, because then every day you have to eat a little bit of the drug and a little bit of the drug. I wouldn't mind having that done if I had an in-house treatment where I could support them every day to slowly taper. But think about it, at home, you're a working mom, you have people in the workplace, you have people around you that keep eating. So if you're going to try to moderate, what's going to happen is that you keep relapsing and relapsing. It's going to take a long time to get that Band-Aid off. So that's why I've done my trainings, my 4-day trainings, when I detox cold turkey. So after 4 days, they are in a different place, then they can go home and keep going. So I like that.
So what benefits have you seen once you detox them away?
Well, first of all, they have withdrawal symptoms that I present with them. I give them a sheet to fill in so they understand this is withdrawal. I'm not going nuts or crazy. So this is the way it feels, and these crazy thoughts I have, and I have an impulse to eat or fight or shop or whatever, all kinds of things. But the important thing, which I really teach them, is because do you have a new self-help book? Do you have more studies? Is there a new pill? Is there a new method? They love to read about things like that, but they don't want to walk. So that's the whole society today. Something new, something new. But the thing that we have to do, which is the hardest part with these clients, they tell them we know enough. There is more than enough studies on sleep and physical activity and breathing and all that. We don't need so many more studies on that for you to start taking the first step, start walking. And the application of what we know to get clients to actually start. And there I lean back on the 12-step program, Alcoholics Anonymous, and those kind of programs that talk about baby steps, one day at a time. And I think many professionals can feel frustrated by that, but you have to do this whole biochemical repair, changing behavior, changing the thoughts, the feelings, the urges, the action in a very slow process. And it takes about at least almost up to 2 years to rewire and heal the brain and restore the energy. Because think about it, when you go into recovery here, we used to say, sure, it's easy. Everything you have to do is change everything. So it's not complex. I mean, it's not rocket science what you need to do, but it's not easy to keep doing this day after day. And that's why we work with first professional treatment where we teach them all this. And then on the side, they have support groups, and the support groups of like-minded, extremely important because you keep in touch with them every day about your progress on your little baby steps. I actually ate a good lunch today. I actually walked for 10 minutes today. I went to bed earlier. I did my breathing exercise for 5 minutes. We're talking baby steps. And also they cry and say, how am I going to do this the rest of my life? Well, nobody knows what the rest of the life is today. So we are very, very keen on, you have to think about it until tonight. So I used to ask them, do you think you could eat in this new way just until you go to bed tonight? And they all say, yeah, I can. Okay, do that. And, we don't worry about tomorrow. And the next day, we help them do another commitment. Can you do it for another 24 hours? And of course, in time, they will see the progress, the feelings. The foggy brain is starting to lift. The energy is coming back. They get mental horsepower. And then they see, oh, okay, I do it one more day, one more day. I still do it one more day, and I have almost 40 years recovery because I know that's the way to do it. So we dare to diagnose and we dare to do that. So on your question, how should we raise awareness? Well, one way I know is to do my training. I have a 1-year training for specialist, holistic medicine for addiction online, and I do certify in this diagnostic tool that I have developed in 2013 that gives the client the progression curve of the illness over their whole life and the weight curve and all the consequences. So from that, we do an individualized treatment plan. So anyone that listen now that might be interested to see what a powerful tool the sugar interview is, please email me and I give you a demo because it would take another 15, 20 minutes to do that, But I'm more than happy to show you because I say like Churchill, the further back you look, the further forward you can go. So most clients, when they get the results of that, start crying. But not because they're sad. They got the diagnosed addiction over relief. And they keep saying, I have felt that I'm an addict and behave like an addict, but nobody have believed me. People don't want to take me serious because everybody said, no, it's not that bad and so forth. But it is that bad. And another thing I'd like to introduce all of you to is the starfish thrower. I mean, if we look at, both you and I probably look at huge amount of science and numbers today, and we see how incredible, huge amount of people that are sick. I mean, somebody said that in US there is only about 7 to 8% of the population that have a healthy metabolic change. That is scary. In Sweden, obesity has doubled in a few years. Child obesity is prevalent. Teenagers are on antidepressants for symptoms that I'm sure is caused by malnutrition brain a lot, which is not going to work, of course, unless they change behavior. It is a tremendous amount of energy drinks sold in Sweden every day. We see a lot of violence. And, Professor Lustig mentioned a study where you could show that soda in young men caused aggressive behavior. And of course, we understand that when we understand the brain. So this story I learned very, very long time ago in my training. It's a little girl walking on the Pacific beach, and there's thousands of starfish blown up on the beach, and she's throwing them back in the ocean one by one to save them. And then an older disillusioned man comes by and said, you can't save all these. So it's not going to make a difference. She picks up another one, throws it back and say, it's going to make a difference for this one. So, I encourage all of you to be a starfish thrower. Reach out your hand where you can, educate, teach people about this. It is worth a tremendous amount. And also,
Yeah.
we're almost
Yeah.
done, right?
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. So Mitten, so we have around, we have around 10 minutes before Ivar comes in. So what I wanted to ask is, first of all, what you recommend is cold turkey. And another is throw challenges, so that, give them 1 week, give them 1 month, 1 week, one more days, so that they overcome addiction. How, how would you respond to India's dietary pattern, which is high carb, very low protein, and also sugar based? Many of the festival events are all celebrated with sugar in various form, either direct sugar or the crude sugar, which you call as good or jaggery, or maybe coconut sugar or any other form of sugar. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, everybody has to learn that there are people that are normal users. They don't have the sensitivity in the brain to develop an addiction. And they usually eat very little of these things. They don't get craving when they eat. They could have a piece of chocolate, some ice cream, even a drink, and then they are satisfied. They have no urge because their biochemistry is like a flat line. They're normal. Those exist, I tell you what. You might not think so, but yeah, they do. And then you have a big group called harmful users. They are the emotional eaters, the stress eaters, the cultural eaters, the party eaters, not having any knowledge eaters. They don't know actually. And they do develop, they can have diabetes, they can have obesity, inflammation, they can have a lot of consequences from not really knowing. Those people, we have to ask them, why do you eat like that? And then they eat in moderation. We could improve their nourishment intake, their lifestyle, coping strategies, anti-stress, work with thoughts and feelings. I mean, there are many things we could do where they could go down to a moderation eating and eat good food in between. And then we have the addicts. So as a practitioner, you have to understand those three levels. So when you change a country, you can't, the whole country can't go keto. We know that, you and I. Sometimes we wish, but so my thing first is to help people understand those through levels. And then, but if there is an addict, and also to prevent addiction, think about it. It's a genetic predisposition that makes you react to a psychoactive substance. What do we do? Well, we have to teach people, and we have to also, primary prevention is to see that we prevent a problem from ever happening. So anyone that have these problems and the consequences, we have to teach their families. And I think that we have to, every government should absolutely not be in the knee of the food industry. They should start developing healthy practices that improves the health of everybody, because that's going to improve the energy, that's going to improve everything in the country if you feed our beautiful body the right nourishment. But it's a huge task, a huge task. But I think schools could be educated, and any place, workplace. And also I think that people should be encouraged to be role models and help developing better habits, and also stand for that in front of others, no matter how much pressure they put on them. Because still people can ask me, I mean, I've done this with alcohol for 40 years and sugar and flour for 32 years, and still some people that haven't, that not the people, my family or people that know me, they can ask me, when are you going to start eating normal? And I said, what's normal? I'm eating normal. You're not. That's my standard answer. So that, and the challenge will be, and that's what I developed the program for. If you are, let's say most clients that come to me are women. Their hobbies are sick. I promise you, it's a very, very equal illness. But men have a harder time admitting that they have lost control over cookies and ice cream. But the women also stands for the cooking in the family. So we have special groups where we support them to stick to their regime, no matter what, the family says. Because in the beginning, the family, the teenage kids, maybe other kids, are terrified. Do you mean I have to eat like you? This boring food plan? And then we have to support them to stick to their food plan. Otherwise, they're going to eat themselves to death. So we train them to ask the family, I don't demand that you change your eating, but I want you to support and respect me doing this for my health. And then, of course, you share this in the support group, and you get ideas and tips from what other people that have done this before you will tell you how to stick to it. And that's why we do this 1-day commitment in the morning. No matter what happens today, I'm going to stick to my food plan. No matter what happens today, I'm going to stick to it. We also have to be aware that this takes time. It takes a long time, to go into recovery, as we call it. It takes years. And it has to be a professional, tailored, plan how to help people with this parallel. So I really advise you to understand that. But, this is my favorite picture. It's in Philadelphia. To me, I got this from my mentor many, many years ago. This is an addict, because the drug is deciding who you are and what you do and how you feel. You are absolutely locked in. An addiction comes from Latin's enslaved. And the treatment that we work on, the holistic treatment, helps this person. We don't fix them. We give them the tools to heal. So this is what they start doing, breaking loose until you're free. I just love this picture. I think it says it all.
Thank you. Very, very nice picture and photograph. And I recall seeing all these in Nutrition Network during your training, which you used to give. So do you think low carbohydrate and ketogenic diet would be an effective way to
I know it is. I know it is. And also I know that in the low carb, which I started using 2005, there is a lot of dairy products, and I exclude butter and ghee. But we know today that casein and whey in milk products like whipped cream and yogurt and all that will actually trigger many of these clients to increase insulin and cause cravings, which is a big painful thing that we help them deal with, craving management. So we exclude that. And then you're down to keto, and animal protein, good fats like coconut oil or olive oil, butter, ghee, MCT oil. Those are the things that we use, the only fats we use. And then, of course, some veggies grown above ground, but we also consider oxalates for some clients that we think, could have that problem, and the anti-nutrients. So, of course, it is like a plain food plan, but we have to help each client to find their own fuel mix between the protein, the fat, and the veggies. And some people go on carnivore when they need to lower the craving, and it works beautiful to just, cut all the carbs out and reset their body on a carnivore diet.
So I think, getting off dairy, I had put this question to you also earlier. In India, it is very difficult because primarily we are all dairy vegetarians. It would be a little tricky for us because we need to source protein. And if people are vegetarian, then dairy is the source. Probably something like paneer or cheese or yogurt and butter ghee, of course, we do use. So
it's the same over in Sweden with the dairy products. But I'm very, very upfront with my clients. So if I see that they can't handle those dairy products because weight stall, continuous inflammation, severe cravings, relapses, I tell them, I have to be honest with you. I would do you a disservice otherwise. And also, I compare it with peanut allergy. If you have a peanut allergy, we have to take it away no matter what.
And thank you. Thank you, Bitten. And thank you very much for enlightening session. I know this is a very complex and interesting topic, and we can talk about this for 8 hours because it is such a vast topic. But however, the session comes to end since Ivor is here. So once again, on behalf of Metabolic Health Conference and on behalf of D-Life, on behalf of me and Anup, I thank you very much for coming in this session and sharing your knowledge. Anup, can you get Anup in just for Anup, so that you can thank Bitten. Bitten, you can stop sharing this so we can see Anup.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
Anup,
thank you.
get
Thank you
Anup
very
in.
much. Thank you very much, Bitten. It was an enlightening session. Before we just wind off, just a quick question. Are fruits addictive?
Fruits, no, not fruits, but the sugar in fruits.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what
Yeah.
I wanted
So,
to hear.
yeah. So most of my clients, in order to curb their sugar craving for cookies and cakes and all kinds of junk they've been eating, they think fruit is healthy. So they eat a tremendous amount of fruit, and they get a candida in the intestine, and the candida causes havoc in the intestine. And that's a long lecture. But, that causes more cravings. And so, and also we have them try, glucose meters and take an apple as a snack and look at the blood sugar. And most people get shocked when they see what's going to happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some people can eat berries, but not fruit. I take away fruit. Yeah.
Thank you. Please get in Ivor Cummins and Mandar. Thank you very much again, Bitten. I'll see you again. Bitten is my guru. Thank you. I'll see you again.
Thank you. Mandar, is it okay for me to use that saying about the GPS?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I quote you. I want to quote you in my book.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. My honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Oh, Ivor Cummins, one of my heroes. Are you rocking around there? Yeah. How are you?
Hi there,
good.
Great to see you.
Good to see you. Okay, thank you all and enjoy your incredible conference. I log out now. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. Hey, hi everyone. Hey, thanks, Ivor, for joining. I'm just going to give a quick introduction and then we'll get rolling. Hi, I'm Mandar. I'm a member and a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, which is India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. D-Life was founded by Anup Singh in 2014. Anup is a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and the recipient of the Icons of India Award. And he's also the pioneer of the low carb movement in India with his path breaking protocol of 100-gram carbohydrates per day max given by him in 2012, which made not only LCHF but even type 2 diabetes reversal possible for Indian vegetarians. And in 2020, D-Life launched the diploma course, which is the only course approved under NSDC partner, the Government of India in this segment, and the only course with the global biggest 144 hours CPD credit. Anup, along with Shashi, they are the co-organizers of this Metabolic Health Conference, and I'm so thrilled to welcome Ivor Cummins. Ivor, I've been a big fan of you for a long time, and so many of us at D-Life. And I would love to introduce you a little bit for those of you who don't know, though that is getting difficult. So Ivor is a biochemical engineer with 30 plus years of experience in corporate technical leadership. He specializes in complex problem solving, and you can see it in his very critical thinking. He has led large global teams in addressing quite intricate technical challenges. Since about 12, 13 years, he has been focused on researching root causes of modern chronic diseases, particularly CVD, cardiovascular issues, diabetes, obesity. He's also the co-author of Eat Rich, Live Long. And he has some very interesting takes to share. And I'm thrilled to get into the conversation with Ivor. So Anup and I will be your host today, Ivor. Glad to have you
Welcome.
here.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Great to see you guys. Anoop as well. Goes back a ways.
Yeah, great. So let me kick it off with the first question, which naturally arose. So, what was sort of your red pill moment? Was there a sort of single event which shattered your trust in the mainstream advice, especially around health?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was back in 2012. And put briefly, so I got some routine blood tests, and it's important to note they were routine. They were not special related to any particular problem. So they were blood tests that the doctors, the experts, you would expect would know inside out. At least that's what I would expect as a master technologist in my field. So I got these results. Three of them were really high, serum ferritin, and the cholesterol was quite high, and also GGT, gamma glutamyl transferase, the liver enzyme. And I noted the doctor seemed to be not too bothered and started talking about eating more healthy foods like whole grains and maybe being careful on fat for the cholesterol. And for the other ones, I could see that the expert, the doctor, wasn't really that knowledgeable on them. And I was surprised. So I looked at the numbers and they were way up in the normal distribution, like way outside. So I knew they were meaningful. So I quizzed the doctor on the two key questions you ask when you're brought in to lead a technical team. And you ask, what are the implications of these numbers? And what are the likely root causes that are driving them to be high? And the answers to two questions was so weak, I was kind of surprised. And I went to another more senior doctor and then a professor of medicine in the family and got a similar result. I mean, they gave some leads with the high ferritin. I could have hemochromatosis, which is more common in Irish genetic backgrounds. But I got a test for that and it was negative. So I just realized, hold on a minute, I better look up what these things mean if the doctors are not really sure on the risk. And I got a shock for ferritin and for GGT particularly. Cholesterol was really muddy. It was harder to see what the risk was. But I went anyway and I said, okay, I'll have to go to ResearchGate and PubMed because I have corporate logons. And I'm going to have to research these metrics, the last 100 years of studies on them, and find out what's going on. So I did that. Within a day or two, I had all the risks, and I could see that cholesterol was ambiguous, so I wasn't worried about that one. But the other two were very kind of portentous or worrying. And then I spent the next couple of weeks at nights and weekends obsessively researching all the metabolic pathways relating to these blood measures. And within a couple of weeks, I realized a few things which did shock me. Talk about red pill. I realized that cholesterol was largely nonsense. And I had found papers that showed clearly cholesterol was a super weak risk factor and very ambiguous. The other two, I found out and discovered a thing called metabolic syndrome, which I'd never heard of, and insulin resistance and hyperinsulinemia. And it was just like going down the rabbit hole saying, oh my God, how come the doctor doesn't know about this? So, long story short, basically, within a few weeks, I just switched totally to meat, fish, and eggs, and maybe some low starch vegetables because I knew to a certainty that that was the path forward. And within 9 weeks, my bloods were absolutely perfect. I had lost around, I think it was around, God, it's a long time ago. But yeah, I lost nearly 15 kilograms or 35 pounds in 9 weeks, which is a lot because I'd also discovered that eating real food gives you appetite control, which I hadn't had since my 20s. And I began to skip meals for fun. So it was a really life-changing experience. And I went on then to focus on this area of technology, of course.
Oh, quite a quite a ride there. And I think you have been on a very interesting path after that. So yeah, let me take the
Yeah.
next question as well. So you briefly showed how your background in biochemical engineering also sort of helps you think through some of this. So I'm going to combine two questions, right? So one is, are there some interesting mental frameworks that you use to break down these some of these topics, as well as when you are spotting some of the misinformation? Are there some tells that you are using, which sort of give you a clue that hey, something is off in the reasoning?
Yeah, well, actually, no, that's okay. Two questions. So the methods really are the methods of complex problem solving, which are the same as for critical thinking. So critical thinking and complex problem solving are essentially the same thing, largely same tools. And I giving workshops at the moment on critical thinking, so it's fresh in my mind. So the primary tools I would use are is, not, or some people call it Kepner-Trago, and it's comparative analysis. So you look at a problem and you make a very clear definition. So the problem definition is crucial, and many people don't properly define the problem. And then they end up in total confusion, especially when you're dealing with other people and the problem is not clearly defined. But once you have the problem definition, an is not table is a simple kind of tool that I teach now. And you just put what the problem is and what it might be, but surprisingly is not. And you put that down under what, where, when, and extent, and who. So they're just guidelines to make sure you get all the is and is nots. And you look at the contradictions and the comparison between what the problem is and what it might be, but is not. And that gives a lot of good tips on what might be going on. So it's a really powerful tool. So I'll give an example just completely made up. The coast is eroding. So to get greater clarity, you want to define it better on what it is and is not. So it is the south coast, but is not the east, west, or north coast. Okay. And in extent or timing, it is accelerating since mid 2021 and is not accelerating or is stable before that. So these things can get pretty big, but it's to break down the problem. And if you think about it, when we talk to other people and debate things, it gets very confusing. Okay. It's very hard to keep a lot of facts and comparative analyses in our mind. So the message I have is you must write it down if it's anything other than a trivial problem. But I'll move on quickly. That's the is not. And in the workshop, I did an example of catastrophic climate change. And we worked through with the group. And even the is not tool, it become very clear that this was not what people perceive it as. Another key tool is hypothesis for against table, which I developed mainly around 20 years ago. And you put down your hypothesis clearly, and then you gather the evidence for and against the specific hypothesis. And you draw inferences from the evidence for and against in two columns. And that can be very powerful. And an enhancement is you put in black text evidence that's accepted. You put in blue text any evidence for or against that's not entirely proven out or needs more work. And you put in red the evidence that is particularly powerful, okay, or salient. And these tables can get very big with a complicated problem. But imagine trying to work through it without writing it down. That's what I always tell people. So there are two key tools. In terms of spotting stuff, I have some examples. I don't know if we're going to share slides here, but I have a good example of how you spot these things. But one thing is, if you see an associational study that is epidemiological, and you see the words may, could, or might, right? If you see that, you know it's probably junk science, unfortunately, because this is associational studies. They're full of confounding, which you can never correct for. And at the end of the day, unless there's a odds ratio or a risk ratio of 2 or more, i.e., you're double as likely to have heart disease by eating cranberries or whatever, they're essentially worthless. And I have examples I was going to show, but like a perfect example is the WHO anti-meat program that they ran around 10 years ago. And they came out and declared meat a likely carcinogen and processed meat as a grade 1 carcinogen. I think red meat was grade 2, which is clearly absurd because we evolved on meat, okay? But their ratio, risk ratio in their study was 1.17. And for processed meat, it was 1.18, which are the same. But they declared processed meat a grade 1. Clearly, politically, the decisions were made. 1.17 by Bradford Hill criteria, right, for evidence and proof is absurd. It's a joke. It's almost like it was a comedy, but it was a huge team, thousands of papers analyzed, almost all associational epidemiological claptrap. They cherry picked, and the best they could get was 1.17. So the whole thing should have been thrown in the bin. But it became a massive worldwide media rollout. Right? So that's an example. But I don't want to go on. I'll stop for a moment.
Yeah, so sorry for the glitch. And for those who don't know, our association is Diver Coming goes back to, I think, 4 years. First time when you spoke to Indian audience on our channel, right? And so the next question is, I know you're an expert on this, and I've read many of your, studies long back where you had dissected cholesterol, statin, heart attack, right? And you had, in one of the studies, you had said that statins do not prevent a repeat event, not at all. So now, coming back to the question, the mainstream is still demonizing cholesterol for heart attack, which is the biggest, killer around the world. So is this some agenda, or I would say, corruption or something else?
Well, yeah, absolutely, Mander. So it's so self-evident now that the whole thing is kind of essentially corrupted that it's kind of amusing in a way. But I do understand that lay people, they have an onslaught of propaganda from the mass media and from the science, which convinces them that it's kind of real. So I often with statins just give one fact that helps people. So, in the British Medical Journal in 2016, for the first time ever, I think, they did a study looking at the pharmaceutical trials for statins and the pharmaceutical data. So, they used their data, you could say the bad guys, pharmaceutical. And they went through all the trials and they wanted to see, well, over around 5 years of taking these statins, which we know have very substantial side effects, often life limiting. Uh, we want to know what's the life extension you can expect, because the perception in the industry is, or when a doctor gives a bag of statins, he or she, the doctor, genuinely believes that they're going to extend life. That's the idea of medication. But the team found actually that the life extension over several years of taking statins daily was 3.2 days to 4.3 days. So 3 or 4 days in pharmaceutical companies' own data of extra life over several years is absurd. It's absurd. I mean, no one would take a drug with side effects for many years to supposedly get a 3 day extension in their life, because 3 days is zero because it's so small, it's just noise. So I think that's the best thing to keep in mind. And the industry went crazy naturally and they wanted it retracted, but it is unretracted to this day because it's true. That answers the question. And you could argue that statins, they have evidence to show a reduction in events or heart events, like heart attacks or revascularizations where you get a stent. The problem is that's soft data because it's subjective. So there's a lot of question marks around the trials as to whether the people who were on the drug were treated differently and followed a different diagnostic path because they were on the drug, because everyone knows it's unblinded. Because every doctor and person in the trial who should not know who's on the drug versus placebo, they just look at their cholesterol results and they can tell who's on the drug. And then they can psychologically do different treatment or put them into the cath lab or not. So there's huge problems. But you could argue that there's some reduction in events. But the fact that they don't extend life worth a damn, I mean, that should help most people make a decision.
Interesting. Yeah, these low-fat dietary guidelines, they seem sketchy, and but I would love your quick commentary on a bit of history as to how they came in into place altogether. Because as you know, in science, we want to deal with the null hypothesis and having enough evidence to then reject it. So if something is already on shaky ground, we shouldn't be accepting it blindly. So maybe your quick commentary on that.
Yeah, the low fat thing. Well, I suppose Ansel Keys was the primary villain in that pantomime because it is theatre. At this stage, the evidence, even originally when they did it, and since then, over a half century, there is no evidence worthy of the name supporting the low fat concept or hypothesis. So Keys basically did a 6 countries study. He then did a 7 countries study. He associated saturated fat with more heart events, but he picked 7 countries that he knew would give the right correlation. And there were 22 countries he had data for. And if you looked at all 22 countries for saturated fat versus heart disease events, it was just a shotgun plot. There was no correlation. And we know Zoe Harcombe a few years ago showed all the European data gathered over many years. And actually, there's a slightly negative correlation, i.e., higher saturated fat countries, all European data, more saturated fat percentage in the diet, lower heart disease for men and women in huge data sets. So we know it was nonsense. But Keyes, he twisted the rules, he put his thumb on the scale, and he twisted the data to match his belief system at the time. And because he was highly political and extremely aggressive and very cunning, he got himself into the Heart Association. He became a big guru and expert. And anyone else like Professor John Yudkin, who pointed out the obvious, that this was kind of nonsense, and that insulin and sugar and glucose were the problem, clearly. He had them destroyed. So he basically used his might of political power from the US to even destroy professors in the United Kingdom. And this is all fully documented. Yudkin ended up in a corner office with cobwebs because that's the way the bad guys do it. So that's kind of the history. So the history is not just in junk science and bad data and manipulation, but it's also an interesting history of using propaganda and psychology and simplistic but untrue ideas to fool people into supporting you. So there's a lot of psychology in there as well, bad psychology.
Yeah, taking that question forward, that second part to that question would be, despite the, evidence of almost an epidemic level of metabolic syndrome issues creeping up from 2020, why isn't any mainstream media, I mean, talking about low carb, high fat diet?
Well, there's a long history there, and I'd highly recommend people to look up Dr. Jay Wortman and the phrase undoing Atkins. And you should get on YouTube his fantastic lecture in Vail, Colorado. We were up in the ski slopes, and he gave a talk that I always share with people. It's stunning. And he tells the full story of the corruption and industry kind of use of propaganda to destroy the original low carb diets. So the drinking man's diet was one of the first. And yes, the guy said, have a drink or two, which are meals, but it essentially was a low carb diet through and through. In fact, I believe Jay's lecture was so amazing. So maybe you can share the link with everyone after. But I bought an original copy of the book because I wanted to have it. Uh, That man who made that diet, it was so successful because it was low carb and people were losing so much weight and looking great that he made a lot of money and fame very quickly. And then the industry and academia came out and basically said he was murdering people. And it went all over the American media that this would kill people. It was mass murder. So think of the psychology and propaganda, mass murder. And his mother rang him and told him about it. She was crying, and his whole thing collapsed overnight. So that was one of the first examples. Industry has all the money and power and access to the media and advertising. So if industry doesn't like a diet because it goes against their interests, or even if academia sees a diet that goes against their advice, they get together and they coalesce and they put together a program. And it's happened again and again and again. And that's essentially it. And it's never stopped. So I have a picture in one of my slides here, and it shows keto crotch. And it was a great example in 2019. All across the media, all across the world, like stunning, a story came out with no basis about women and odors and that keto might cause odors. Complete made up nonsense, right? Went across all the media within a day or two across the whole world. That's power. So we have millions of examples of that. Programs are put in place against diets or practices that go against food industry profits or pharma industry profits. And the problem here is not only do we have big food, most powerful lobbyist almost in the world, whose interests are being damaged by low carb, obviously, and eating real food. It's a big problem for them. We have big pharma who know damn well at the top that the bad food is causing all the chronic diseases. That is their whole revenue model, like antihypertensives, statins. So now we got the two biggest industries almost in the world, but we've also got academia. And because academia has been wrong for 50 years, they will guard their correctness with their lives. That's the way academics are. They will hold on to a false hypothesis for dear life because they never want to allow that they were wrong for decades. So now we've got these three amazing forces joined together, two mega industries and pretty much the whole of nutritional science, most of it, all joined together in unison behind a goal to maintain the status quo. That's why it's so hard to counter. You're up against the big boys.
Yes.
True, true. So you talked about the very, very inner benefit, quote unquote, bit of 3, 4 days from lowering the cholesterol. Could you also a little bit talk on the side effects? And then, despite these side effects, the harms, it seems to be growing. It's becoming a, whatever, billion-dollar industry, right? So who is really benefiting? I know you have sort of half answered that already, but maybe a little more on the what the side effects are, as well as blaming this fat, blaming this meat. How do you tie this together?
Well, yeah. So tying things together, usually these things, call them conspiracies because they are. Conspiracy just comes from the words conspire, which means to breathe together. So conspiracy is just when powerful people quietly and not very much in the public eye get together in their own interests and roll out strategies. So most of the conspiracy theories we hear about, they're actually just conspiracies, obviously. But there's usually a two-hander. So you have to push your propaganda for your product or what you do want. And you also, very importantly, have to spend energy and effort on fighting against the competing notion. So the food industry pushes its junk, and pharma does, and they also invest in key opinion leaders and academics to attack the competition. And the competition in our world is a low carb, real foods, healthy diet that gives no money to pharma or food. So it's a two-hander. But your question, I'll just check again. Oh, the statin side effects. So statin side effects are suppressed incredibly, and Dr. Asim Malhotra has done a lot of great work on this. The bottom line is probably, it's hard to say because of the falsification in the data, probably 20+% of people have some degree of side effect, and probably 1 or 2% have severe side effects like muscle pain. I I personally know, just in my personal network, not my online or worldwide network, just my personal friends and relations, have 2 or 3 stories of catastrophic statin side effects to the point when they gave them up, the quote was they got their life back. I mean, over a period of weeks and months, going from healthy, fit, and walking to literally having pains all over the muscles. So the statins shut off the mevalonate pathway, a particular branch, and that branch makes geraniol, which makes a lot of the hormones and things that are crucial for muscle health. So it's unsurprising that statins cause a problem. It cuts off the cholesterol, which is crucial for life and neurologically. So we know all the mechanisms, and there are published papers listing all of the mechanisms of statin side effects and what they will cause. Okay. And we know from real life experience and data that the side effects are manifest. I spoke in November at the Keto Brain Health Conference in Manchester, and my topic was statin side effects. That's what they asked me to cover. So I covered multiple published papers. One good one looked at older people in nursing homes, and they basically did a great experiment. They had their cognitive scores, and then they took them all off the statin just for a few weeks or a month, and they saw a great improvement in cognitive score. And then they did the magical engineering thing that they should do. They put them back on the statin, and they saw the cognitive score come back down again. So it was a perfect demonstration that these are a problem neurologically, and the only problem is we haven't done the work to quantify it properly. But industry will never allow that work. And in fact, one last point, that study specifically said they had huge difficulty in running the study because they could not find doctors or academics who would partake in the study if it involved taking people off their statin. So this is the problem. If you create a big enough falsehood and you maintain it for long enough, it becomes dogma. And then it's very hard to get funding or support to challenge a dogma because everyone's interests, right, in the mass majority involved in this thing, their interests are in not having it challenged. So it's tough. It's tough.
Anup, you're on mute, Anup.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
One interesting question, where we need your expertise, expert opinion on this recent fad of plant-based diet. That is one part of the question. And the next part is who is benefiting from this ultra-processed plant-based diet?
Yeah, the plant-based thing is kind of crazy. Um, so I can't recall now who it was. Belinda Fetka, Gary Fetka's wife. I
Yes.
interviewed in Mallorca back in 16. And that's another one worth looking up. Belinda Fetka, Ivor, whatever, you'll find it, meat. And she gave a fascinating history that she researched. And there's a huge religious ideological problem going back to the early 1900s and Harvey Kellogg and the Adventist Church. And I hadn't realized the Adventist Church has become enormous and they're tax free, even though they run food production companies because they're a religion. So they have delivered an incredible amount of propaganda ideologically over the last century. So that's one thing. But also another thing is that the plant-based people are driven ideologically, like the church, and they make sure, generally, compared to a normal person, that they get into places of influence because they believe religiously about the plant-based or the anti-meat diet. So we find that our academia and our standard setting and food standards kind of businesses and governmental bodies end up kind of stuffed with pro-plant people because they're motivated and they find places where they can influence the conversation, whereas ordinary people just go ahead with their lives. So there's been this build-up of plant-positive people in all of our institutions over many decades. That's another problem. Another problem is the food industry loves plant-based, the processed food industry, because ultra-processed food suits plant-based type diets, because the cheapest materials are seed oils and refined grains, and they give shelf life and they give international high-volume ultra-processed muck food. So they love plant-based message because it supports their business. So the whole processed food industry likes the message, okay? And then there's a more sinister one, unfortunately. And we've seen Billy Gates, and most people should know by now how bad that person is. But he's pushing fake meat and he's pushing ultra
Yes.
processed fake breast milk. And he's pushing all of these things. But the World Economic Forum are also pushing all of these things. And the Rockefeller Brothers Fund since the 50s has been pushing all these things. And the UN and the EU and WHO are pushing all this plant-based thing. And unfortunately, that whole nexus is around power and control. It sounds like conspiracy theory, but in reality, it's self-evident. All of these big players push plant-based and they use climate as another excuse. But I think that's around getting people fatter and more stupid and more dependent on corporate supply of ultra-processed food and pharmaceuticals. I think that's a broad strategy to get the ants in the ant farm even more dumbed down and take away the meat that's high nutrient density and makes for strong, you know, critical thinking people, and just get them more and more dumbed down so they're easier to manage in a kind of a world government structure. Sounds kind of funny, but you got to remember the smartest guys at the top of the heap, they think a little differently than the average person, and they've got their ideology and religious zeal for control and domination. And unfortunately, we've seen since 2020 in a massive way how bad that can get.
Yeah. I'm actually going to throw it sort of to both of you because I know, in fact, all three of us are engineers on this call. Is methane from the cows warming the planet? Are we going to be in trouble if we eat too much meat? And why are even people telling us these things? Yeah,
Yeah,
one by
that's a
one.
tricky that's a tricky one because I mean, it's funny, the low carb community have been aware that we were conned on cholesterol and fat for half a century, and yet still many of them believe other things that are similar in nature. So the meat, the US, if you go to sacredcow.info, I think that's the website, they've got a load of infographics on this topic, and they're very useful. But you can see clearly that if you got rid of all meat, red meat or meat in the US, you drop your greenhouse gas emissions by a couple of percent. So engineers know that's meaningless, right? And even the IPCC, the climate change panel of the UN, which is Rockefeller basically, the big oil guys created all that stuff. But anyway, even they'd acknowledge that. But it's being used, the climate is being used in the anti-meat agenda that I described in the last answer. It's the perfect thing because most people still believe the climate catastrophe stuff. So you can use it as a propaganda tool to go after the meat. And that's essentially what's happening. So a couple of percent of emissions, and if you got rid of all the meat, you'd have to do a load more agriculture, creating plant-based junk food, which would probably just add the greenhouse gases back in. So the whole thing is self-evidently farcical. Um, but what can I say? I mean, in the critical thinking class, we went through climate change and we did a hypothesis for against and an is not analysis, Kepner-Trago. And it was funny because we had everyone who was in the group that came to the workshop, they contributed. And I wrote it all on the board on a big touch screen that I have behind me. And it's so clear when you do a hypothesis for or against, and you look at the evidence, the only solid evidence for a catastrophic problem driven by man-made CO2 is modeling. But we know since Neil Ferguson at March 2020 that how good the modeling is, right? It's junk. And the models, and Professor Coonan, is it Steve Coonan? Professor Coonan has spoken on this at length. He was the science advisor to Obama. He's like a fellow at MIT or Caltech. This is the top of the top. And he said this again and again. He wrote a book on mathematical modeling. And he said again and again, the models are all way more different in their outcome than even the temperature we're talking about. He tries to put it nicely, but he said the models essentially are useless. But remember what I said, the only solid evidence, if you could call it that, for a catastrophic climate change based on man-made CO2 is the modeling. That's all they've got. Everything else as we went through it is circumstantial or quite honestly fraudulent. So this is the problem we have. But again, World Economic Forum said the green industry is going to be a 30 or 40 trillion dollar industry. So remember that the people up the top, all they smell is money from the climate thing and control, sadly, and control.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I'm going to take this chance to throw it to Anup as well. Yeah, because let me just quickly say, Anup is a carnivore. He's an engineer. He's a disruptor. So I'm going to sort of flip the role and ask the same question to Anup. That what
yeah.
about the meat and plant?
Before I answer, I would like to add to what Mandar said. All three of us are engineers, and within engineering also, you are metallurgical engineer, I am metallurgical engineer, Ivor is a biochemical engineer, right? All three of us understand chemical kinetics, chemical thermodynamics much better than all these, calorie in, calorie out pushers, dressed as experts. Now, as far as, as Ivor said, it's all about modeling. Now, if you remember, when COVID struck in India 2020, there was some expert, modeling expert who came in and he predicted few million deaths by August of 2020. Now, when the real data came in, after the, everything, the dust settled down, that expert is nowhere to be found. That's point number one. And point number two is even rice cultivation, generates methane. What do? We stop that? No. So in short, this is the whole thing. As Ivor said, it's all about control. And I would take that a step further. I would say, I call them, popularly the Rockefeller gangsters, combined with all others working around them, so-called deep state, including Bill Gates, Rockefeller gangsters and everyone. They're out for control where humans are just object.
That's it. And it's hard for an average person. I mean, an interesting thing that, Anup, just on the climate thing. So all of my top corporate buddies, I left 6 years ago, but I'm still in contact with many of the top guys, the guys I really respected. I'm talking about the rarefied top in technical and management ability, the best of the best. I'm still networked with them. I also have a new network, Maverick organization, which is worldwide and mainly hedge fund managers and kind of financial people, a lot of wealthy people. Makes me feel small, but anyway, super smart people. And I give talks for them. And I've got the best of the best in the low carb massive network, like Dr. Mike Eads or like Jason Fung. Luckily, I'm blessed to have been close to the real top technical guys. And I know it because of my 30-year history. What's the point I'm getting to? All of the top strata of the best technical people that I've come across over the last decades, and they are a rarefied top of the top. Universally, we all agree on what COVID was about, and we all agree on the true nature of climate crisis. And we, of course, agree on cholesterol fat. So I don't appeal to authority, But I'm not appealing here to a bunch of professors I know, because a lot of them are wrong about a lot of stuff. It's just interesting that it's not just me when I show confidence in claiming these things that I talk about. I have the benefit, I'm blessed by the benefit of having access to the very top of the top best critical thinkers almost in the world. So I just like people to realize that it's not just me or an up. I know what I just said, and it gives you great hope for the future knowing that.
Right.
So
And a lot of times we see that. Yeah, go ahead, Gordon.
yeah. Next question was, big food, big pharma. You already talked about ganging up together.
Yeah.
So now, do you think this climate change is the new kid on the block, trying to, push entire world to be essentially a slave? I would not call it, when you take away freedom of diet, and then there's nothing left essentially. So what's your
Yeah,
opinion on this?
it's a tricky one that now I won't get into it, but central bank digital currency they're pushing for CBDC, that is really scary because if they get that, they can enforce all the other nonsense like climate or COVID. If they get a central bank digital currency, we're truly enslaved. They're pushing hard, but there's a lot of pushback and awareness. On the climate thing, it's a really big play. And I mean, it was funny. A couple of years ago, COVID suddenly dropped off the map and it was all about Ukraine. It was like out with this, in with this. Terrible conflict, but it was funny to watch it happen. Drop COVID, Ukraine. And then someone did an interview with a CNN with a hidden camera, and I think the guy was fired, but he was a senior guy in I think CNN. Uh, it was Veritas organization got a hidden interview back around 2 years ago, and the person asked the guy in a bar, "Hey, this COVID thing's kind of blown over, and Ukraine will probably blow over. What are you guys focusing on next?" And the guy said on hidden camera, he says, "Oh, it's going to be climate change." He says, "Yeah, it's going to be all climate change." And he said the great thing about climate change is, COVID had an end date at some point, but climate change, we're going to keep going. And that was the word from the top. They got their orders, right? Because the media are all connected into World Economic Forum. They all go to Davos in Switzerland once a year, and they all get what's required for global government. And they go back to CEOs and they make sure the message goes out through all the media. That's the way it works. So climate was flagged, and boy, did we see climate going off the radar back around 2 or 3 years ago. So it's a big one. I don't think it'll really succeed, especially with the changes in America now. You can argue all you want about Trump or Elon, but clearly climate is getting pushed back, and I do see awareness now growing that there's something really stinking about the climate disaster narrative, bit like COVID, bit like the other things. So I do have a hope that enough people will feel that they can discuss it because usually it's censored. You're not allowed to question climate change or you're called a conspiracy theorist. That shut people up for a long time. But I think that's changing. And I think it's getting more acceptable to debate climate. And as you guys well know, if the bad guys have to allow debate, the thing falls apart. So all narratives and propaganda, all of the stuff we touched on in this discussion, it's all nonsense. It just is. So you cannot let people discuss it, or people are not stupid. It'll begin to become apparent that it's nonsense. So they have to censor. And they're trying to get internet censorship now, but that's on the back foot as well. So the attempts to censor the internet, Musk and all, has caused big problems with that strategy. So I just feel it's all to play for, and humanity is going to have to step up to the plate and start speaking our mind. Speak truth to power, speak your mind, you know. Be proud of your critical thinking. If you have a question about what everyone thinks and you have a question on it, say it. Let's all speak up.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Yaver. Now we are coming end of the session, and I would request Shashi to come in.
Ah,
I
Shashi,
was,
you're
Yeah,
thank
there.
you. I think you have been one of the long-term supporter of D-Life for quite a long time, and thank you for accepting this invitation and sharing your knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I hope we meet again in longer sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Delighted to be here. Privilege. And now it's Valentine's Day, so I got to go and look after that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Please get Dr. Paul Mason and Ira inside. Dr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Paul Mason. This is Ira Sahai here. I'm going to be your host for today's session. So let me begin by introducing myself, D-Life, and Dr. Paul Mason. I'm Ira Sahai, the Chief Operating Officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, and the lead host of the third Global Metabolic Health Conference, organized from India by Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh. D-Life is India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform founded by Anup Singh in 2014. He's a silver medalist from India's very prestigious IIT Roorkee and is the recipient of Icons of India Award by the Outlook Group in 2022. Anup pioneered the low-carb movement in India back in 2012 with his path-breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day max, given by him in 2012 that made not only LCHF but also type 2 diabetes possible for even Indian vegetarians who have a very complex grain-based vegetarian plate. What we are doing today started with this one man's first step, dlife.in. I welcome my very esteemed guest today, Dr. Paul Mason, in this session. A lot of you, most people know Dr. Paul Mason already, but a brief introduction of him. And I'm a personal, very big fan of Dr. Paul Mason. I think I watched all your videos, Dr. Paul. And, very, very good to be interviewing you today. And this is Dr. Paul Mason's intro. He's an Australian sports and exercise medicine physician specializing in low-carb, ketogenic, and carnivore diets for metabolic health. He has extensive expertise in treating obesity, insulin resistance, autoimmune conditions, and chronic inflammation. Known for debunking nutrition myths, he emphasizes the role of diet in optimizing health and performance. His work combines scientific research with clinical practice, making him a leading advocate for low-carb and anti-inflammatory dietary approaches. Welcome to today's session, Paul, and what a pleasure and honor to have you in the third Metabolic Health Conference being organized from India.
Well, that's incredibly kind words. I'm delighted to be here.
Same. So let's begin with the first question. And being a mainstream doctor yourself, what led you to focus on low carb and ketogenic diets as a primary approach to improving metabolic health? Because I will come to the last question, which is very interesting. And I think all of us at D-Life have been wanting to ask you about idiopathic conditions that you've talked about, in your podcast with Dr. Anthony Chaffee, the doctors keep quoting idiopathic. So first of all, how did you come into this? And then probably you can define idiopathic again, the way you've defined it earlier.
Well, I mean, my journey was quite interesting. So I think it was back in about 2010 or 11. There was two doctors who published an article in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. That was Professor Peter Bruckner and Professor Timothy Noakes. And their article was contradicting medical dogma, basically saying that we can treat type 2 diabetes by reducing carbohydrates in the diet. Now, at the time, I was a junior practicing doctor, so I knew better. You see, I'd recently finished medical school, not that long prior. I was full of this knowledge, and I knew that fat was bad and that carbohydrates were perfectly fine. It just so happened, though, that Professor Timothy Noakes was one of the world's top-rated scientists. He had an A1 rating. Professor Peter Bruckner was actually one of the co-authors of the world's leading sports medicine textbook, which is widely regarded, the world's best-selling sports medicine textbook. And they both had places that I held them in very, very high esteem. And the truth is, if I didn't know the authors and respect them so much of that article, I would have thrown it out. But as it was, I said, well, that's crazy, but let's see what they got to say. And I of course, didn't believe a word of it. So then when I finished the article, I said, well, let's have a look at these references. Clearly, the references aren't going to show what it shows. And it just so happened that the references did support what they said, which was quite astounding. So you can imagine the degree of cognitive dissonance. My head was about to explode. What I thought was a solid ground truth was in actual fact complete and utter nonsense. And it's going to be a theme today, but this is in far more than just one aspect of nutrition. That there's a lot of ground truths out there that in actual fact are complete nonsense. So I sort of started exploring the low carb journey, and over the years too, I myself was always looked fit. I would do a bit of exercise, but I would actually technically meet the diagnostic criteria for having metabolic syndrome. That's a condition when you don't have, great levels of triglycerides and HDL. Your blood pressure might be a bit high. There's 5 criteria. You need 3 of those criteria to be technically considered to have metabolic syndrome, and I would have met those 3 criteria, 3 of the 5. So, here I am in my 30s and having metabolic syndrome, and that's not so good. And I can happily say that through personal experience and adopting a lower carbohydrate diet, I was able to reverse all symptoms of that. And that was near 15 years ago. So it's actually been quite a good win in terms of how that's all gone. So that was how I came across it. Now, in terms of idiopathic, this is almost a bit of a childish in translation of what it means, but essentially doctors will often use the term idiopathic when we do not know the cause of something. In the same way that if you ever hear anything described in medicine as a syndrome, it means your doctors don't have a clue. Anything described as a syndrome is basically a pattern recognition of a number of symptoms. All we do is recognize that symptoms X, Y, and Z occur, they cluster together, and then we give it a name of the syndrome. What it completely and utterly belies is any understanding of the root cause, what we call the pathoetiology of that condition. And idiopathic basically means that. It means we don't understand. Now, some bright spark has commented that perhaps could mean that the doctor's an idiot, and potentially pathetic as well. So idiopathic sort of just being a reflection on the doctor's complete and utter incapacity to understand root cause medicine, which, the previous presenter, Ivor Cummings, who's a friend of mine, he only knows too well the importance of understanding root cause medicine. So whenever you hear the term idiopathic, it just means doctors really don't know what causes it. So how on God's green earth are they going to treat it?
Yeah, and inevitably ends with spontaneous remission also when you don't understand what caused it. How do you know, that it has completely gone into remission?
Well, let's
and
talk
what can
about
put it into remission?
One of the most common conditions that we see is hypertension. And in medical school, as you know, we call it essential hypertension. And, for you and I, we know in what vein the word essential is being used, and it's not used in the way that you would think it would be. As you know, essential hypertension just means that it must come on with age. It's almost preordained that most of the population will develop high blood pressure. And that is complete and utter nonsense. We actually have very, very good evidence and molecular underpinnings, we understand it, that a condition called insulin resistance actually underlies the development of high blood pressure in most cases. Now, there are other cases that we can rule out, but for most people, if we rule out major hormonal problems like Cushing's disease or so on and so forth, at the end of the day, they're probably going to have a degree of insulin resistance that's contributing to that. And what happens is you end up with high levels of insulin, and the insulin tells the kidney to hold on to more sodium, more salt. And what happens when you're holding on to more salt? Well, that attracts fluid, that attracts water. So the salt attracts the water, you increase the volume of water, but the blood vessels haven't really increased their capacity. Bang, the pressure's higher.
Yeah. So coming back to the questions, I will try to pack in as many questions for the benefit of our viewers. But let's begin with this. Again, come back to this rather. How would you explain, Paul, why saturated fats have been demonized historically, and what does current evidence say, in your opinion, about their role in human health?
Well, first of all, saturated fats are are very important for human health. They're basically essential for good health. And they certainly don't cause all the bad things that we say they do. Now, it depends how far we want to go back into the story. We can go all the way back to Nikolai Anikov, the Russian scientist who he had a seed oil emulsion with some cholesterol in it that he basically fed to rabbits. And then the rabbits developed what we call atherosclerosis or atheromatous plaques, basically fatty blood vessels. And he said, oh, that's absolute proof that the cholesterol that was contained in the seed oil causes heart disease. Well, number one, rabbits are herbivores. They have a very different digestive anatomy to humans, so we probably shouldn't, correlate the two. Number two, is it possible that there might be something in the seed oils that causes the heart disease and wasn't actually the cholesterol? And in actual fact, in humans, there's a condition called cytosterolemia, which means you have an elevated level of chemicals that are found in seed oils. They're basically a fake form of plant cholesterol. And that's associated with severe and premature heart disease. In actual fact, there's been a case of a 5-year-old basically being diagnosed with heart disease, having this condition, cytosterolemia. It just means very high levels of plant sterols in your blood. So this whole notion that, Nikolai Anikov then said, oh, cholesterol causes atherosclerosis is a bit of a nonsense. But then to understand how it was able to, put its claws in and get traction, it probably comes back to the pharmaceutical industry actually having an interest in selling lipid-lowering, cholesterol-lowering medications. So we know that we used to call statin medications billion-dollar drugs. The reality is the worldwide sales have now exceeded $1 trillion. So we can probably put them in the trillion-dollar drug category, which is really quite astounding when you think about it. So there's a lot of money to be made. And these drugs are sold to us on the premise that they lower the levels of cholesterol and that the level of cholesterol is actually what causes heart disease. It also then follows that we've also been told that saturated fat increases the level of our cholesterol. Therefore, if statins are good, which we're being told, cholesterol-lowering drugs, if they're good, then things that we're told raise cholesterol must ergo be bad. So I think the whole story, the vilification, demonization of saturated fat has basically come about because there's this vested fiscal interest that pharmaceutical companies have in continuing to promote these medications. In actual fact, and I know with this, so I apologize with these long-winded replies because you're probably not going to get through all the questions, but hopefully we can make it still engaging and get some more information. In actual fact, there's not a single study that has demonstrated effectively that saturated fat can even increase cholesterol levels. They did a randomized controlled study. It was published in the British Medical Journal a few years ago where they supplemented people with different forms of fat. And it was very interesting when they were supplemented with coconut oil, medium chain triglycerides that contained approximately, I think it was from 92 or 94% saturated fat. Their cholesterol levels, well, and I use the term loosely, it's actually lipoprotein levels, actually went down. Now, if saturated fat was actually increasing cholesterol levels, then it should have gone up. It's over 90%. And the reason is, as a plant-derived oil, that contains these fake plant cholesterols. And the role of the fake plant cholesterols actually have a role in pushing our natural mammalian cholesterol down. So, and interestingly, they supplemented these same folks with an animal-derived fat. It was butter, and I think that was 66% saturated fat. And that actually didn't have the same decline. So it shows that it doesn't matter how much saturated fat was there, but if it had plant sterols, that drove the cholesterol down. Now, this is something which I've never actually talked about. I haven't actually lectured on this, but it's probably a good time to do this, is that we're starting to gain more of an understanding of what factors actually do increase cholesterol. So I want to make very clear. So while we see that cholesterol can sometimes go up on a low carb or a ketogenic or a carnivore diet, there does reach a point where it is counterproductive. You can have too much of a good thing. And we base this purely on population data of mortality curves. We know that when your cholesterol is too low, your risk of death is greater. But we also know that when it's too high, your risk also increases. Now, the gradient, the magnitude of the increase in risk is actually more accelerated when it's going to lower cholesterol than it is when you're going higher. But it is absolutely true that when you have a higher cholesterol, it is associated with an increase in all-cause mortality. And that's not because there's something inherently problematic about the cholesterol. In actual fact, when we have a look at the ratios of different parameters in the blood, what we call the triglyceride to HDL ratio, that will predict whether we're going to have heart attack outcomes, what we call atherogenic dyslipidemia. A lot of people who are having these higher cholesterols actually have very good, excellent triglyceride to HDL ratios. So then the question becomes, well, what could possibly be causing an increase in cholesterol? And because if we can figure it out, and this comes back to not accepting idiopathic as a diagnosis, if we can understand the root cause for why something is being elevated, then it means that we can potentially address it. And as it turns out, there's something called methylation. So we're going to go into the weeds a little bit here, but we're probably all familiar with the fact that we've got something called DNA in our cells. And this is referred to as the blueprint. It tells our body what proteins to make and so on and so forth. But DNA doesn't work in isolation. It needs to be translated. It needs to have a conductor that tells it what to emphasize, what to focus on. And the conductor is a little moiety called a methyl group. And we can attach methyl groups to DNA, and that will tell it to produce more of this particular protein or less of this protein, or what to focus on, and so on and so forth. Now, the term for this you may have heard is called epigenetics, and it's basically the phenomenon that the actual plan still needs to be translated, and this methylation process is very important. And what we do know is that when we have problems with methylation, the genes that regulate cholesterol synthesis actually get upregulated. Now, there's 4 key nutrients in the human body that are known as what we call methyl donors that can be involved in this methylation, this epigenetic process as it relates to cholesterol synthesis. So the first one that is most well known is B12. And it's absolutely well known that B12 deficiency can lead to an increase in cholesterol synthesis. If you're low in B12, your cholesterol will be high. So when we see that increase in all-cause mortality, it's probably just reflecting its association with a B12 deficient state, which we know is not healthy. And they've even done research down to the molecular level. They've actually figured out exactly the molecular mechanisms, the underpinnings by which the cholesterol synthesis is produced. And it comes back to methylation. So when I went looking for other nutrients that were involved in methylation, there's 4 of them in total. Another one is folate. Folate deficiency causes elevated cholesterol level. There's 2 more that are lesser well known. One's called betaine and one's called choline. And both those 2 are also associated with, when they're in a deficient state, with elevated levels of cholesterol. So this is, I'm starting to feel now that I'm after all these years, that I'm getting a better understanding of cholesterol, what causes it to be high. And hopefully once we can hopefully promote this and get this information out there and communicate it effectively, we'll be able to stop people holding on to this nonsense that saturated fat is causes high cholesterol and so on and so forth. And that is just so far from the truth. It's not funny. Now, there is one other little glitch in there that people sometimes grab onto when they're talking about why saturated fat is so bad. So one of the most common saturated fats we have is called palmitic acid. And we know that when people have high levels of palmitic acid in their bloodstream, in their circulation, that's a sign of metabolic disease, of ill health. So it would only therefore seem logical that if we were eating palmitic acid, that too would be a bad thing. Except the palmitic acid you consume doesn't really turn up in the bloodstream. The sugar and the carbohydrates you have, though, that actually can be turned into fat. There's a process called de novo lipogenesis when you have too much glucose, or basically when you have any amount of fructose, the body will convert that sugar into fat. And palmitic acid is one of the dominant fats that it will produce. So this whole notion where we say, oh, high levels of saturated fat, the palmitic acid in the blood are bad, therefore dietary saturated fat is bad, it doesn't compute. It's not a one-for-one relationship. They're basically disconnected.
Thank you. Thank you for that beautiful insight, Dr. Mason. And next question is obviously, a lot to learn and know from you, but a very critical one. What does a low carb ketogenic and especially a carnivore diet, what role does it play on conditions like autoimmune diseases and general inflammation also? Does this work for everyone across the board?
So we have to be very careful that we realize that low carb diet, ketogenic diet, carnivore diet, Paleolithic diet, they are all very, very different beasts. And they don't work the same. And they'll often have different effects on different aspects of health. So the way that I like to think, I'm a simple guy. We've got two aspects of health. We've got metabolic health, and then we've got autoimmune health. And most people are very well versed in metabolic health. You're overweight, you've got high blood sugar levels, what's going on with your cholesterol, these kind of things. So we've got a lot of visibility about metabolic health. And we know that if you've got high blood sugar levels, if you reduce the amount of sugar coming in, your blood sugars will get better, your metabolic health will improve. And that's true of all the diets that you've just listed. If we anything that lowers the carbohydrates will improve metabolic health. But then we have autoimmune health, and that's a little bit trickier. So if we understand your immune system, the job of your immune system is to protect you from the outside world, from parasites, from infection, viri, bacteria, fungi, what have you. And the way it does that, it has to be able to distinguish between you and the foreign pathogen. And it has to be able to see the foreign pathogen and attack that foreign pathogen and leave you alone. The problem is, on occasion, your immune system can go rogue. There can be a case of mistaken identity. Medically, we call it molecular mimicry, but basically your immune system can start attacking yourself by mistake. And there's about 400 identified autoimmune diseases. And they're increasing most exponentially. So things like inflammatory bowel disease, type 1 diabetes, multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus. There's a list as long as your arms. As I said, there's hundreds of them. So the problem is that some of the foods we eat on a low carbohydrate diet for some individuals appear to exacerbate autoimmune issues. I'll give you an example. So dairy consumption, high in protein, high in fat, generally, depending on the source of dairy, low in carbohydrates, sounds like an absolute dream for metabolic health. And if you're only concerned about your glucose levels, absolutely fine. And yet we know that some people will have their immune conditions exacerbated by it. There are a lot of bioactive compounds in dairy that we're only just beginning to understand now. And I spent last weekend reading about them actually, and it's really goes down into the weeds. But we're having enough experience now and enough evidence coming out into the literature that there are certain foods that could fit into the low carb category. But they might, if somebody's got an inflammatory bowel disease or a rheumatoid arthritis or something like that, they could potentially be provocative. So it's not a one-size-fits-all diet, and it is sort of horses for courses. And to a degree, which diets I recommend for a particular patient will absolutely depend on their particular issues.
But does everybody benefit from a carnivore diet as far as autoimmune conditions are concerned?
Nobody does poorly, in my experience. So, but not everybody necessarily needs to do it. So when we say, does everybody benefit? Well, if somebody's perfectly fine on a mixed paleo diet or a ketogenic diet, there may be no reason for them to actually adopt a carnivore diet. But obviously, for most of my patients, people are seeing me because they have illness. So it's much more likely that my patients would actually benefit from a stricter elimination diet. I will say that, apart from the social limitations are the biggest thing. We have to understand we don't live in a bubble. We're not robots. We need to take into account the wider community in the world in which we exist. And social obligations for some people can be very, very important. And just saying I'm only going to have steak 3 meals a day might not be possible practically. It just can't work for some people. But in general, if we're looking at it from a nutrient sense, if we're looking at it from a health sense, if we're looking at it from a metabolic sense, there's really no downside to having a carnivore diet. Having said that, the carnivore diet, and I used the term elimination diet before, that's what the carnivore diet is. It eliminates toxins, and it is very nutrient dense. But there's a key thing here, that just because you consume a nutrient does not mean your body absorbs the nutrient. We know, for example, that B12 deficiency is absolutely rampant in the vegetarian and vegan communities. And I see it all the time. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the carnivore community. Now, you're thinking for a second, well, they're only eating foods that are incredibly rich in B12. How could they possibly be low in B12? And it's because the absorption of B12, as you know, is very, very complex. We need acid to separate the B12 from the carrier amino acid. We need intrinsic factor to bind. It needs to travel down to the ileum. It needs to be the intrinsic factor B12 complex needs to be absorbed. It's very complex absorption. And if you have damage to the gut in any one of the locations that's necessary for its absorption, you're not going to absorb it. And we understand, for example, if you have a type 1 diabetic patient where they've had damage to a gland, a damage to a hormone secreting tissue, that even if you can turn off the immune attack, that gland doesn't grow back. If you have permanent damage to your thyroid, you might have Hashimoto thyroiditis. In some people over time, that progresses to where you have irreversible destruction of the thyroid. You could turn off the immune reaction, but the thyroid gland doesn't grow back. And we have to understand that a lot of the tissues secreting digestive enzymes and things like that in the stomach, they're glandular tissues. And with the rapid increase, almost the exponential increase in inflammatory bowel that I mentioned earlier, that's damaging the gastrointestinal tract. And what I'm seeing more and more of is dysfunctional gastrointestinal tracts that's leading to long-term issues with regards to nutrient absorption. And it's usually not as extreme as if somebody had had a sleeve gastrectomy, but certainly when we're looking widely at various nutrients, there are often a few things that are suboptimal that the patient almost certainly is consuming in their diet. It provides very good evidence that they're just not absorbing it.
Dr. Mason, how would you address concerns about the sustainability of animal-based diets from an environmental perspective? A lot of noise has been made about how meat is bad for the environment. You hear vegans and vegetarians saying that all the time. Especially in India, we hear that all the time. As an extension to this question, vegans and vegetarians claim that their food is violence-free. I would love you to share some data on this and some light.
Well, why don't we start? So why don't we address, and basically all of these claims are fallacious, just to put that out there. But why don't we just pick each argument one by one? So let's start with the environmental argument. So which environmental argument would you like to start with?
Cows, when you kill cows, there's methane emission and all of that. And
okay, well, let's start with methane.
Basically,
let's start with methane, the carbon cycle.
Yeah, so let's start with that.
First of all, we say, oh, methane, it's such an incredibly potent greenhouse gas. It's much worse than carbon dioxide. Well, gram for gram, it is a more potent greenhouse gas. And first of all, we have to go back to what Ivor said to start with. A couple of key points. America, you go back, the previous century, 60 million bison roaming the lands. Now, the cattle numbers in the UK, significantly less than they were in the 1970s. So, I mean, this whole thing that suddenly cow farting has been causing global warming just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And then we also have a question of, I'll let Ivor speak to some of the other questions. I probably don't want to draw too much of a lightning rod to myself, but there are questions too about the data that is used to actually determine global warming, and I think that's a valid thing. But let's assume, if we were to assume that global warming is happening, is it likely to be methane? Well, methane is, 20, 30 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide on a gram for gram basis. but it only lasts in the atmosphere for maybe 20 years. Carbon dioxide, about 1,000 years. So when we actually have a look at that, so a lot of the calculations are performed only looking at the lifespan of methane, after which it disappears. So the methane that we had in 1990, for example, it's nowhere to be seen now. All of that methane which is still being counted in calculations isn't on this earth. It's broken down. So methane, because of its short life, is actually, over time, on average, it is not as bad as carbon dioxide. It breaks down. But the simple fact is the calculations don't account for that. They just calculate it over a 10 or a 20-year period. Basically, they only count it over the life of the methane and, pretending that it doesn't suddenly degrade, but it absolutely does degrade. So methane is a non-starter.
Yeah. And the usual claim of a vegan or a vegetarian diet being violence-free. So what is the truth behind the curtains?
Well, without death, there is no life. And that quote comes from Leah Keith in her book, The Vegetarian Myth. And it's an incredibly erudite account of a 20-year vegan. And she actually talked about her experience trying to grow food in soil that was not fertilized with animal products. And it was a complete and utter failure. The simple fact is we need degradation, we need nutrient cycling. We call it the circle of life. It really is a circle of life. So it's just nonsense to imagine that you can actually grow food without animal inputs. Now, to imagine that you can grow a whole field of corn or wheat or something like that without animal death is even more of a fallacy. So first of all, if you go into the middle of a grain field, you won't hear insects chirping, tweeting away, birds and all these other things. You won't hear, little mammals running around because they're the enemy of farmers. They'll be killed. So whenever we grow monocrop just meaning we just have one species of crop, we kill enormous amounts of the environment. And in that, there's the death of thousands and thousands of animals. So in Australia, on average, we have a mice epidemic every 4 years where we'll have untold millions of mice because, they obviously love grain. Now, farmers will try and, we talk about, they get caught up in the combine harvesters and so on and so forth. And there is research that's showing that mice have a fear response, that when you scare them, they freeze. So all this notion that, the mice will just run away, well, that actually doesn't fit with the science. The science will actually suggest that the fear response in mice actually just means that they're just going to get mushed up into that. But even if we took away all of the traumatic rodent kills, the simple fact is every 4 years in Australia, Australian farmers deploy poisons en masse and they kill untold millions and millions of mice. Now, the interesting thing is, and this is a point that's been made elegantly by Zoe Harcombe, is that vegans have no hierarchy in terms of seniority for animals. They don't consider the life of a cow to be more important than the life of a mouse or more important than the life of a frog. For them, a life is a life. And the reality is, if that's the case, we are killing far more rodents every year in Australia than cattle in a decade or a half a century. And that's the simple truth. There is simply no such thing as a vegan diet that doesn't cause death. Now, if you really want to keep going down, where does life cease? Do we worry about frogs? Do we worry about snails and slugs? Because all of these too, they are going to eat the plant foods. They're going to be killed as well. We use enormous amounts of herbicides and pesticides to keep this monocrop agriculture. And that is doing untold damage to our soil. So I made reference before about the nutrient status and how important that was, and you need to absorb nutrients, so on and so forth. Well, here's the biggest environmental concern that I have, besides pesticides, which, we can talk about that. But it's nutrient depletion in the soil. The reality is that a lot of nutrients in the last 50 years have declined in order of 50% or more. And I'm almost certain that's going to be worldwide. Now, it's not hard to understand why. Because when a plant grows, it draws nutrients out of the soil, and that's normal. But then those nutrients need to be replaced. So how do those nutrients normally get replaced? Well, we have what we call mycorrhizal webs, fungus, protozoas, and so on and so forth, that will actually leach amounts of acid and so on and so forth, and they'll break down bits of clay, bits of sand, bits of rock, and they'll release the nutrients that's inherent within these structures in the soil into the soil at large, so it can be taken up by grass growing or crops or what have you. But if we disrupt the soil by applying pesticides, and even the heavy application of synthetic fertilizers will also disrupt this, what it means is that we don't actually get that nutrient replenishment of soil. Our soil gradually becomes depleted of nutrients, which is why the food we're having today is far less nutrient dense than the food that was being consumed 50 or 60 or 100 years ago. I remember when I was growing up as a child, and you'd always hear the old folks saying, oh, tomatoes just don't taste the same as they used to, or I remember in the days of strawberry, and I just thought that was old people doing old person talk. But it absolutely wasn't. With what I know now, what they're saying makes absolute sense, and that's backed up by empirical science. So, this whole thing about, what is agriculture, monocrop agriculture, doing to the world? Well, it's basically destroying the world. And every time the impending catastrophe that we've got coming up is our soil. So whether you're carnivore, vegan, you depend on soil for your food. So as a carnivore, you need the soil to grow the grass that the cow eats. If you're a vegan, you need it to grow the food. Now, every time you take a plough to soil, you expose trillions of microbes to ultraviolet radiation. You expose them to the risk of erosion by wind, erosion by water. Basically, you lose topsoil. And it's actually, even the World Health Organization admits that by something like 2050 or even 2030, we're probably going to have gone through half the topsoil that we've ever had. And if you understand that without soil, we cannot produce food, this is an upcoming catastrophe that nobody is talking about. The logical conclusion at the end of, if we deplete the topsoil, is going to be widespread famine. And it just astounds me that nobody wants to talk about this, that nobody wants to pick it up. And this potentially is going to be something that we see in our lifetimes. This is something that's going to be affecting my children. And it's somewhat astounding that we're just hearing crickets. There's nobody talking about this. And we talk about the sustainability of animal agriculture. Well, do you know what raising ruminants do to topsoil? They actually restore it. In contrast to when we're growing grains, and as I said, the ploughs, they displace the soil, they erode the soil. Well, a cow eating in a field, so let's think what happens. So photosynthesis, the grass, it turns all this energy from the sun into carbon. Now, the cow eats the leaf of the grass, the root system dies, it becomes part of the biomass of the soil. The cow drinks water. Now, we say, oh, cows are so wasteful for water. Well, guess what? The cow isn't some magical disappearing machine. The water just passes through the cow. The cow waters the grass. It waters the soil. And then you have fecal manure that comes out, and that also nourishes the soil. So if you actually have a herd of cattle, over time, you'll see the topsoil will actually regenerate. It will actually get thicker. So the solution for us is going to be trying to find how do we actually adopt more animal agriculture. And one of the problems we have is so that, while we're drawing down our soil, we are producing more food. We're feeding more people than we potentially could for the same amount of land. But the difference is that feeding with animals our production, our capacity to produce that food can actually increase over time. But if we're feeding with plant foods, then that production capacity is only ever going to reduce, and we're going to get stuck. So we do need to, it's going to be a really awkward debate. It's going to be terribly complex, and I don't know that there's an easy solution, but the fact that we're not talking about it is incredibly concerning.
We have a couple of minutes left, 3 minutes precisely, before I call Shashi and Anup on the screen. But one last question, Dr. Mason, is very pertinent to India. How does the nutrient availability of animal-based foods compare to plant-based foods? And, we often hear that vitamin C enhances the absorption of non-heme iron and things from, stuff like spinach and, all of those things. How true is that?
So vitamin C, when we actually study it, the effect of it is only very minimal. It's a marginal effect, and it's not going to compensate for a diet that's deficient in heme iron. Heme iron being the animal source of iron. So, and sorry, what was the other part of your question?
Yeah, so I was asking this in the context of India. What is the comparison between nutrient bioavailability between a plant-based diet and an animal-based diet?
Well, in general, plant-based nutrients are inferior. So we'll take the example of vitamin A. So vitamin A from an animal source is 12 times more bioavailable than vitamin A from an animal source. From a plant-based source. Now, what about something like iron? Well, we know about heme iron, which is better than non-heme iron, but also plant foods have what we call factors. We call them anti-nutrients that can actually bind to these nutrients and prevent them from being available to our body. So, for example, iron, we often recommend legumes. So when I say we, I'm talking about the mainstream medical profession. Legumes are often recommended as a good source of iron. The fact is, only about 1 to 2% of the iron in legumes can actually be absorbed by the human gastrointestinal tract. So it's a complete and utter furphy that would be recommending something when, it's 2 orders of magnitude less than what you think you're getting. It's just complete nonsense.
Yeah, I think that explains it well. And vitamin C, does it do anything much to, help the absorption of non-heme iron? Very short.
Does vitamin C?
Yes, help in the absorption of non-heme.
Incredibly marginal. So we get taught that, but when I actually looked at some studies looking at it, and the effect was really, really token to the effect of where you couldn't really recommend it. If you're not consuming heme iron, unfortunately, there's no easy fix. You can't get out of it by taking vitamin C. The reality is you're going to be taking an iron supplement, you're going to have an iron infusion, or you're just going to have to come to terms with eating meat.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Shashi and Anup, would you like to come on the screen spotlight?
Dr. Paul, thank you very much for accepting our invite and coming in this session for India. I think your knowledge is very valuable, and IRA was always looking forward for hosting you in a session. Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Before we wind up, a quick comment from me where you tell us whether we are right or wrong. You talked about palmitic acid, right? Now, my conclusion is, or our conclusion is, that this saturated fat causing heart disease is as bad as cholesterol theory, because they are mixing up saturated fat with saturated fat generated as a result of DNL.
Yes, so when you say DNL, you mean the term de novo lipogenesis. So exactly. So saturated fat that the body makes because you eat sugar is bad for you. Saturated fat that you eat in the diet is not bad for you. And these things, as you said, they've been conflated, and they should not be conflated. They're entirely separate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We come to the end of the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul Mason, for being here and for speaking to us. We look forward to having you in one of the D-Life podcasts in a longer session, very soon.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Please get Tucker Goodrich and Herschel. Welcome, Tucker.
Welcome. It's an honor to appear right after Dr. Mason. I hope I can live up to his standard.
Right. Hi, Tucker. How are you doing?
Very good. How are you?
All good, all good. So maybe I'll just introduce and maybe then we can start the session. Ladies and gentlemen, hi, I'm Harshil Suvarnakar. I'm a member and certified metabolic health coach from DLife.in, India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform. DLife was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee, and a recipient of Icons of India Award. Anup is the pioneer of the low carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100 grams LCHF that helps basically managing type 2 diabetes possible for Indian vegetarians. In 2025, DLife launched its diploma course, which is the only course approved under NSTC partner, the Government of India. In this segment, and the only course with the global biggest 144 hours CPD hours credit. Anup Singh, along with Shashikant Nayangar, is the co-organizer of this Metabolic Health Conference. Now, it's a pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest, Tucker Goodrich. Tucker is a renowned technology executive in the financial industry who designs, runs, and debugs complex systems in high-risk environments. However, his journey took an unexpected turn when he faced personal health challenges that led him to explore the root cause of chronic diseases. Through meticulous research and self-experimentation, Tucker has become a vocal advocate for understanding the impact of dietary choices on health, particularly focusing on the role of seed oils. He is skillful in interpreting the complex biochemical pathways and literature on this subject and translating these into concepts that are easily understood. Tucker's insights have featured on numerous podcasts, and he actively shares his knowledge through his blog, Yelling Stop, and his social media presence. His dedication to uncovering the truth about seed oils and their effects on our health has made him a respected voice in the nutrition community. To understand the science behind vegetable oils and their detrimental effects on health, we thought that there was no one better to bring on MHC than Tucker Goodrich, the world's primary expert on seed oils, is what I would say. So please join me in welcoming Tucker Goodrich to the stage as he enlightens us on the topic of seed oils and the implications for our well-being. Thanks, Tucker, for taking time out for the conference. So maybe just to begin with, for the benefit of our audience, could you please share your personal health journey and what led you to investigate the impact of seed oils?
Well, I had no interest in diet as a topic. I was, going along with my life, happily thinking that following the dietary guidelines was a good idea, except that I had enough of a biology background never to really fall into the idea that saturated fats could be bad for us, because obviously that was a key component of the human diet. And then one day, I started having health problems, and they got more and more severe, culminating in being hospitalized for 4 days with a stroke when I was 38. And then when I was 40 years old, having to have a portion of my colon removed due to acute diverticulitis, at which point I still didn't really do anything to change my diet because I didn't know what to do. And I was already doing everything that they said I should be doing. And it wasn't until a couple of years later that I started learning about the impact that diet could have. And I was following a blogger at the time who was a PhD student, Stefan Guillenet, and he emphasized the importance of vegetable oils on the diet. And so, unlike most people, the first change I made in trying to fix my diet was cutting out seed oils. I got to the end of the salad bar line at work and looked at all these squeeze bottles of salad dressing and thought to myself, that's got to be the worst, cheapest oil known to man. What happens if today I stop eating those? And 2 days later, my 16 years of irritable bowel disease stopped, and I was blown away by how quickly that happened. And subsequently, pretty much all of my health problems went away. And that was 15 years ago, and it's been consistent ever since. So I started talking, it was such a dramatic change that people at work started asking me what I was doing, and I started talking to people there and saw that I could have amazing impact by sharing this information. I mean, one of my colleagues' daughter was diabetic, and we were able to get her off most of her diabetes medicine in very short order. A colleague of mine who had been diabetic for 30 odd years at that point, we were able to get him back to a basically normal physiology and back to the weight he graduated high school at. So it's just been kind of ongoing then, realizing what an impact this can have on people and trying to help people understand what's really, in my opinion, causing these chronic diseases.
Right. I'm sure finding that dressing bottle without a seed oil would have been very, very difficult for you at that point in time.
Yes, virtually impossible, and it still is.
Right, I agree. So maybe, if you can explain, from your research and from your thought, what are seed oils, and if you can explain the role of omega-6 fatty acids, linoleic acid, how does it affect the human body, and what is maybe the primary way that seed oils drive metabolic dysfunction, like, you said IBS, you spoke about diabetes. Is it oxidative stress? Is it mitochondrial damage, or maybe something else? So how does seed oil drive that destruction through our body?
Right. So seed oils are the fats that we extract from seeds. Sounds pretty straightforward. I'd like to use that term to distinguish it from vegetable oils in general, which it would include things like fruit oils, palm oil, olive oil, and avocado oil generally, which tend to have a very different fatty acid balance and much more beneficial fats than those coming from things like sunflower or safflower or safflower oil, corn oil, cottonseed oil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So seeds from plants tend to be high in omega-6 fats. This is in contrast to the rest of the plant, which tends to minimize those fats and have much more of the omega-3 fats, which are much more beneficial to humans. So in the course, and while we don't know why they concentrate these fats in seeds, we know that these fats, because of their structure, they're what we call polyunsaturated, meaning they're missing a variety of hydrogen atoms that would distinguish them from a saturated fat that has a full complement of hydrogen atoms. This makes them very susceptible to oxidative damage. They will actually oxidize while sitting on the shelf, even before you open the bottle. They will oxidize as a result of being hit by light. And as they oxidize, they become progressively more toxic and damaging to the body. And this has been known for, we use the term rancid, right, to describe a food that's gone bad. And what rancid refers to is the oxidation of the polyunsaturated fats in the food. Stable fats like saturated fats or monounsaturated fats like those found in olive oil tend not to go rancid. And when they do go rancid at normal temperatures, the products that they turn into are not nearly as toxic as those produced from the polyunsaturated fats. So what happens when these rancid fats go into your body? Well, they cause the fats in your body already to go rancid. The toxins that are produced cause damage to proteins, and other lipids in the body. They can cause damage to DNA in your body. Rancid fats are linked to one of the primary causes, what's thought to be one of the primary causes of a variety of different cancers, the mutation in the p53 anti-tumor gene. This is linked to cancer of the colon, of the liver, and a variety of other types of cancers. And they also can damage the lining. When you eat fat, it's absorbed and goes in a separate pathway than most other foods. Instead of going through your liver, it's sent into your lymph glands and then sent directly into your bloodstream, right? Straight into your heart, effectively. So every time you eat rancid fats, you are sending a bolus of toxic fat into your heart and into your arteries. So it shouldn't really surprise us that one of the stronger indications for harm from seed oils comes from or is through the mechanism of heart disease, because you're literally, your heart is incredibly dependent on fat for fuel, and it is, absorbing all of these rancid fats that you ingest when you're, for instance, cooking with seed oils, deep fried seed oils. And that causes a variety of damage through the heart, which includes surprisingly DNA damage, but also, as you mentioned, oxidative stress and mitochondrial dysfunction. probably a pretty good overview.
Yeah, that's a good overview. Maybe if you can also throw some light on, uh, how your basically refined carbohydrates are generally blamed for diabetes, but can we argue that versus refined carbohydrates, you have seed oils, which are a larger problem because seed oils, as we spoke, it travels throughout your body, through your bloodstream, and it causes metabolic dysfunction in terms of the mitochondrial damage. So that might lead to some insulin resistance, etc. So do you think
Right.
that seed
It's
oils have larger part of the role for the diabetes epidemic that we're seeing through the world?
right. Well, the topic of refined carbohydrates is a funny one. If you go to Japan, where my daughter happens to live,
Okay.
and you ask the Japanese what a healthy diet looks like, they will tell you it's low in fat and high in refined carbohydrates like cooked rice. Why do they think that? Because back before they started adding seed oils into their diet primarily after World War II, at the behest of the American government, the Japanese diet was high in refined carbohydrates. I mean, I think about 84% of their diet was from rice, very little meat, very little animal products, mostly fish, and a lot of vegetables, right? I mean, most people don't understand that for 1200 years in Japan, it was actually illegal to eat meat, right? You could eat
Right.
fish, but it was illegal to eat meat. I'm sure there was a lot of cheating there, but nevertheless, they have a long history of vegetarianism. They were healthy weight. They had low rates of heart disease. They had low rates of what they refer to as the Western cancers. So why weren't they suffering any problems from a high carb diet, which we see in, the West, and of course in this group, we say, well, okay, that's a high carb diet can be a problem. And I think that the reason for that is that seed oils are a huge confounder for a high carb diet. I think a high carb diet, in the context of healthy fats, right, like the classic Indian diet, where you're getting a lot of fat from dairy fat and some fat from seed oils, and we'll get into that, but your primary fats are coming from dairy fats, is actually a fairly healthy dietary pattern. Pretty much the biggest issue I'm aware that will come from that particular dietary pattern is going to be gallbladder disease from insufficient fat intake. Gallbladder disease, it's not often recognized, can be basically avoided by eating sufficient fat in the diet. And there are actually human RCTs in the United States where they accidentally demonstrated that. So when you eat a high carb diet, you're going to experience regular high glucose, right? Just from what you're putting in your mouth. High glucose itself can cause accelerated oxidation of polyunsaturated fats in your body. So if you're consuming a lot of polyunsaturated fats in the course of eating a high carbohydrate diet, you're going to experience accelerated rates of all of the problems of consuming excess seed oils, right? And that's why a ketogenic diet, one of the things that a ketogenic diet allows you to do is very aggressively metabolize the toxins that are produced from oxidized seed oils in your body, thus protecting to some extent your body from the toxic effects of rancid fats. So I would say, it was very funny when my daughter moved to Japan. Couple of months after she got there, she was going to a Japanese university and eating Japanese food because that was all that was available. And she called me in a panic about 2 months later saying, Daddy, I don't have enough to wear. And I said, what's the problem? And she said, I've lost so much weight here since I've lost so much weight here that all my clothes are too big. And I said, well, what are you eating? She said, rice, Daddy. I'm eating more rice than I've ever eaten before, right? And she's been there 7 years now and is thin and lean. But she also knows, because of who her father is, to avoid the vegetable oils and, to eat a generally healthy diet. So, yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a problem with eating refined carbohydrates. Now, with one large exception, right? If you are diabetic, you have damage to your metabolism that is going to prevent you from properly processing carbohydrates. And in that case, a high carbohydrate diet is going to be particularly deleterious because your body can't process those carbohydrates appropriately. So in that case, you need to go on a low carb diet. Now, it's an interesting question. If you cut the seed oils that are causing the problem out of your diet, can you recover your ability to process carbohydrates correctly? It does seem to be the case that that will happen, but some of the damage that seed oils cause to your body seems to be irreversible. So you may never, I mean, we're all familiar with kids who can eat anything, and then as we age, we progressively lose that ability. So you may be constrained not to have for the rest of your life to not be as easily able to process carbohydrates as, say, a child could.
Right. Tucker, that's interesting. But you spoke about how PUFA can accumulate in fat stores, which remains for years, and maybe something like a ketogenic diet helps remove that. But how do you think that this long-term exposure affects metabolism and inflammation, and how much time does it to reverse all of those effects, at least partially, in people who switch on to a cleaner diet, or who switch on to better? And maybe there's some emerging research which speaks about PUFA leading to depression, anxiety, and even basically neurodegenerative diseases. So what's your take on that?
Right. So the mitochondria, the core power source for the cell, right? That's pretty much undisputed. And in the cell, there's something called the electron transfer chain, which is a series of proteins organized. We can think, the diagrams in books always show it as a little line along a membrane, right? Well, the membrane is composed of a fat called cardiolipin, and cardiolipin is a molecule. We've all heard of triglycerides, which is a molecule with 3 fats attached to it. Cardiolipin is a unique molecule. It's only found in the mitochondria in humans, and it's got 4 fats attached to it. And those 4 fats tend to be unsaturated fats, and in certain organs like the heart or the brain are particularly rich in polyunsaturated fats. When you consume high amounts of seed oils, one of the places that those seed oils go to is that molecule, and they make that molecule more susceptible to oxidative damage, right? So the fats go into the cardiolipin. They are right there in the middle of the warmest part, if you want to think of it that way, of the mitochondria. And in the process of generating energy, the mitochondria will spit out what we call superoxide and H2O2, these various reactive oxidative species, right? Those will attack the polyunsaturated fats in the membrane and cause damage to the membrane, right? They also directly attack the components of the electron transport chain. For instance, the 5th molecule, complex 5, is what produces ATP, which is the energy of the cell. And oxidized seed oils will actually damage that molecule and prevent it from producing sufficient energy. They will also damage, when you eat carbohydrates, a lot of the carbohydrates are processed outside the mitochondria in the body of the cell, right? This is called glycolysis. And then that will produce a molecule called pyruvate. Pyruvate is moved into the mitochondria to be burned by a molecule called pyruvate dehydrogenase. And that molecule also can be damaged by rancid seed oils. So we often see in cancer, for instance, that the cell transitions from basically a fat-based metabolism. I mean, the core part of your metabolism is supposed to be burning fat, to a carbohydrate-based metabolism. And there are 2 reasons for that. One of the reasons is that pyruvate dehydrogenase is damaged and is unable to move the pyruvate into the cell, so it's processed through an alternative pathway outside of the mitochondria. And and the other thing is the p53 gene that I mentioned before, the tumor prevention gene, also controls the oxidation in the mitochondria, right, which fuels it prefers. So when that gene gets damaged, it transitions the cells into away from burning fat and into what we call the Warburg effect, where cells use excess glucose outside of the mitochondria to produce energy. We also see that in, for instance, you mentioned neurodegeneration. This process can happen in the brain, and we see damaged pyruvate dehydrogenase in Alzheimer's disease, for instance, and also high levels of oxidized seed oil fats, particularly a toxin called HNE, throughout the brain of people with Alzheimer's disease, and that progresses as the disease gets worse. So it's a fundamental problem with, you know, energy generation effectively, right? When, you know, there was a great example I heard where when you turn down the power in, you know, say you have a city and the power starts to go down, the voltage goes down, you'll see a variety of different problems. The incandescent lights will get dimmer, but then other pieces of equipment will just start malfunctioning. And that effectively happens in your body when power generation goes down, that you start seeing malfunctions all over the organism.
Okay. And so, you know, maybe we come back to what people think on, you know, basically LDL, you know, which is generally termed bad in the mainstream.
Well,
So
that we can hit that right now. That's really a great topic, and I'm super glad that you included that in
yes.
here.
So maybe can you throw some light on LDL and what people think generally widely known that PUFA lowers LDL is what is generally known, but what's your light and how can we compare it basis your research? Maybe I'll leave the stage open for you on that.
Right. So LDL, as I presume everybody in your audience knows, is a protein that is used in energy metabolism in the body, right? As I said, fat's the primary fuel for the human body. I mean, even if you're consuming a lot of carbohydrates, as you were discussing with Dr. Mason, a lot of those are going to be excess carbohydrates.
Right.
In large part are going to be stored as fat. I don't think that process is harmful in and of itself, right? There's no indication that saturated fats are damaging, even if they're produced from excess carbohydrate in the diet. But what does happen is, oh, I lost my train of thought there. So what happens there, you know, there's two ways that fat gets out to the rest of your body, basically. There's you eat it and it goes into your general circulation in a molecule called a chylomicron, which is similar to an LDL. Or fat goes from storage in your fat cells to your liver, which packages it up into something called VLDL, which is basically an LDL with a lot of fat in it. That goes out, delivers the fat to your body so it can use it for fuel. And then those remainders are the LDL particles, and those go back into your liver, and you know your cells take them up and use the protein for various purposes. LDL is harmless. Okay, we've known this. The cardiologist profession discovered back in the 1980s that if you take native LDL, what they call native LDL, that it does not initiate the process of atherosclerosis that leads to heart disease, right? Some scientists and cardiologists named Steinberg and Whitstone discovered, well, the gentleman who discovered the LDL receptor, Brown and Goldstein, proved that native LDL is not harmful on its own, right? It will not initiate this process. They had already won the Nobel Prize for discovering the LDL receptor. Two other scientists, Steinberg and Whitstone, discovered what sort of alteration, what they called modification to LDL, had to happen in order to make it atherogenic, right? In order to allow it to kick off the process of cardiovascular disease. And that was the oxidation of the omega-6 fats in the LDL molecule, right? One of the primary jobs of VLDL is to deliver polyunsaturated and unsaturated fats around the body. And if you're on a high seed oil diet, the vast majority of that is going to be a fat called linoleic acid, which is the main fat in seed oils. That's highly susceptible to going rancid, right? And when it's rancid, it becomes dangerous to the body. It's toxic to various different systems, including, for instance, it's thought to cause prostate cancer. It causes the damage to the cell walls, the artery lining that causes cardiovascular disease and atherosclerosis. And it's all because of the oxidized omega-6 fats. Those scientists did experiments, first in rabbits, then in humans, where they changed the diet. They replaced the seed oils with olive oil, and the susceptibility of these fats to go rancid went down dramatically. For whatever reason, that news never really got out of the cardiovascular scientific journals into the general population. So what about LDL? Well, the whole reason that cardiologists started recommending seed oils for heart disease, right, which the American Heart Association has been doing since 1961, is because polyunsaturated fats will lower LDL, right? This is well-known general situation both in humans and in animals. Why? It does that because the liver tries to protect the circulation from these rancid fats, and it will not produce VLDL molecules and send them out into circulation if the fats are rancid, okay? So get this, LDL goes down because the liver is unable to export these rancid fats into the general circulation. So in the human experiments, what we saw was that as LDL went down, the level of cardiovascular disease went up. And that's due to the fact that these seed oils are going rancid in the body. Now, what happens to the liver is the liver becomes full of these rancid fats that it won't export because it doesn't want to poison the rest of the body. And that produces what we now call non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, or metabolically associated fatty liver disease, I think is what they're calling it now.
Right.
So that is the direct product of seed oils in the diet, which is why it didn't really exist prior to it was discovered in the 1980s in the United States. It probably existed before then. But, now it's become, in the United States, it went from being, oh, Granny must be lying, so you must be drinking lots of booze, and that's how she's getting fatty liver disease, to now, I think 30% of people in the United States have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease as we've transitioned over to a primarily seed oil-based diet.
Right.
So yeah, it's a neat little picture there.
In fact, we also see a lot of people who are not so fat, but they still have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So it's people are slim, and they get this fatty liver disease. And you put it really well, and that reminds me of the saying that correlation is not causation, right? Just because you have PUFA and your LDL goes down, that doesn't mean that PUFA lowers LDL. It's just a protective mechanism of the body, and maybe.
Right.
For the audience, and to summarize, and one should not term LDL as the bad cholesterol in general terms, because that's what generally in the mainstream you can keep saying that. So yeah, of course.
It's important to remember LDL is harmless, and we've known this since the 1980s. Period. End of story.
Agreed. So thanks for throwing light on that research and everything, and clarifying to our audience that LDL is not bad and it's harmless, and one should take it in that context.
You bring up a great point though, and one that we should really touch on because it particularly applies to an Indian audience. There's something called the obesity paradox, which is why Indians in India tend to see the negative effects of an industrial diet faster than, say, Americans, and why Indians get diabetes before they get obesity, whereas typically in the United States, people tend to get fat first and then they start getting obesity later. And it turns out that the Indian diet in India tends to be very low fat, but it's got a very high proportion of omega-6 fats. Now, in America, the diet that people are eating is much higher in saturated fats, and that is actually protective, okay? So the high proportion of omega-6 fats means that people eating that type of diet are going to get sick much faster than people eating fewer omega-6 fats and more of the safe fats, the saturated fats. So even in the United States, when we do experiments with transitioning people onto, the diet, the cardiologists, it's ironic, right? That the cardiology profession in the United States basically tells us to eat the Indian diet, and the Indians are all wondering in India why they're all getting sick from it, right? But if you do that experiment in the United States and put people on a low-fat diet, they start seeing the exact same effects as Indians in India do. So I don't think, it's often blamed on racial differences. And I don't think that's the case because Indians in America have a very similar experience to everybody else in America, right? That's also true for Japanese who come to America, start seeing, they start getting obese much more early, and they start having all the rest of the diseases that Americans, like myself, start seeing. It's a common problem among every immigrant group that comes to the United States is they're much healthier in the country that they were in, where typically they're eating a lower seed oil diet, and they come here and they start getting all the diseases caused by seed oils.
Agree. Agree. Maybe from a Indian context, if you have come to India, and we've had a very long history of using cold pressed oils like mustard, groundnut, sesame. How would you compare these to industrial seed oils in terms of metabolic health?
Well, I've got bad news for you there. The refined oils are actually healthier than cold pressed oils. So the measurement that we use for rancidity in oils is what's called the peroxidative value, which is how many of these oxidized fats are in the oil. The refining process actually tends to remove those. The the international standard is the Codex Alimentarius, and it's basically an international standard for food safety. The allowance for rancidity in cold press seed oils is 50% higher than in refined oils. Particularly things like, mustard oil is a really interesting case. Mustard oil is actually illegal in the United States because it contains this fat called erucic acid, and we won't get into that except to note that erucic acid doesn't actually seem to be harmful in humans. There is some evidence coming in an Indian population looking at mustard oil versus sunflower oil, and mustard oil is much healthier than sunflower oil. However, there's other research looking at mustard oil consumption in South Africa. There are a lot of Indians who moved to South Africa back in the last century, and it was noted that they consistently had higher rates of heart disease and diabetes than the other populations in South Africa. And one of the things that was thought to cause it was mustard oil. There's, the fat in mustard oil that makes it so spicy and tasty seems to be what they called at the time an oral diabetogen, meaning it causes diabetes. And they would see this particularly in married couples where they would change their diet to include more mustard oil, and then both the husband and wife would become diabetic at the same time. So India has an ancient, I read a very funny paper once where the author was an Indian scientist who criticized the term Western diseases, saying that they were originally found in India, so India should get credit for them. A sentiment which I agree. Diabetes was first well described 2,000 years ago by an Indian physician, Shushruta.
Right.
And, we think now, what the evidence would have us believe is that sesame oil was first refined in India almost 5,000 years ago as one of the earliest civilized nations. And we think that that's why India has this long experience with diabetes, is because, in humans, if you want to induce diabetes, you can do so with soybean oil, for instance, with a single dose. They will immediately become insulin resistant, even if you're either by IV or orally. It's used as the standard way to induce insulin resistance in the medical community. So, I personally use things like sesame seed oil in my cooking because it's delicious, but I tend to add it at the end of the meal and not use very much of it. And, I think that we really need to focus on trying to reduce the omega-6 fat intake through seed oils, especially in India, whether that's through consuming more coconut oil or palm oil, especially ghee, and trying to reduce our consumption of the refined oils and even cold pressed oils, because that's, they're still a problem. Just because they're less processed, in fact, they're more of a problem.
Okay. So maybe you touched upon palm oil. Palm oil is like widely used in the Indian cooking industry due to its affordability. But quite often we see that people blame palm oil versus seed oil. So how do you compare other seed oils versus palm oil? Is it harmful or not harmful?
Well, there's a scientist in the United States who was one of the main guys who did research into fatty acid metabolism and omega-6 fats, particularly William Lands. And he once said, in 50 years of research, I've never seen a single mechanism by which saturated fats can kill you. So yes, your cardiologist will tell you to avoid palm oil because it contains a lot of saturated fats. There's no evidence to support that, right? The human RCTs show that if you reduce saturated fat and increase the level of seed oils in your diet, you will actually worsen your chance of heart disease. So don't do that. It was a huge mistake, both in the United States and around the world. So I would say, palm oil is mostly palmitic acid, which is the fat that your body turns carbohydrates into. It's fairly neutral in the context of a natural diet. I mean, if you want to use it in a laboratory to produce problems, you have to give palmitic acid with a lot of glucose and a complete absence of oleic acid, the monounsaturated fat. Even adding a tiny bit of oleic acid back into the diet will protect the animals from palmitic acid toxicity. So, and that's the way we eat it, and that's the way your body makes it. Your body makes oleic acid from palmitic acid, and it's a marker. Palmitic acid, I think, is a marker for poor health because of the rest of the diet, but there's no way that's ever been shown that palmitic acid can directly cause all the problems that we're seeing in the modern diet, right? It just, because it's saturated, it's not susceptible to going rancid in the same way, and it doesn't produce the toxins in the body that we know cause the metabolic problems.
Okay.
So yeah, I think palm oil, coconut oil, ghee are, should be, in the context of an Indian diet and the cultural and religious influences in India, are probably three of your better fat sources. And there are also a lot of what they call high oleic seed oils now. What they really mean is low linoleic, low omega-6. And I would definitely be inclined to favor those over more traditional sunflower oil. If you can get high oleic sunflower oil, that's going to be much healthier than a traditional sunflower oil, for instance, even if it's a GMO.
And would your view change if we were to say that most of the palm oil used in India is the refined, bleached, and deodorized one? Does that make a difference?
I don't think it makes a difference. As I said, part of the refining, palm oil does contain some level of omega-6 fats, and the refining process is going to tend to reduce the oxidized fats in the oil. Plus it's got a much higher level of more stable oils than than the seed oils do.
Okay. And maybe would you like to throw some light on the Malhotra Indian Railway study, which is like widely respected in the international circle and not known so much in India? If you would want to just touch upon that.
Well, and that's a mystery because that's an amazing piece of work. Malhotra, and I can't remember his first name now. It's not the Malhotra who's famous now, who lives in India. This is a different Malhotra who is the head of the Indian Railroad System medical department back, I think, in the 1950s and 1960s. And he did an enormous amount of research, epidemiological research, including some of the largest epidemiological studies ever, because he had 1 million Indian, mostly men, who were his employees and had to follow all of his instructions. So he was very happy to use them as his guinea pigs, in the best possible way. So one of the more illustrative systems that he did, or illustrative studies that he did, was looking at the consumption of saturated fats in this population, which went across all of India. So, Southern Indians, he was able to distinguish between Southern Indians who tended to eat a lot less saturated fats and a lot more seed oils and also a lot more carbohydrates, with Northern Indians who tended to eat a lot more dairy fats. This was true at the time. I don't know if it's still the case today. And what he found is that, again, consistent with the American ARS randomized controlled trials, that the people who ate more saturated fat had 1/7 the rate of cardiovascular disease as the ones who avoided it. And this was consistent across India. He also found in some other work that the Brahmin class, who tended to be the management class, tended to have much higher rates of disease, and he thought it was because they also tended to eat less saturated fats than the rest of the population that he was looking at. He also, he did a lot of work around gallbladder disease, which is common in low-fat populations, and discovered, that's an interesting question. I wonder if palm oil would tend to be more protective against gallbladder disease, because the problem with dairy in the context of gallbladder disease is that it has a lot of medium chain triglycerides, which are fine and beneficial, but they do not trigger the release of gall from the gallbladder, right? And what causes gallbladder disease is the gall stays in the gallbladder and isn't released into the intestinal tract to digest fats. So you want to make sure that you're getting enough saturated fat, long chain saturated fats in your diet. And palm oil may be a good way to do that, although I haven't seen the research to support that. But it would make sense from a mechanistic point of view.
That's good. In fact, the point that strikes me from the study is 1/7 of risk if you are having more of saturated fats than maybe the seed oils that someone consumes. So that's one statistic.
And he explicitly said that the advice that we are receiving from America, basically, I don't remember the exact term that he used, but is not supported by the experience of an Indian population, where we see much higher rates of, again, as I said, the cardiology profession wants Americans to eat like the Indians in southern India. And those are the ones who are having the worst experience from heart disease in the Malhotra study, the largest epidemiological study ever done, with over 1 million participants.
Right. So maybe I'll call upon Shashi and Anoop also on the stage. And from my end, one last question while Shashi and Anoop join is that what would be your message to India? Like from overall, we glad on the session, but one message that you would want to give to the Indian community and the audience who's listening and who will listen to this in the future.
Well, I'll echo Dr. Malhotra and advise you not to listen to the Americans. Go back to your traditional diet as best you can. I mean, seed oils have been a boon in a lot of ways, in that they've been a cheap source of calories, and they've eliminated a lot of the problems around the world with famine that we used to experience regularly. But we've sort of traded that for chronic diseases like diabetes and heart disease. So I think the way forward for India and the rest of the world is to try and transition to healthier sources of fats through a variety of different mechanisms, and not to, hew to your traditions. Don't follow dietary fads like consuming high levels of seed oils. Right? There's a reason why India has one of the longest lived vegetarian populations, and they continued through all that time to consume a lot of dairy fats, because that's one of the healthiest fat sources, if not the healthiest fat sources. And we've started to realize over time that dairy is actually protective against diabetes, protective against heart disease. And I think a large part of the reason for that is that it doesn't have the high levels of omega-6 fats that we see in other fats. So go back to your traditional diets to the best that you can. Focus on that. And that will allow you to continue, a higher carbohydrate consumption, because you'll be able to avoid, there's a great study that was done in India looking at diabetic Indians with fatty liver disease, and they transitioned them from safflower oil. There were 3 arms: safflower oil, canola oil, and olive oil. And in a short period of time, with a constant intake of carbohydrates, they were able to lower their insulin resistance, lower their fatty liver disease, and lower their body weight by transitioning their fats from omega-6 fats to more healthy fats in olive oil.
Thank you. Thank you, Tucker, for all your information and sharing your knowledge. So the full name, even I don't know for Malhotra, but it is Dr. S.L. Malhotra.
Thank you.
So we learned about
he's done a
him.
whole series of really fascinating studies that are not
So
well
we
enough
learned about him
appreciated.
from your tweets back in 2017.
Oh, no kidding. Well, I'm happy to be of service. And thank you, Shashi and Anoop, for having me back again. It's such an honor to be able to speak to your audience.
Thank you, Tucker. I think our first interaction was when you had to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning.
4:30 or 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30, right? So it's
yes,
it's
so
a
thank you
pleasure
for
to
letting me stay in bed for 2 hours later this morning.
It's happy to have you in this conference. And one, rapid fire question. Rapid fire
Shoot.
before we end this session. 3 fats: coconut oil, ghee, and mustard oil. Please tell me your, preferred order which you would recommend.
It'd be ghee, coconut oil, and then mustard oil.
Thank you.
Without question. I mean, as I said before, mustard oil, mustard oil seems to induce diabetes in humans, and it's been shown to induce diabetes in animals. So I understand that it's a traditional part of Indian cooking, and I would consider it to be more of a flavoring like sesame oil than, it's problematic as a staple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tucker. Thanks for the session.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been an honor.
And we'll see you again. Thank you.
See you again.
Please get Dr. Sandhya in and Mandar.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi, Dr.
Mandar.
Sandhya. Hi. Hi, good to see you here. Thanks for joining. I'm just going to give a brief intro and then we'll get rolling. Hi, everyone. I'm Mandar Gadre. I'm a member and certified metabolic health coach from DLife.in, which is India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform. DLife was founded in 2014 by Anoop Singh, a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee and a recipient of the Icons of India Award. Anoop is also the pioneer of the low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day maximum. That made him not only the pioneer in LCHF, but also in type 2 diabetes, especially geared towards Indian vegetarians. In 2020, Anoop DLife launched the diploma course, which is now the only course approved by NSDC partner Government of India in this segment, and the only course with global biggest 144 credit hours from CPD UK. And Anoop, along with Shashi Iyengar, is the co-organizer of this Metabolic Health Conference. Thanks everyone for joining, and thanks Dr. Sandhya for joining us. We are looking forward to a great session, and my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sandhya Kulkarni here. She's an MD medicine. She's a very inspiring Indian physician who has successfully reversed her own diabetes, reduced her HbA1c, lost some kilos through that, and using a low carb approach. And she's based in Dharwad. She combines her deep medical expertise with a passion for strength training as well as trekking. And I think that way she inspires both her patients as well as peers. She's recognized nationally for her innovation in diabetes care. She was honored by RSSDI for her efforts in spreading awareness and quite practical solutions. And I think, she's a good example for patients to follow because she actually lives a good, healthy lifestyle. And I'm going to ask her about that as well. So yeah, welcome to the session, Dr. Sandhya.
Thank you, Mandar, for the wonderful introduction. Let's go ahead.
Yes, great. So I'm sort of going to take you back to the beginning of your journey of becoming MD medicine and as well as, your own health journey. So sort of, please walk us through that time period and what you experienced.
Well, Mandar, being a doctor means staying in the hostels and eating food which is unhealthy, absolutely, as of what I understand now. So a couple of years ago, I was obese. Though I was exercising, I was not able to lose weight effectively, and I was not happy about it. So in the process of trying to lose weight, I tried out various diets that were available all through. So I have gone through a diet which had, which wanted me to eat multiple times. Then there was calorie counting. Then there was veganism. So nothing was really very effective. The effect was there for a very short time, and somehow I could not tolerate veganism because it used to give me bad headaches and craving, and eventually I used to eat more than what I would have ever eaten. So all these failed for me, and in my pursuit of finding something really effective for me before I tell it to my patients, I accidentally came across D Life, and I read the reviews, and I thought I had tried everything, so why not this? And when I tried this, one thing is it really fitted in my schedule because I did not have to eat frequently. Eating frequently is not my forte, and in my busy schedule, it's definitely not possible. So things, as I read, I put it into practice, and I saw the results for myself. So I am a physician who would definitely like to try things for myself before I put them to my patients, because I need to understand before I open my mouth to my patients, because they would ask me questions and I would have to satisfy them. So this was a real practical, experiment on myself, wherein it was beneficial in all ways. Uh, Along with the diet and good satiety, I could carry on throughout the day. I had lost a lot of kilos. I think about 10 plus kgs I lost. My exercise, though, remained the same. I have been doing strength training for quite a lot of time now, for many years. And my stamina improved. Everything was really positive. And my HbA1c also dropped down from 7 to 5 point something. So everything was good. And so I thought this is the best way to be metabolically healthy. Not only healthy, be metabolically healthy and keep away from chronic diseases.
Very nice. So I would love to highlight here that Dr. Sandhya is also a D-Life certified metabolic health coach, in addition to being an MD medicine. And I know of her passion personally to continue to learn, and her own example is actually quite inspiring for doctors as well as non-doctors alike. So yeah, thanks for sharing your personal journey, and thanks for highlighting that what all didn't work, right? The 6 small meals a day, and the vegan diet and whatever. So yeah, that's actually great to know, and it's good to see a doctor using that first on herself and then advising patients. Coming to a little more of the science of the overall metabolic health approach, so how did it sort of help you look at the chronic diseases altogether from the lens of metabolic syndrome?
Look, Mandar, I had to learn this. I had to unlearn many things which a doctor learns and which is given to us on platter. Nutrition is hardly given importance in any medical school in India. So, except for I think some final years of MBBS where we learn a little bit of nutritional deficiencies, though India is the diabetes capital of the world, whatever biochemistry is taught in the first year, and when we come to our finals or into post graduation, what happens is we forget the clinical pathological correlation. There's too much to read, and somehow the chain of events that happen are lost somewhere. So I had to unlearn a lot of things to relearn how metabolic syndrome occurs, just by changing your diet or eating too much of carbs or eating the wrong oils. So it was a completely different perspective, and by unlearning so many things, now I have learned many things which changed my entire outlook towards metabolic syndrome. I rather treat the root cause than add pills to my patients now. I have still a very long journey to go because my practice is predominantly in the rural area, and there are lots of myths. There is a lot of resistance to changing in the diet, predominantly a area which eats more of carbs all through the day, plus seed oils are very popular. So it's going to be a Herculean task, but then one step at a time will definitely help me.
Definitely. I think it's interesting that, you had to sort of go through some unlearning. And so let me get that thread which you mentioned towards the end of addressing the myths that your patients may carry in their heads because they have heard a variety of things. But sort of let me start there, right? So, which are the top myths that you hear or you have to clarify because your advice will sound different to them than some other sources of information?
The first myth is here the day begins and ends with carbs. There's a lot of carbs which are taken in every meal. Then there are lots of fruits which are consumed. Every patient wants to eat fruit, believing that fruits give them vitamins, minerals, and fruits are extremely healthy. If not fruits, then fruit juices. Why not fruit juices? If not fruit juices, why not smoothies? So all these things do definitely affect. And plus, they have the WhatsApp University where lots of false information is spread, and people just believe whatever comes on WhatsApp. So many times I have to see their videos and tell them that this is not the truth. So it's basically reducing your carb will help you to get better control of your health, better control of everything related to your health is the biggest challenge I face. And it's not only not only the rural population, the semi-urban population also has these myths because a variety of grains are available and most of them do contain a huge amount of carbs. So if not the basic ones, why not millets? Aren't they good? Because the millet propaganda has been there, and last year was a year dedicated to millets. So all these myths are definitely there, and I need to sit and clarify them. That's a challenging job for me.
Yeah, and I'm sure you are doing a commendable job there because it's difficult to change somebody's perspective, right? You're trying to challenge something that they have heard for many decades. The other one, I don't know how much you hear in your patient base, but when you tell them typically to pay attention to their protein intake, always they will likely come back with that question of kidney health and all that.
Yes, that's also very common. Basically, the concept of having enough protein itself is not there in my society here. So once I tell them that you need a certain amount of protein per kg body weight, then automatically the second question is, wouldn't it damage my kidneys? There are moms whose kids want to take whey protein and they say that no, I prevented him because that's going to harm his kidneys eventually. So those misconceptions are also definitely there in my part of the world also, surely.
Right. And the third one, which will always come, is about the fat, right? And the fear of fat, and it's sort of quote unquote its relation with the heart disease, because a lot of these elderly population, it's especially will be worried about, hey, I shouldn't become a heart patient tomorrow.
True. It's not only here. I think all over India that misconception is there that fat will make you fat and fat will clog your blood vessels and eventually you might have to go for stents, 2, 3, or you might have to go for a bypass. It's not only, see, now we are seeing diabetes not only in the elderly population, we are seeing in very young ones also because of the crap lifestyle and the crap we eat. So this misconception is there among all the population that if I eat butter, if I eat ghee, then wouldn't it block my heart? Wouldn't I have early death because of cardiovascular problems or something like that? And it really takes a lot to convince them that there are numerous studies which have proved against it now. But luckily, I am in a zone where we do consume a lot of coconut oil, so the transition is a bit easier for maybe a 10 to 15% people that they would like to, they find it easier to switch over to VCO, virgin coconut oil.
Got it. So when you educate your patients, right? Because I think as you are explaining, a lot of your work gets automatically focused on educating them, changing their perspective. is there are there a few pieces of that science that you use which you have sort of realized that that convinces them little easier? If you can share those with us.
Well, I have to change my pieces and bits according to the crowd I am with. I see the most illiterate and the educated ones, and I see the elite ones also. So, in my experience, if I talk to the elite crowd about the studies and all, they might like to hear, they might believe, but they are a difficult group of patients. However, the lesser educated ones, they come to doctor as if the doctor is a god, and then they definitely believe what you tell. Once they are convinced with you that you're doing something good for them, they believe you blindly. So for me, it's kind of not one thing works. Situational changes do work, from depending on what class the patient definitely comes from. So I can't tell you that one thing has worked. I have to change it from time to time.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, and I think that's why I find it very inspiring when I hear the way you are, working with your patients. It's not just a matter of, as you rightly said, not only the matter of managing the symptom or suppressing the symptom, but actually working at the root cause level. Would you also please tell us, sort of an idea of the demographic that you see in terms of the types of diseases, and as well as the age, what is the distribution?
If you ask me the demographic situation, I have been a diabetologist since 1999. So till 2024, when I finished this course, I was following ADA, and most of my population, I would say that 70% of my population comes from the villages. They are not very literate, and only 30% of my population is a bit educated, and I would say less than 1% of my population is the one which would understand the medical studies or the review articles or RCTs which are done. So I got to go to the root level to to teach people who graze their cows or sheep, and sit with them, talk in a language that they understand, and tell them the importance of changing their food. Now, it's easier to change religion than to change the food pattern. So it's a big, big bang, bang, bang here. But over a period of time, people do believe you, people do trust you. Trust me, I must also tell you that doctors are the ones who will never trust you, would never believe, or would never like to go against the mainstream, because that is what is given on platter to us every year by year. We have newer guidelines, and that's what is circulated to us, and we are expected to follow it. So I am the one who is standing against the current, and I still don't mind, going against the current, because eventually I'm doing something good for the patient. Not only health wise, I'm doing good to them economically also. Over a period of time, they would definitely understand, and if they have better numbers, they would definitely like it, and that's how it works. So it's a complete change of setup as compared to yours. I'm in a absolute rural setup.
Absolutely. And I think it's so heartening to know that, all this knowledge is reaching a diverse population. And once that trust factor is established, you are able to get through to them, and they are actually following, your advice. So you talked about going sort of against the mainstream or against the grain, so to say. How difficult or easy was it? And what was your experience? Did you experience any pressure from your peers or any comments, or any pushback at all?
Well, Mandar, some things are in like a blessing for me. I have been the only lady physician in Dharwad for the past 25 years. So, what happens is, I do whatever I feel is good, and there's no peer pressure, and there's nobody to ask me, because I do whatever I feel is right for my patients. So the question of any peer pressure was not there, and resistance wise, when I am well equipped with knowledge to face the resistance that they offer, and more than my own physicians community, there are other doctors communities who have readily accepted what I have said. I have been to an ophthalmology conference where I have given a 20-25 minutes, just a small eye opener about this, and post that the number of queries, the number of questions they had was phenomenal, and it was very evident that they wanted to know more about it because they had heard about it but they were not knowing. Whereas in physician community, it's definitely, sometimes the ego also comes in between, like, why should we listen to this, why should we listen to her just because she has done a course, kind of thing does come. But then I don't mind it. Eventually truth wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, it's so interesting to hear this, that the way you have calmly but also with all the force of that knowledge as well as the science, you have continued your efforts not just to educate your patients, but also continue to talk to your own peers. And I think we need many more like you in India and abroad also, right? Who are doing the right thing. And I think it must be so satisfying to do that, because you're seeing people heal at the root cause level. So that's, I think, very interesting. One question I have is, when we talk about changing food habits, right? Many of these people may ask you that for generations we have been sort of eating this food. How come my parents didn't have this, or I have seen my grandmother or grandfather be healthy till a long age. Typically, I mean, do you get that question, first of all? And secondly, if you do it, how do you address it?
Definitely, this question comes quite a number of times. What I tell them is, there are a couple of things which are different in every generation. Like for example, very simple, the stress levels in our parents were lesser, and the stress levels in our grandparents were very much lesser. So the stress levels today's generation has too much. So that the stress itself can cause high cortisol level, insulin resistance, and physical activity also is very very less because most of them do table work or mental work very often. Secondly, I am blessed to have Agri University here, and I did talk to the people, and I have asked them how are the grains different from what we eat now and what we used to eat earlier. So after 1960, there has been a green revolution in India, and the food production has, multiple, increased in multiples. So earlier the food was different, the grains which we grew were different. Now most of it is GMO, and GMO has certain criteria, like the shelf life has to be longer, the amount of carb has to be good, the amount of fiber has to be less. So that way, what their parents ate was different, what they are eating is different, and their parents never ate so much of junk food which is deeply fried and with seed oils and baked. You never know. Now they say that they don't use trans fats, but how are you sure that they don't use trans fat? I have my own doubts. Plus, I also wonder how people can afford to give food at such cheap rates at small outlets, roadside, street side eateries. Then I came to know from one of my patients that the oil which is used in bigger factories is filtered and given to them at a very lesser rate, and they use that, and that's why they can afford. So I do use these examples to tell my patients that these are the differences in your generation versus your parents or grandparents. So now you're eating crap, that is why you have more of diabetes and hypertension as compared to them.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a hard-hitting answer, and thanks for elaborating that, because many people will come with that question, as you said.
True.
Yeah. So I would also love to know, maybe if you can share with us two or three inspiring and interesting cases from your patients, because you clearly have a very different approach compared to some other physicians that they may have met. So that our listeners also get inspired
Yes,
hearing those
sure,
cases.
sure. I will talk about a couple who comes to me, whose child is a doctor and very junior to me, and they come from another town to me for control of blood sugars, and they've been coming to me for a couple of years now, and over a period of time, though they tried their best, the sugars were not very well controlled, and we were like going on increasing the medication and in trying to settle insulin levels, like insulin units of insulin and all. Whatever they did, it was not satisfactory either to me or to them. That's when I told them, look, we have to change your eating way. Now, most of the population here in Dharwad is vegetarian. So I had to convince them a South Indian eating paneer every day, a South Indian, including almond flour in the food, was a big challenge for me and for them too. But then slowly we did. I taught them I taught them, some kind of South Indian recipes where they could use paneer. So we began with, just half paneer and half of whatever they were eating. And eventually we went on increasing the amount of paneer. We went on increasing the amount of almond flour. I told them about, not having too many things to snack in between, no snacking. And over a period of time, their HbA1cs came down so beautifully. Like they are now, they were somewhere around 9, and now they are somewhere around 6.2 within 2-3 months. So last time they came to me was about a week ago, and they so happy. They said, ma'am, this is a little bit expensive, but my sugar was never so well controlled, and I'm feeling happy about it, and I'm going to continue it. So tell me what next, how well can I do it. So these two patients, doctor's parents were happy, and I said, go tell the world around you that we have not increased your medicines, but we have changed your food pattern, and that's how you have benefited from it. So these patients were inspiring. Another lady, post pregnancy, she had a huge weight gain and became diabetic. She was 5XL, and she came and said, doctor, I'm so happy. I am now able to buy clothes online because my size was never online available online, and now I use a 3XL size. So these small things do make me happy along with the happiness of my patients. So it's slow, steady, but still it's going on.
Yeah, it's so heartening to hear. Very happy to see their progress as well. You brought an interesting point of the actual monetary expenditure also, because as you said, you work in a setting where there are folks without that much wherewithal. They can't really spend on medication. So for them, it's even more important, right? So how would you sort of urge our listeners to look at it more holistically, not just from a this is the symptom and this is the medication point of view, but actually a long term real calculation of the costs involved? What would your message be?
See, my message is, whenever you see the cost, please see the cost for at least a year. It's not, diabetes is, according to our standard definition, diabetes is a progressive disorder, and it's going to be there with you for life. And as per the current medical statistics, or going on with the mainstream, we only, what we can do is, or what we do is, we only go on increasing the pills, or we only go on increasing the insulin dosage. And I'm sorry to say, with the pharma, a doctor never knows the price of a medicine. He would know what is new in the market, but he or she never knows the price of the medicine. So the pharma industry plays games with us, tricks with us, newer insulin, newer drugs, but the prices are never told to us, and we don't remember. So if we calculate the price for a month versus the price of food for a month, I think though food appears to be expensive, it really is. Though the right food or real food appears to be expensive, it really wouldn't be. And plus, you also have to see the long term consequences of having diabetes versus a long term consequence of having no diabetes, or no medication. You also do compare those. A stent would easily cost you 2 to 3 lakhs for the stent. Forget the hospital stay. And forget the lifelong medications which are deadly. They cost a lot. They cost a bomb. I see them every day. So if you compare that versus if you compare a protein-rich food, a real rich food, good food is definitely inexpensive, affordable. Everybody should be affordable to not have problems which can be controlled by food.
True,
So
true. We have to truly,
that's how
yeah, we
I
have to
teach
calculate
my
cost.
patients.
Yeah, I think that perspective is interesting, and it is impactful coming from their own physician who is urging them to calculate the cost correctly. Uh, Also, one more question is, let's say a patient comes to you, going by the inspiring examples that you just shared, and very sincerely they change their nutritional pattern, some habits, and over, let's say, 3 months, 6 months, they saw some difference. Do they ask you that for how long now I need to continue to eat like this? Can I go back to my normal pattern?
That's very commonly asked questions by everybody, because people believe that diet is not for life. Diet is for a very short period of time, and everybody wants to go back to whatever they were eating or whatever they were liking. So well, it's my answer is, you should eat this as long as you want to be healthy and happy and disease free. If you want diseases, you're most welcome to eat them at any time, and you will get not one, you might get all at a time. Because when we explain diabetes, we do tell them that head to toe everything is going to be affected. You just won't know it now, but it is a multi-organ dysfunction. So if you start eating the wrong way, one by month the organs may go, and then we will not be able to get them back. So before you eat, think, you really want to eat it once in a while, a little bit, off track is okay, get back to track immediately, because that's not the way you should head to. You will not do anything good to you if you yourself you eat the wrong way. So as long as
Yeah,
you want to eat, as long as you want to be healthy, eat this way.
yeah, I'm sure our listeners are getting your message loud and clear. That it's more of a lifestyle and a long-term approach rather than some quick fix. And especially because we are trying to address the root cause. We are not trying to only suppress the symptoms. I don't even call it managing the symptom. Also, would you briefly throw some light on once they get one of these manifestations of metabolic syndrome, right, whether it is diabetes or they may start with hypertension, but then it's almost like a door which is now open, and then it simply exposes them to further risks. So could you please briefly talk on that, because you must be seeing in your practice that somebody starts with diabetes and then after a few years diseases only get added, as you said.
So all these years, I have been just seeing this, that one by one, over a couple of years, patients get worse and they have multiple complications. Well, a complicated patient or a patient who is diabetic with multiple complications, retina, food complications, it may be difficult for them to change the diet completely at one go. But and they may not be off medications also, but lesser the medications, better it is. So sometimes people have that idea that diabetes runs in families, so the parents have or the grandparents have diabetes and they do have complications. So sometimes it is an advantage when a patient, a new patient, newly detected patient, knows what has happened in the family, and we can definitely tell them or catch them young, saying that if you don't want to go through that cycle, or if you don't want to go through those complications, it's good to eat right food. And I do tell them that no doctor will tell you to change your food this way, no dietitian is going to tell you to change your food this way, unless they know. Maybe 10 years down the line they might tell you, but I am the first one to tell you, believe me, and this is science backed. It's not that I'm just faking you something. I have a degree and I'm going to tell you only what is beneficial to you. So seeing complications sometimes definitely helps the patient, because they don't want any complications. They don't want to lose eyesight, they don't want to lose a limb or a finger. So they definitely would try to. And the newer generation is slightly better than, they are net savvy, they would read and they would come up with questions. So if a younger one comes, it's easier.
Got it. And continuing on that very last comment of yours, so what would you also say to the younger physicians who who are at the maybe at the beginning of their career, because you went through D-Life course, you also apply now the metabolic health approach. So how would you share your experience with D-Life with them, and how will it help them in their practice early on?
See, D Life has been a game changer for me. It's not only me that has changed, it's my entire family that has changed. I live in a big family, so my other family, the second round of people, also have made changes in their lifestyle. So, lead by example, though, I have done. For the younger physicians, my urge would be nutrition is a doctor's forte because you have to tell it along with medicines. It's easier for a doctor because he would be or she would be the one who would see and change the medicines, unlike the nutritionists who are non-doctors who might tell their patients to go to a doctor and lessen the medicine. So you are always at an advantage. So dare to go against the mainstream. Read, take advantage of D Life, which is there now in India. Otherwise, we would have to pay in lakhs to do this course from abroad. So D Life is a game changer here in India, very much available. The forum is there. You have lifetime access. You have friends. You have people who are giving you knowledge. There is so much, so many articles, more than any medical journal gives on D Life. And means the younger physicians should definitely do this course. They can apply it right away, even if they are not diabetologists, even if they are physicians, or even if they are doing any other form branch. They should learn basic about nutrition, which is easily available, and they should benefit. Once you are benefited yourself, then you start believing it and you start propagating it. So that's how it should be. If a doctor knows, he can tell 10 people at a time, and those 10 can also tell another 100, and that way we can actually give a message to the society and start improvement. Because we are the staying in the diabetes capital of the world, and we are the carb capital of the world also. The variety of food which is carb centric here is tremendous. So we only can propagate it, and if it comes from the horse's mouth, sooner or later people believe it.
Great, great. No, I think it's a very hard-hitting thing that you said, and I am also glad to share with our audience that there are more than I think 47 doctors by now who are part of D-Life, who have either graduated from D-Life diploma or who are currently pursuing it. And we see so many success stories put out by them and by other coaches as well. So it's always heartening to hear, and the ground level impact that you are speaking of, within your own family, in your patients. And what I really like about your example and your story is that you are living that lifestyle. You are very active. You are not just doing strength training, but I know you are an avid tracker. So I want the audience to know that you're very active. So when they see a doctor implementing the real healthy habits, and they are not just preaching, but they are actually walking the talk, I think that is really what is inspiring, and that will inspire a change in them, because it's sometimes easy to just sit and give advice. But I know that you are a different kind of a doctor who is first made that change, shown the benefits, and now giving advice. So on that note, may I request Shashi and Anup to come in, please? Yes, can they be put on spotlight?
Yeah, by the time they do, let's not kill time. Dr. Sandhya, it is a very special moment for us because you are one of us, right? It's part of D-Life team, and five doctors are now, I would say, making a debut on this international platform. So, and I would just like to add one thing. You rightly said, never calculate cost on day-to-day basis. Always go for 1 year, 2 years, or whatever it is. Just to put that into perspective, in 20 years, a typical diabetic spends 15 lakh rupees. And this is not some, magic number pulled out of nowhere. This is based on a survey and published online. So 15 lakh rupees in 20 years is 75,000 per month, per year, which is 6,000 rupees on an average per month. So any low carb diet will always be cheaper than this.
And the cost is only going to increase. Medical
Yes,
cost is only
yes,
going to increase. It will never,
yes.
regress.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Sandhya, thank you very much again for appearing and sharing your knowledge here. So there was a time when I used to meet doctors like you. I used to meet MDs, diabetologists, cardiologists, promoting anti-diabetic statins, cardiovascular medicines for.
I know you were working for Abbott.
I was in Abbott for 32 years and Pfizer
Or
for,
we met.
yeah, in a different division. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
So
not
we
supposed
had.
to take any brand names here.
So Abbott has a couple of other metformins also. So I was promoting the other brand and primarily in cardiovascular also for quite a long time, including statin, of course. So I was promoting statin for 15 years. So I always realize that whenever it's how difficult it is for doctors like you to really change your approach and come towards nutrition and adding nutrition angle to your patients, which will get results. So I'm sure that in your patients, you must be looking at not purely diabetes remission, but better control and reduction of medicine, which itself will be a big win for your patients. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate all of you very much and all the best. Let's rise and shine together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhya.
Thank you. Thanks, Mandar.
Dr. Adrian, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Good to see
Thank
you.
you.
How are you?
Fine, fine, fine. So we are meeting after June when we met in Keto.
Yes. Yes,
So
yes.
happy
It's been a while.
and thankful to have you on the Metabolic Health Conference, India's low carb conference platform. And this is the third one, of course. We had a couple of them last 2 years, and so happy to have you in the session. So I'll just briefly start with introduction. So for the viewers, of course, I'm Shashi, a metabolic health coach from D-Life, India's first and only award-winning low carb platform. The platform was founded by Anup Singh back in 2014, who is an IIT Roorkee silver medalist and with Icons of India awardee. He also pioneered the low carb movement in India. Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams per day protocol, 100 grams per day carbs protocol, which he developed in 2012, made LCHF and type 2 diabetes management very easy for Indians and especially vegetarians. In 2020, he also launched the D-Life Diploma course, the only NSCD approved, Government of India approved program with the largest 144 CPD hours. So Anup Singh and I, of course, we both co-organized India's historic Metabolic Health Conference, the 1 and 2. So I take the pleasure in inviting Dr. Adrian Sodomota. So he is a physician and a researcher known for his metabolic health, ketogenic therapy, and energy metabolism. With a very strong background in clinical research, he has explored the impact of ketones on human physiology, particularly in metabolic and neurological disorders. His work challenges the conventional dietary guidelines, emphasizing the therapeutic potential of low carb and ketogenic diet for improving health outcome. So Dr. Adrian's evidence-based approach continues to shape the conversation of metabolic health, offering new insights into the nutrition, longevity, disease prevention, and especially the lipid, where he is actively involved in the recent publication on LMHR, along with Dave Feldman. So thank you and welcome, Dr. Adrian.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very thankful for the invitation, for the opportunity to reach out to everybody in India. And the pleasure is mine, really. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start the first question, Doc. You have studied the ketone metabolism very, very extensively. How does ketosis fundamentally change our body's response to lipids compared to the carb-based metabolism?
You could say that the same physiological thing that induces ketosis at the same time changes our body's preference, so to speak, for burning fat. An analogy I usually place or usually use with my patients is that imagine your body is a house in a very cold mountain, and imagine you have a gas stove and you have wood logs to produce heat, and you need heat to, boil water or to cook or to something like that. Well, chopping off logs is hard. It requires effort. And turning on the gas stove, it's just easy, instantaneous. So if you have available gas in your stove, you will forget almost you have logs. You just won't use them. Why would you? But if you don't have gas, you have no other option but to go for the logs. So in this analogy, carbohydrates are the easy to access, immediate response fuel, and our fat is the large storage of logs. So when we are not consuming carbohydrates, our physiology has no other option but to go to the fat reserve. And that same process of going to the fat reserve is what starts ketosis. So you could say that when you see ketosis, you are already seeing a very strong sign that our body is relying more on fats in general.
Something which is available in abundant quantity.
Yes, absolutely.
In some
So just to add a very brief idea there, because I think that this is frequently overlooked for other diet interventions. This is the only diet intervention that has a biomarker. If I come to you and I tell you I am following a Mediterranean diet and you ask me for proof, I cannot give you proof. If I say to you I am following the other day I saw a joke like I am following a seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. Well, if I have no way of showing you my diet. The only diet we have a biomarker to track adherence is a ketogenic diet.
Very interesting. We never heard about this before. I think you may have told this in various conversations or podcasts. You may have tweeted it, but somehow I think we have missed it. So this is the only diet which can be tracked with a biomarker. Very, very interesting. So in some people, we see a rise in LDL and total cholesterol when they are on ketogenic diet. Is it atherogenic? Is it bad? How is it? How do you view it?
Something I frequently repeat is that context matters, and that not all LDL elevations are made equal. And at the same time, because context matters, it's not the same to have high LDL on someone following a ketogenic diet after recovering from a heart attack than my very good friend Nick Norwitz, who has never had a heart attack. He's super young, he's super knowledgeable about health, had access to lots of studies, has his genome sequenced, has had more than one, coronary scan. So, I mean, if those two contexts are very different, so we shouldn't treat them equal. And actually, we know there's published literature demonstrating that at the same LDL level, people can have very different risks. So to go back to your question, sure, some people, not all, and I would say not most, because most people start a low-carb diet not being insulin resistant, sorry, let me phrase it the other way around. Most people start a ketogenic diet for reasons related with insulin resistance. Therefore, they are not insulin sensible. Those who start a ketogenic diet lean with high insulin sensitivity see these LDL spikes and these LDL elevations. The other people who start a ketogenic diet, not the majority of them, they would see either a very small, not clinically relevant LDL elevation, or even a drop in LDL concentration because their insulin resistance is improving. For those who do see an elevation, then we need to contextualize. Okay, is this elevation likely harmful for you or not? Because what we know is that not all LDL particles have the same atherogenic potential. Some atherogenic particles are way more prone to put cholesterol into our arterial walls than others. And to put an example, this is not the only difference, but just to mention one specific example, LDL particles that are tiny and highly oxidized are much more atherogenic than large LDL particles. And what we've observed in these insulin sensible people who have these elevations is that the type of particle they have the most is this large, not harmful LDL particle, or not so harmful LDL particle. And at the same time, if they don't have insulin resistance and they don't have inflammation, their arterial wall is better protected. And let me be clear. This still needs research. I mean, I wouldn't want to convey the idea that insulin sensible people are not at all at an increased risk. The data we have so far shows they don't have an increased risk due to the LDL or to the high ApoB. This doesn't mean they are protected or immune to plaque progression. This simply means that they are definitely a different risk profile than the high LDL elevations we see for other reasons. So I know I'm not giving a straightforward answer, but I think that the correct answer is not everybody will see it. It's a minority of people on a low carb diet. And in those cases, you need to identify the context in which LDL went up. Let me tell you something. In my practice, in the patients I serve, I have only seen an LMHR once, mostly because LMHRs are healthy people, so they don't need to go to the doctor. All the other people have counseled on a low carbohydrate diet. They tend to see what I described before, either no change in LDL or even a decrease in an LDL reduction.
So in many of the cases, we see that there's a drop in triglyceride, increase in HDL, and there would be a slight bump up of LDL. Typically in India, the average LDL which we see is 120, 130 milligram per deciliter. And the total cholesterol will be around 200 to 220, with some exceeding and some at low. So how do you see this? Would you see that the drop in TG, increase in HDL, this particular drop and increase plus the ratio and the slight increase in LDL, how do you
I think that those are the markers of better metabolic health. And we shouldn't, I mean, our brain likes, straightforward, simple answers. And this is the one reason that explains it all. But I like so much better what you outlined right now, which is a pattern, not a single change. We see a pattern of a slight bump in LDL, triglyceride reductions, slight bump in HDL. And this triad, so to speak, signals that something different is happening in your physiology. I think perhaps it's important or useful to remember why we care about LDL at all. And we care about LDL because it's a cardiovascular risk factor. However, it's not the only thing we consider for evaluating cardiovascular risks. And in the studies, actually, some of them are published already. When we analyze with the 10-year cardiovascular risk calculators, those patients, even those who had a slight bump in LDL, as you described, because the other things in their health improved so much, their cardiovascular risk was reduced despite, or you could say even with that LDL pump. So we know that we are reducing cardiovascular risk because we are improving blood pressure, we are improving insulin sensitivity, we are improving many other aspects that contribute, inflammation, for example, that contribute to cardiovascular risk. And sure, I mean, even if that small LDL bump was physiologically relevant in the big picture, it's being compensated for the other health improvements.
How would you have, can you give some clarity on this LDLP, oxidized LDL? I think though it is not very much measured in India. Let me tell you the situation in India now. In India, we primarily see the LDL and total cholesterol. Even ApoB is not seen as much because whenever as health coaches, when clients comes to us and when we see the lab report, we don't see ApoB measured, we don't see the other neither LDLP nor oxidized. Primarily, it is just what is seen is total cholesterol LDL. That's all finished and then statin. So how do you? What is your view on this oxidized LDL LDLP?
You're touching on a very important point, and I mean, do correct me if I go too technical on some things. It's very important to emphasize that the LDL we most frequently see in clinical practice is the total concentration in blood. And part of the reason why you can see different risk profiles with the same LDL level is that you can have 130 milligrams of deciliter of LDL distributed in a lot of small, dense particles or in a few large particles, large and fat particles. They would give you the same concentration. And as we already discussed, they have different potential for atherogenesis. That's one part of the story. However, most of the LDL we see in today's world and clinical practice is calculated, not measured. And it's calculated with, there are many formulas. The first one and the one that's most used still today is Friedewald's formula. And Friedewald's formula uses total cholesterol, it infers LDL concentration, taking into account triglycerides. And this is very important because if the higher triglycerides go, the larger the error for the LDL calculation becomes. Actually, my lab and I are currently working on a better way to calculate LDL because exactly as you mentioned, here in my home country, we also don't see many fancy lipid metrics. I mean, what we have to work with is total cholesterol, LDL, HDL, triglycerides. And we know that, in other words, the LDL value we are seeing is messy, is error prone. If triglycerides are above 500, the machine won't even calculate it. But we've seen in our data that if triglycerides are above 200, the LDL value, it's already very biased. So we shouldn't focus so much on it. Now, because the LDL concentration is a proxy or a common way to try to infer how many particles there are, it gained lots of popularity decades ago. It's our cheap way of estimating how many atherogenic particles there are. And because of this reason, it was developed ApoB. ApoB is a protein that all atherogenic particles have in common, which is why it's so important, because we know that not only LDL particles are atherogenic. For example, remnant cholesterol particles are also atherogenic. There's evidence suggesting they are even more atherogenic, but they are just very hard to measure because it's very expensive. You need nuclear magnetic resonance of your blood to tell them apart. So ApoB kind of summarizes all the particles with atherogenic potential. And when you see LDL just like that, people are usually referring to the concentration. Sometimes they capitalize it with LDLC. When you see LDLP, as you mentioned in your question, this means LDL, the number of particles, not only the concentration of LDL, the number of particles. And sometimes perhaps you could see SD LDLP, and the SD means small, dense LDL particle. And this small dense is important because as we already touched minutes ago, if the particle is small and dense, it has much more atherogenic potential than your regular LDL particle. Now, if it's oxidized or not, this requires a very different assay to be measured. And oxidized particles are also more inflammatory and atherogenic. So, however, they are not measured in the same way. You also need more advanced and expensive lipids. And to give perhaps a more practical response, I think, and I know not everybody would agree with me, but in a population with so much insulin resistance, like in the world today, I think that first of all, we should do as you did. We should look at the pattern. We should look at this change, this change, this changed, not only a single change. We should look at the pattern. But if we were to choose a single thing to focus on, it's likely that your triglyceride to HDL has more physiologic information than your LDL account. Because the most common reason in today's world, the most common reason of high LDL is insulin resistance. That's for sure. There are other reasons, familial hypercholesterolemia, different phases of the inflammation cascade. There are other reasons for high LDL, being an LMHR. But the most common one is by far insulin resistance. When you see high LDL in somebody, it typically means they are insulin resistant. It's part of the other things that will tell you they are insulin resistant. So for me, the most useful marker in a lipid panel to identify is this insulin resistance or not is seeing the behavior of triglycerides and cholesterol and HDL. But also because I know that the higher triglycerides go, the less I can trust the LDL value. I hope that's a better answer.
Now, in some, we might even see an increased ApoB. Even
Yes,
though
of course.
the markers are normalized, ApoB might be higher. Not in all. We have seen very few. So is it atherogenic? Is it harmful? Because of late, not in India, but in the international, in the Western world, especially USA, ApoB is given a lot of importance. Now they have virtually abandoned LDL. There they talk of only ApoB. So
yes,
what do we? I want you to explain ApoB in two contexts. One is in the context of ketogenic diet, and one is someone on, let us say, high carb diet and still ApoB is high. How would you view this?
If because ApoB, as I mentioned, is this protein that all particles with atherogenic potential have in common, ApoB has received so much attention. Some people see it as our best way of measuring someone's atherogenic risk. But again, even if I know the exact value of all the atherogenic particles, I am assuming that all of them have the same atherogenic potential. If I just focus on the number of particles, I am basically assuming they all have the same relevance. But we know they don't. We know that remnants are more atherogenic, that if I can have the same ApoB number, but if it's in small, dense particles, they will be more atherogenic than the same ApoB number with large, buoyant particles. What the high ApoB we see in people eating lots of carbs typically signals that they have lots of highly atherogenic particles. The high ApoB we see in people restricting carbs typically signals they have more of the non-harmful or non-so atherogenic lipid particles. Now, some people perhaps would say, why would you stay with your high ApoB number if we have tools to bring it down? Like why bother at all? If I know how I can reduce that number, perhaps I don't care if the number if nature is of highly atherogenic or not so highly atherogenic. We can reduce it, and sure, maybe they are right. However, not everybody tolerates medication or has access to medication to reduce lipids. And there are other ways in which we can reduce ApoB. For those patients whose condition allows it, introducing small amounts of carbohydrates in different intervals would bring ApoB down. And we've observed this, my good friend has made a perhaps too extreme case of showing you can do this with awful carbohydrates like Oreo cookies. So if in some clinical contexts, I might not care much about the relevance of high ApoB, but in those other clinical contexts, there are non-pharmacological ways to reduce ApoB. And in some other contexts, perhaps the best idea is, yes, take a medication. So again, I guess that I'm just trying to preserve my job or convince people my job is useful, but you do need, a clinician who sees and analyzes each context to identify what's the best available option in this case. What we can definitely say is that not all high ApoB concentrations are equally harmful, and not all of them require medication to to reduce.
I think this is context based, is what you say.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Context based and individual clinician and patient.
Absolutely. You froze a little bit. Can you still hear me? What happened here? I can see you again. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I think my
there was
connection.
a connection issue. So what
Yeah.
I was asking was, what are the other benefits or other markers we can see which will say that a ketogenic diet is beneficial other than the lipid, if you keep aside lipid markers?
I mean, if you compare, for example, what matters the most for cardiovascular risk, by far, insulin resistance is the largest contributor. So, and there are different ways to measure insulin resistance. So, for example, and none of them is perfect, but in collection, there are good markers. Seeing reductions in HOMA-AR. HOMA is this value you calculate with your fasting insulin and your fasting glucose. But of course, looking at your HbA1c is also helpful. HbA1c reductions are also helpful. Triglyceride reductions would be another signal. Many people arrive with at least mild fatty liver disease. So it's not rare to see reduction in liver enzymes, in ALT, and AST. Also, the most common cause for high uric acid is insulin resistance. I mean, gout exists, but uric acid is also one of the things that can signal that there's insulin resistance. So you could also observe reductions in uric acid. You could also observe reductions in C-reactive protein, which is another thing that goes up when insulin resistance goes up. And of course, it signals inflammation on its own. And I mean, frequently overlooked biomarker is the scale. I mean, you would see weight go down. You don't need to draw someone's blood to see that. You would see fat reductions, and you can see that with a scale and a metric and a measuring tape. And so all those things matter. However, I think that what I emphasize the most with my patients is how do you feel? Because very frequently is not, yes, it's something you can get in a lab, it's something you can, but if my patients go and get a blood sample every month or every 3 months, that's a picture. But how do you feel? That's a video. So many of them report, well, I am feeling less stiff or less pain in the mornings if they have, for example, inflammatory, if they have arthritis, or some other patients say, I feel more energized. Some patients say, I feel, let me put an example there. Years ago, not too many years ago, a group of researchers in the UK at Oxford were, for other reasons, they were using a medication for weight loss. They had lots of MRI scans, and they were mostly interested in the fat around the heart, in the pericardium. But because they had this data, they also were able to look at the tongue. And one of the fat deposits they noticed changed the earliest was fat around the base of the tongue. And this is crucial. I mean, perhaps when I sometimes people want to see, less fat around their bellies or less fat around their hips or less fat. But if you could choose where to lose fat from, if your hips or your tongue, lose it in your tongue all the time. Because what this meant was that now their airway was wider. And this coincided when people noticed they stopped snoring and they were basically oxygenating better during the night when they were asleep. And of course, if you sleep better and with better oxygen, your heart had to pump to work less hard to give oxygen to all your body. And if you had a good night of sleep, you feel more energized and a good. So, okay, this is something you just wouldn't get with. I won't send my patients to a daily MRI scan to see how the fat in their tongue is going, but I can get that same picture if I simply ask them, "How are you feeling?"
I think that's a very important point because a lot of people with metabolic syndrome do have sleep apnea, which is of course very strongly related with all cardiovascular disease. In fact, some doctors will say that you got heart attack only because of sleep apnea. It is said to be so powerful and a big marker. And of course, for India, another big marker is losing belly fat because primarily we are all lean guys. We are very lean people. We appear lean. BMIs are normal, but then we have central obesity. And
Sure.
that's the indicator of
Absolutely.
fatty liver. And I
Absolutely.
think that is one of the
Absolutely.
marker we set it right. And losing that in India, I will say that more than weight loss, it is that inch loss which is much more important in terms of recovering metabolic health.
Much more. Much more.
Look, can you briefly tell us what exactly is LMHR, lean mass hyper responder? Can you also
Sure.
briefly touch upon that study which was published in Lancet, the keto LMHR study?
LMHR is an acronym for, as what you already mentioned, lean mass hyperresponder. And this is a concept and a term that was coined by Dave Feldman in 2017. And what Dave was basically trying to summarize is that those people who see the largest LDL elevations when they restrict carbohydrates tend to be lean, and they tend to have a high percentage of muscle mass and because they hyper respond to the LDL elevation, that's where the name came from. It's not too explicative, but that's the name that sticked. For example, for a while, people have said that we should call it lean mass hyperabsorbers because some people say that what explains the phenotype is more fat absorption. I don't think that explains it entirely. I think that that's perhaps a contributing cause to the phenotype, but I don't think it's the entire phenotype. At the same time, he was developed this concept. Dave very, cleverly identified in the literature that there was already evidence suggesting that it was likely that when insulin-sensitive people restrict carbohydrates, their lipoprotein lipase worked harder, worked more efficiently, worked more intensely, and that this would explain both why LDL goes up, why HDL goes up, why triglycerides go down, but also would explain why when you bring a small amount of carbohydrates, everything goes back to baseline very, very quickly. And this is what was coined as the lipid energy model. And the first LMHR paper, which had the observational data he collected from his Facebook group, was published in 2022. And the main physiological paper on the lipid energy model and summarizing the evidence that suggests this is the case, although we want to make a more specific study about it, hopefully this year or the next one, was published shortly after. Now, this phenotype of to be an LMHR, one of the, you could say, informal criterion, but reasonable, is to be sure you have normal lipids before restricting carbohydrates. So people who always had high LDL, regardless of your diet, they have something else, right? They are not LMHRs, they have something else and that should be studied. Those who have normal lipids change their diet, and now they have this pattern of high LDL, high HDL, low triglycerides. Those are LMHRs. And Dave did something I think it's truly admirable. He crowdfunded a very expensive study, because today the state of the art, the gold standard to measure atherosclerosis is coronary calcium angiotomography. It's a very expensive scan because, and there's also a wide range of prices. And one of the most advanced and expensive scans comes from a company named Clearly. Each scan is super expensive. It's multiple. It's more than $2,000. And basically, the idea of Dave was, let's crowdfund a group of, confirmed LMHRs. Let's scan them at baseline, and then let time pass and scan them again to see if their plaque progresses rapidly. Now, let me be clear. These scans detect plaque in anyone. It's like I don't know if you've heard this about cancer, but like all of us get cancer multiple times a day, but our immune system fights it back. All of us have at least some form, or most of us will have at least some form of plaque. These scans would detect millimeters of different plaque. And the first study that was released, that was published in JACC Advances, compared the LMHR population with another population not restricting carbohydrates from the Miami Heart cohort. And here, everybody had its match. So, for example, if they have 55-year-old LMHR who smoked for 10 years, who had hypertension, and they found a Miami Heart 55-year-old man with hypertension who smoked for 10 years, and they would find the closest match for everybody. And after doing that, they got groups that were very similar in every classical cardiovascular risk factor except LDL. the LMHR population had twice as much LDL than the Miami heart. And then they compared if plaque was different in LMHRs. And this is people who had been on LMA on a low carb diet for on average 5 years, who demonstrated they had normal lipids before their diet, and they had no more plaque than the Miami heart patients. In other words, the LMHR is not explaining, sorry, LDL, high LDL is not explaining, it's not contributing to having more plaque. We have now in peer review the longitudinal data, because this was at baseline. We have now in peer review the longitudinal data. Hopefully we can share those results soon, but they are encouraging. They are encouraging. And we need more studies like this. When I said earlier that we need more research, we need more studies like these that have super advanced metrics and at the same time have corroborated LMHRs to see if plaque is progressing or not. Because let me be clear, atherosclerosis plaque can progress for multiple reasons. And it's simply a question of what's contributing the most to plaque progression. So that's what that study is about. And yeah, hopefully we can share those results soon.
We still have 7 minutes and Alina is already here. So can you give us a sneak peek of the cholesterol code movie? Dave Feldman was supposed to come in this conference, but then he sent a message that he's stuck up with so much work because this is coinciding with this COSI conference also, which was there last week. So he had to drop out. So can you give us, you have seen that movie, can you give a sneak peek? What does it contain?
Sure. It has pretty much the story of how Dave came up with the LMHR concept, which is a very nice story because basically Dave has taken lots of pictures and taken lots of I don't think I know a human who has had more lipid measurements in their life, and started tracking his lipids with what he was eating. And the story of how the study was crowdfunded. It has also a summary of how the lipid energy model works, how is the LMHR triad constitute. But what I would highlight the most from the film, which I think it's especially valuable, because what I've mentioned before has been mentioned other times, what I would highlight is that it has the story of patients who found they had this phenotype, who were struggling with different diseases. Some of them were struggling with inflammatory bowel disease, some of them with a psychiatric illness, some of them with type 1 diabetes, some of them, and how they found that they didn't have very high LDL, but now they did, and how they are now dealing with that finding, how their doctors were startled on what they were seeing and what decisions or resolutions they have made in response to this change. Because of course, many doctors would say, "Oh, you should leave the diet," like let's not worry about your LDL. But some others would say, "I mean, this diet changed my life. I don't want to give. I don't want to. I don't want to stop following it." And I think that I mean, don't take my word, it's biased. It's a very high quality production. Animations are amazing for explaining the physiological concepts. Dave's story is fantastic, but what I would highlight from the film is the multiple examples all across the board. There's children, there's elders, there's women, there's men. I would highlight the patient stories.
So coming to the final questions, how would you rate the risk factor posed by insulin resistance and blood sugar versus LDL? Because we have seen a lot of studies which compares. And I think in India, we tend to ignore insulin resistance and blood sugar level, and the entire focus is only on LDL and total cholesterol. So, what would be your advice to the Indian public or population on this insulin resistance and blood sugar as a risk for cardiovascular disease?
What I would say is that this has been studied multiple times. Perhaps a useful reference here is a paper in JAMA published in 2022 from Dugani and colleagues, where they put head to head what shifts your risk meter the most. And having diabetes is by far, it's at least 2 or 3 times the effect of one large deviation of LDL, one full standard deviation of LDL. And the entire LDL risk was explained in this data set with small, dense particles. So I would go back to what we were mentioning minutes ago. What happens is that when we see high LDL in the population, that's typically signaling insulin resistance. So that's just the most common cause for high LDL. We know that you can put diabetes into remission, or you control glucose with your diet. We know that high LDL doesn't mean the same in all contexts. And we also know that people have different benefits from their diet. So I think that talk to your doctor and analyze yourself. It's useful, for example, to keep a diary on how people were feeling and how their symptoms were changing. And it will be different for everybody. Talk to your doctor. And what I would say is that if I had to choose, yes, I'd prefer, well, I do. I'm open about it. I prefer to live with high ApoB than with high HOMA AR. So that's what I do, but I totally understand and see how different people with different contexts would receive different advice.
Dr. Adrian, thank you. And I think most of the questions I asked, you explained this in a very, very simple manner. And I think this is definitely going to benefit India. And I'll request Anup Singh to be brought on stage.
Thank you for the invitation.
Hello, Dr. Adrian. Thank you for coming.
Hi.
And before we wind this session off, one quick question. Why are doctors not looking at insulin? Is it because there is no drug, or is it ignorance?
I think there's multiple reasons. There's multiple answers. I would say that we do have a drug. We do have drugs that we know improve insulin sensitivity. However, the most effective intervention for improving insulin sensitivity is not a drug. It's a diet change. And doctors are not trained advising people on diet changes. So we should change the program in medical schools so doctors are educated with the tools to make impact on the most relevant contributor to insulin resistance. So part of that question is doctors are not trained to advise on dietary changes, which is the most important intervention for insulin sensitivity, but also very frequently in many parts of the world, doctors just don't have time. Even if we have a highly motivated, educated doctor who is aware of the power of dietary interventions and lifestyle interventions, sometimes they have 15 minutes per patient because they have to see 20, 25 patients every afternoon. And one of the reasons why it's neglected is because doctors take 10 seconds in writing a prescription, but it takes a lot of time to explain someone how to read labels, how to prepare foods, which foods to avoid. So it's also a matter of how trained the doctors are, which is why I treasure this figure of health coach. Not some doctors don't like it, but I think that a health coach is a fantastic player in a healthcare system because they do have that time. So and it's way faster to get more health coaches than clinicians. And health coaches are super motivated, and they very frequently are patients with successful stories who can give, practical life advice. So I think that part of the reason is doctors are just not trained to think like that. But sometimes, even when they do because they self-educated, they don't have the time that it's required to actually educate someone and advise them on how to change their lifestyle, at least in many public systems. In private sector is different, but most people in the world receive their healthcare from a public system.
And I would add one reason to that. Some have very big ego to change.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's a bad idea to vest your ego on what you know or what you do. And I think nobody feels especially comfortable with the idea that I went to school for so many years and I've been practicing for so many years, but I have to recognize I still don't know how to fix a problem. That requires, some a good level of letting go your ego.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adrian. Thank you very much for explaining everything in very, very simple manner so we can understand. We will love to have you again in one of our conferences, and I'd like to meet you once again physically. Thank you very much.
I would love to be there. Thank you for the invitation, and very happy to be here. Thanks for
you.
what you're doing.
Please get Ina in as well as Ira. Ina, hello.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, Anup.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Good morning, Nina. There are too many fan of yours in D-Life community. And before, the session starts, I would like to ask, how is your French translation working of that book? Big Fat Surprise. I think it was translated into French, right?
Yes, it is translated into French.
Yeah, because I know this because the person who translated is a member of D-Life.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So let's begin the session. Yeah, let's begin the session on that note.
Oh, how
Thank you.
nice. Sorry, I was just outside in the freezing cold and my face is all pink.
Okay, let's start Nina's session. I think a lot of us are waiting to hear Nina, and I'll quickly run through the introduction before we ask her the questions. Hi, good evening, and namaste from India. This is Ira Sahai, the Chief Operating Officer of D-Life Healthcare Private Limited, and a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life. Also, the lead host of the third Metabolic Health Conference organized from India by Shashikant Dangar and Anup Singh. D-Life is India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform that was founded by Anup Singh in 2014, who's a silver medalist from India's prestigious IIT Roorkee. Anup is also the recipient of Icons of India Award. Anup pioneered the low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100-gram carbs per day max in 2012 that made not only LCHF but also type 2 diabetes possible for even Indian vegetarians, which is a very complex grain-based vegetarian plate. Nina, before we start asking you the questions, a brief introduction on Nina, although she doesn't need it. Nina Teicholz is an investigative journalist and the author known for her work challenging conventional dietary guidelines. Her best-selling book, The Big Fat Surprise, argues that saturated fats have been unfairly demonized and that low-fat dietary recommendations have contributed to the rising obesity and metabolic diseases. She's a strong advocate for evidence-based nutrition policy and founded the Nutrition Coalition, which pushes for science-driven dietary guidelines. Through her research and advocacy, Nina has played a key role in re-evaluating the role of fats in human health. So, Nina, let's begin with the questions. There's a lot to ask, but I'll try to kind of run through as many questions as possible. Nina, your book has been very instrumental in sparking public discourse on nutrition. The book is The Big Fat Surprise. It explores how dietary guidelines became entrenched despite weak evidence. Why do you think Ansel Keys' hypothesis on saturated fats gained such dominance in the face of absolutely contradictory findings?
Well, Ansel Keys from the University of Minnesota was a very aggressive, domineering personality. He was called a bully even by his friends. He was said to be able to argue anyone to the death, and so he was a forceful man. And he was able to get his idea about dietary saturated fat and dietary cholesterol as the cause of heart disease to be the one that was selected by the American Heart Association in 1961 as the cause of heart disease. And I think there was very little evidence at the time. I wouldn't say, I mean, there was obvious contradictory evidence that saturated fats and cholesterol are part of natural foods that we had eaten historically for millions of years. But in terms of the science, there was just very little science that anybody had at the time. He had done some very, very small human experiments, and there was some animal data. But there was, at the time in the United States, a panic over what caused heart disease because in 1955, President Eisenhower had a heart attack, was out of the office, the office of the president for 10 days. And there really was a need to explain what caused heart disease, which had risen from pretty much out of nowhere in the early 1900s to become the #1 killer in America. So, and there were competing theories about what caused heart disease. Vitamin deficiency was one, and the rising amount of auto exhaust in the air, the idea that the type A personality, the kind of person who would go around screaming at everyone and then have a heart attack. These were competing viable theories promoted by reputable scientists. But Ansel Keys, I think, due to his personality, was able to step into that vacuum and have his theory, the diet heart hypothesis, win the day. So there was just a tremendous need for some kind of explanation. And as I said, he was able to get his idea implanted into the American Heart Association in 1961, such that that was the first group anywhere in the world to recommend that we cut back on saturated cholesterol to fight heart disease. And then from there, it went to the dietary guidelines in the US, which started in 1980. So I would say there was just a dearth of information, and he stepped into that sort of empty space and was able to have his idea become accepted.
Yeah. Anup, the next question.
Yeah, in your book, you challenge the conventional wisdom of low-fat diet. Now, could you please highlight one or two, surprising or unexpected details that you uncovered while doing the book?
Oh, there's just so many. That's why, I mean, it's worth, I think, reading the book just because I tell very detailed stories of scientists. Like, for instance, I interviewed scientists employed by the Seed Oil Association in the United States, and their job was to go around and bully scientists at conferences who were raising concerns about seed oils, who had studies that they were presenting. They would hound them with questions to the point where others, as scientists told me, they would become paranoid about their work because every detail of it was raked over and scrutinized. This is the kind of thing that still goes on today. Some of us writing about low-carb diets and have had the same experience. But there's just so many stories about scientists engaged in really what I think are shady, bullying kinds of activities. It was completely shocking to me when I first started stumbling across these stories. As far as the low-fat diet, that was introduced in 1970, also by the American Heart Association, and it was just based on a very hypothetical idea that fat is a macronutrient with 9 calories per gram versus the other two macronutrients, which are protein and carbohydrates, which have 4 to 5 calories per gram. The obesity epidemic was starting to rise in America, and it was just thought prudent, logical, that if we reduced fat, we would be reducing calories, with no clinical trials, no data on which to base that, and no understanding of the fact that fat and protein are more satiating and that carbohydrates actually trigger compulsive eating. So it was just an idea that became policy. And then, of course, when it was studied in the same way that when Ansel Keys' hypothesis was studied in proper randomized controlled clinical trials on humans, none of these ideas could be shown to be true.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Such glaring evidences. I think, Nina, your book is totally enlightening, and everybody who's read that, has kind of really been shaken, with the truth that has come out in the book. So many congratulations for even having thought of writing that book for all of us.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, I would continue with the question. Nina, you argue that cholesterol has been unfairly vilified, very significant, I think, all around the world and especially in India. How do you explain the persistence of the cholesterol causes heart disease narrative, despite growing evidence to the contrary?
Well, that is a complex story. I mean, as you know, it started with total cholesterol, and that was based on animal evidence. And then in the very earliest, largest government longitudinal study called the Framingham study, which started in the late 50s, they found out by the mid 70s that total cholesterol was not associated with heart disease risk. But by that point, this dogma about cholesterol had really become entrenched at our National Institutes of Health and our other expert organizations, and those results were dismissed. Similarly, in 1979, the results came out that actually HDL cholesterol, not LDL cholesterol, was more predictive of heart disease risk, and that result was also ignored. And again, this is the largest, longest longitudinal study ever done in the United States. So the basic story is that, and this is true across all the subjects we're talking about, the hypothesis gets set in stone, data comes out to the contrary, but it cannot be accepted because that would require that people change their minds, that policies be reversed, that institutions be embarrassed, that university professors reject their entire careers and admit they're wrong. In the case of LDL cholesterol, which has been such a tenacious idea, even though it is not, I mean, there's so many papers to show that that's not based on strong evidence, and that just as many people get heart attacks with high LDL as low LDL cholesterol. There's the added factor that we have a giant blockbuster statin drug, the largest drug, I think until GLP-1s, it's the largest drug ever, the best-selling drug in the history of medicine, that supports the LDL cholesterol hypothesis. So we know how to lower LDL with statins. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry. There was an effort to create a drug that increases HDL cholesterol called niacin, but it turned out that killed people. So that never became a viable commercial entity. So you can sort of see risk factors for heart disease as sort of like competing commercial entities. One is very well funded, LDL cholesterol. The other, HDL cholesterol, is not well funded. And so I think in this case, money went out.
Yeah. Anu.
Yeah. So how come this, how do you think this low-fat diet is directly linked with the epidemic of obesity and chronic diseases?
Well, it's a pretty simple explanation. There are three macronutrients, as I said, fat, protein, carbohydrate. If you reduce fat in a low-fat diet, then the macronutrient that replaces it is carbohydrates. So lower in fat, higher in carbohydrates. We've seen a 25 or 30% drop in fat consumption as a percent of calories in the United States since 1970, and carbohydrates have increased, I think, by about 25%. And that is just, if you're not eating one thing, you're eating the other thing. So that's the basic way that it drives metabolic diseases. I mean, our dietary guidelines, which remain low in fat, 31 to 33% of calories is fat, they advise over 50% of calories is carbohydrate. And as even the dietary guideline expert reports, that those are the expert groups that produce our guidelines, even they have admitted that the low-fat diet has very likely caused what they sort of said dyslipidemia, but we all know that to mean that adverse cholesterol and lipids in your body. And they also acknowledged, we documented this in a paper that we can post in the show notes, but there's also quotes from their reports saying that we have to be careful about recommending so many carbohydrates because they're likely to worsen obesity. So, I mean, there's an awareness of this, but just an inability, again, to back out of a policy that is clearly not supported by good science.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, extending that question, extending that question, do you think, fat and protein both have been vilified, the essential macros vilified so that non-essential macro can sell without science? Carbohydrate.
Right. Right. The one non-essential, the one macronutrient for which you do not have to consume, you have no essential need, has replaced the two macronutrients, fat and protein, that absolutely are essential and you need for life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Nina, your book explores the rise of polyunsaturated vegetable oils as a replacement for saturated fats, very pertinent in the Indian context also. What do you see as the long-term health implication of this entire shift?
Yeah, my book I think I was the first person to really tell the story of seed oils and how they came into the food supply. And because my book was originally supposed to be about trans fats. That was what my original contract was for. So I spent the first 2 years of my research just hanging out with seed oil scientists in the industry, going to their conferences, joining their professional society. I visited a vegetable oil factory. And I really got to know and understand them, and I understood that they called them seed oils. So I introduced the term seed oils. I think that's why we now all use it. But and I discovered their extensive oxidation effects, which drive inflammation throughout the body, and also produce. I mean, when these oils when they degrade over time, especially under conditions of heat, like when you're cooking with them or in fryers, they degrade, they oxidize, meaning they take on oxygen molecules. Oxidation is a bad thing. That's why some people take antioxidants to combat oxidation. And that leads to not only inflammation, but increased risk of heart disease and also cancer. The cancer issue has not really been well known, but in all the clinical trials that tested Ansel Keys' hypothesis, in one group, they had a regular amount of saturated fat, which at the time was considered normal, was 18% of calories. And then they had another group getting the polyunsaturated seed oils. So that was soy-filled milk, their version of the Impossible Burger, soy-filled cheese. They had margarine instead of butter. In 6 of those trials, the group on the high polyunsaturated oil diet died of higher rates from cancer. So I think cancer I mean, those are rigorous data to come out of randomized controlled clinical trials. I think your question is, where do I see the future of those going? I think there's so much awareness about seed oils now that I think they will be addressed. In the US, I think they will be addressed in this new administration that is very open to change.
Yeah, I think, and Nina, what is your opinion about, India consumes a lot of mustard oil as well. So, cold pressed and all of that. And what is your opinion about that?
So I don't know, the fatty acid that is most easily degradable is linoleic. And I don't know the linoleic content of mustard oil, but the key thing is to see how much linoleic fatty acid is in any oil that you're consuming. And this is an important point. It does not matter if the oil is cold pressed.
Correct.
It makes no difference because it still contains that fatty acid. That fatty acid is a chemical structure. It is the same no matter how you produce it. And that the structure is the problem. The structure is multiple double bonds. Each of those double bonds, even at room temperature, but especially under conditions of heat and light, those double bonds open up and attach to oxygens. Atoms. So I think that the key thing is to look up the linoleic fatty acid content of an oil that you're consuming.
Yeah, Anu.
Yeah, Nina, this blatant and shameless funding, I would say, of nutrition research is led us to what we are today, right? Do you hope or do you see any, I would say, light at the end of the tunnel where the nutrition science becomes transparent and free from industry funding?
I think we would need to see much more government funding in order to get the food industry out of research, because at the moment, almost every nutrition scientist that I have studied receives some kind of industry funding from, from food companies because they have no other source of funding. And so, I mean, that's the best explanation. There are some scientists at Harvard and Stanford who take industry funding because it serves their agendas. A lot of the work that I've done as a journalist over the last couple of years on my Substack column, which I'm going to mention if you don't mind, is called Unsettled Science, and it's on Substack. And I mention it just because I have done really in-depth research about the conflicts of interest behind the science at Harvard, at Stanford, at Tufts, really the major, most important nutrition institutions, universities in the United States. And I think the first step is exposing it. So that's why I've spent so much of my time really diving into those questions. People don't realize how conflicted our leading experts are. So I think the more exposure will lead to more awareness of this problem, and then I think I'm very hopeful that the National Institutes of Health, under its new leadership, will give renewed attention to nutrition research in a way that is actually meaningful, which currently it's not.
Yeah, I think Nina's name was also being proposed in the US, and I think we also amplified that tweet, where Nina was being, I think a few people wanted her to be nominated in the US for taking over the dietary guidelines. I don't know how that works, but we were one of those who highlighted, amplified those Instagram and, tweets for you. So very glad to do that. Nina,
Thank
based
you.
on based on your research, how would you compare, the diets or the traditional diets, so to say, that had high fats, like those of the Maasai, play in challenging the modern dietary norms of a low fat diet that's largely propagated all around you, which is largely your work also. How do you compare those both?
Well, I mean, there are numerous populations that had high fat diets, like the Maasai, like the Inuit, and there's others that are documented around the world, and I do go through them in my book. I think they show historical examples of people eating traditional high fat diets and in perfect health. I mean, in the case of the Maasai, professor from Vanderbilt University went out and actually took electrocardiograms of 400 people in the Maasai tribe and found virtually no evidence of a heart attack. There was no evidence of any kind of disease. They were in spectacular health. And he also went and looked at the Maasai who had moved into urban cities like Nairobi and discovered that they were of poor health. So it was not some kind of genetic protection that they enjoyed, but rather it was their diet that determined their disease state. So that's a group of data that completely contradicts the prevailing low-fat diet norm. And there's many examples that have been documented and that need to be considered. I think historical evidence is absolutely relevant to this debate. But I would add that there is now a large body of randomized controlled clinical trials on the high fat, low carbohydrate diet. And these confirm I wouldn't say in a more rigorous way, they are more rigorous, but it's a form of data that scientists can accept and understand. They do not really consider historical data. It's not part of their evidence pyramid. So these clinical trials, I think, are extremely persuasive for the scientific community, adding to the body of evidence that it really is a higher fat diet that leads to better health in every way.
The other spectrum, the other spectrum is a menace that I call plant-based diet. Now, vegetarianism, this vegetarian, propagating that diet as being healthy, super healthy, and, good for environment, all that nonsense that goes on. What's your take on what are the benefits actually, if any, of a plant-based diet versus, non-vegetarian or a meat-based diet?
Well, there are many reasons that people choose a vegetarian diet, and I am not anyone to criticize that. I just think that what's extremely important when choosing a diet is to ensure that it provides all the essential nutrients that you need for healthy growth of children, reproduction, for healthy having babies, and throughout life. And the problem with the vegetarian diet is that it lacks essential nutrients. A vegan diet is even more acutely deficient in essential nutrients. So, I'm not going to go through a list of them now, but it's very hard to live on that diet and get the nutrients that you need. There also tend to be low and complete proteins. So you're not getting the protein that you need to build muscle and many other functions in the body. And those protein needs are higher for growing children and for the elderly. So that diet is acceptable if you are very careful about supplementation and take in supplement form the nutrients that you're lacking. However, I would also have to mention that many people do not absorb synthetic vitamins and minerals as well as they do when they obtain those nutrients from whole foods. So, and this is not even to get into some of the anti-nutrients that you find that prevent nutrient absorption, like phytates in grains, and then there's oxalates, which can lead to kidney stones. And there's just a number of anti-nutrients that exist in plants that can give people digestive problems and all kinds of issues. So I think the health halo around that diet is not deserved. But again, I understand why people choose it, and they just have to choose that diet with a lot of care.
Yeah, I think India is a glaring example of where we kind of glorify the vegetarianism, and at the same time, the evidence and the data, everything points out at how sick we are as a nation, primarily eating a vegetarian or a plant-based diet. So, I totally agree. And what's funny, Nina, is that when I talk about carnivore, or when we talk about carnivore and all of that, it's called a fat diet. Forget carnivore, even a vegetarian low carb diet, is called a fat diet. So what's your take on this? When you talk about this, do you get called for advocating a fat diet?
Well, in general, and this is also something that I've documented with my journalism, to show what I think it's fair to say that there really is a propaganda war going on against low carbohydrate and carnivore diets. The treatment by the press, the release by the American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology will release press releases that are anti-keto, based on not even an abstract, much less a study, but just a spoken presentation. That was an incident that happened maybe the year before last. I mean, there's a real effort to promote disinformation. I don't like the term disinformation, but just to promote anti-low carb and anti-carnivore information that is not based on fact at all. And that's for many reasons. I mean, these professional organizations are funded to a large extent by pharma, and they're threatened if people get healthy, which sounds very cynical, but is true. And they do not want a diet promoted that is the opposite of what they have been saying for decades. In the case of carnivore, the hostility towards it. I have a piece that I wrote about how carnivore, even though it's depicted as this like hyper masculine gym boy kind of diet, that actually it's if not fully half of carnivores in these various groups are women, middle-aged women who really suffer from horrible conditions and diseases, and they're desperate. They do not seek the carnivore diet, but it seems to be the only diet that can help them become healthy. And of course, that's not the image that is portrayed in the press. And what we see instead is a real vilification of people eating meat and going carnivore. I think the motivations behind that have to do with like the long time terrible press that meat has had over the years. So there's a tremendous bias against red meat. And also there's a very strong movement, the climate change movement, which has decided that beef is the greatest threat to global warming. And so if you're eating meat, you are a climate denier, or you're contributing to destroying our planet. So I think the information that's out there in the media is really unreliable and is based on these corporate interests and ideologies that really have nothing to do with the science.
Yeah, Nina, in India also, and typically like it is all around the world, people are struggling to reconcile with the conflicting nutrition advice when it comes to saturated fats, when it comes to so many other things. How much should people trust the dietary guidelines? And if they cannot trust them, who do they trust?
Well, the dietary guidelines, I think, are thoroughly untrustworthy. And one of the things I did at the Nutrition Coalition was to get the first ever outside peer review of the guidelines by no less than the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. And they came out with 2 reports. We then got 2 more reports, all of which said one of the lines in that report was, we need to change the guidelines. They need to be more rigorous in their scientific methods. They need to use a recognized methodology, which they don't currently, or we will, in order for our guidelines to be trustworthy. And those reports had 11 recommendations for change. None of those recommendations were fully adopted. And so we have to conclude our guidelines are not trustworthy. We also know that from clinical trials on them, which show them that, the largest ever nutrition trial in history was the Women's Health Initiative, which showed that giving people the dietary guidelines had no positive effect for obesity, diabetes, heart disease, or any kind of cancer that they looked at. So, and then a recent paper that the Nutrition Coalition funded, which I feel very proud of, was an attempt to replicate the guidelines. And their conclusions were that the systematic reviews of the science that are used to underpin the guidelines were of critically low quality and subpar. And they could not even replicate the literature search for these key systematic reviews they did. They found 3 times more papers than the systematic reviews did. I mean, that's an acceptable margin of difference is 10%. This is like a 75% difference. So that's just yet another piece of evidence that our guidelines are not based on good science and are not using a rigorous process and are therefore not trustworthy.
Yeah, talking of guidelines, just as you said, it is untrustworthy, unscientific, rightly so. So now, in case you were, in a position or you have the power to shake up this useless guideline, what would be the top 3 changes that you would implement?
Well, I think as a matter of principle that you would have to say the dietary guidelines need to provide all the essential nutrients needed for life. That is not currently the case, even if you follow the guidelines perfectly. So that's one principle I would implement. Another is the principle of having them be based on a rigorous, recognized methodology. And then in terms of the specific changes, I think we need to revisit the cap on saturated fat, obviously. That's not based on rigorous evidence. I think we should look at the protein category, which is now has slowly eroded over time. It used to be mostly animal foods. Now it has become more peas, beans, lentils, seeds, nuts. The current proposal from the Biden administration expert committee wants it to have even less beef, poultry, and eggs, and even more peas, beans, and lentils. So those plant-based proteins are not complete, are not as easily absorbed. And so I think we need to revisit the protein category and what that should really be comprised of. And I think that given the health of the poor health of the nation, there needs to be an additional dietary pattern for people with metabolic diseases. The current dietary guidelines are only for healthy people, now a small minority of people, of the public. So we need a dietary pattern for people with metabolic diseases, which I think would obviously be what, a low carb or ketogenic diet.
Yeah,
You mentioned that, current dietary guideline is for healthy people. Now, if I have my numbers right, I think 88% of US population is unhealthy.
Yeah, or
So
up
this
to
guide,
93% of
okay.
93% of adults, according to another more recent estimate.
So that means the current guideline is, designed for barely 7% of the population.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
it
it's
were,
a ridiculous mismatch it's a policy applying to everyone, but it's now for a tiny minority of the population. So it's just a huge mismatch. And the dietary guidelines themselves, I mean, they're so weird, and there's a kind of Orwellian language that they use in describing them. They say, well, it's for prevention only, but it's definitely applicable to all Americans, which makes no sense. So, I mean, they've tried to have it both ways, but I think we have to be clear. And Congress is considering language also to this effect that there needs to be a dietary pattern for people with obesity, diabetes, and other metabolic conditions.
with the current
Nina,
political change, with the current political change, do you expect any, fight back against seed oils?
Yes. I mean, I think if you remove the cap on saturated fat, that will allow natural animal fats and coconut oil back into to be consumed. And then so that will naturally swing the pendulum, I believe, away from seed oils. And then I think there's an additional step which needs to be taken, probably as part of the guidelines, to really examine the health effects of seed oils from clinical trials. It's also possible that the Food and Drug Administration, which has a policy, they have a process called GRAS, which is generally recognized as safe. You could revisit the GRAS status of seed oils at the FDA. So that's just another possibility.
Nina, what are you up to next? I mean, after, if I know correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, your name was being recommended recently in the US polity as a nutrition advisor to the government and also the people of USA. Tell us, I mean, just your thought, if you had the power to change, what would you change? What would be the three priorities for you?
Well, I think I just answered that question about, removing the cap on saturated fat, having a dietary pattern for people with metabolic diseases, revisiting the protein category. I guess in addition, we should look at the cap on sodium, because there's not evidence to show that lowering sodium is healthy for anybody but middle-aged hypertensive people who eat a high salt diet, and for everyone else there needs to be a moderate amount of sodium consumed. So I would revisit that. And there's all kinds of things you could do with what we call our feeding assistance programs, but like school lunches, feeding programs for the elderly, women and infant children, food baskets. I mean, there is, for instance, no limit to the amount of sugar that can be fed our children in schools, and that really has to change. And the women and infant food baskets contain no meat. They contain 1 dozen eggs a month. They contain maybe a can of tuna fish. The recent revisions increase the amount of sugar that is allowed in these food baskets, that they also include things like, branded cereals. Like Dora the Explorer cereal is allowed in it, and lots of fruit juice. So what we're doing is providing the non-essential foods that are harmful to these people and not providing them the essential foods that they need. And that really needs to be changed as well.
Yeah, and what would your message be, Nina, for India, especially because the seed oil consumption here is very high, the protein consumption is very low. I mean, they're typically following the dietary guidelines, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that we can create change in the US and that can spread around the world. I know that there's a healthy skepticism in the US, at least, of the dietary guidelines, people getting healthy by turning the pyramid upside down, and a growing movement of people who understand this. I think it does have to change from the top down, because there's so much power in these guidelines. They really direct all healthcare professionals. Doctors get in trouble if they don't follow them. It it has a very powerful effect on the whole healthcare system and on what average people think is a healthy diet. Even if they don't go to that website to get their food recommendations, those recommendations come to them through all their trusted healthcare professionals, and it infuses our educational system. So it does need to change from the top down, and I hope that the US can serve as a leader in this. I also think that as the information about seed oils comes out from a trusted source, like the hope that the government would be trusted if they came out with this, that will also be echoed and spread around the world. So I recognize that people don't trust government, and that's a problem. Or many people trust the government less, let's say, than we did in the 1950s. But I think that if there are people in positions of reform, like they're bringing in at NIH and a lot of the people who've been appointed at USDA so far are quite good, and they speak the truth. I think that the public will, and people get healthier as a result, that will become a more trusted source of information.
Yeah, Anup, would you want to continue and ask something, Nina, before we end
Yeah,
this?
as we were discussing, one thought came to mind that is it that heart attack of one US president ruined basically the entire nutrition science? What's your take on that?
I don't know if that event did trigger this start of this whole process, but it would have been something else. Heart disease was terrifying the nation, and people were in a panic. I mean, you can imagine a generation whose fathers lived long lives, and all of a sudden, these are men being felled in the prime of life, and nobody knew why. So I think even without President Eisenhower, there was such a need to fill the void of advice. And the American Heart Association, in their internal documents, which I found, they talked about this in the late 1950s. Like, we desperately need to tell the American public something. We can't just stand by and be silent, even if there is no good scientific data yet. So I think this would have happened anyway. There was just a need to respond to this mysterious chronic illness. And so I think that was inevitable.
Yeah. Shashi, you can join in.
Nina, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
For immediately responding to the mail and agreeing to come for the conference. So I fondly recall back in 2021, we had a podcast with D-Life, and that was a hit. We still remember we had maximum number of live attendance during your session. If you recall, we had it 2021. I think 2020 or 2021 we had.
21. That was the time when book was being translated into French, I think.
Yeah.
Soria was working on it.
Yeah. Thanks to Surya. She's an amazing person and a fantastic translator.
Part of our team but then we are in touch from time to time.
Yeah.
So Nina, thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be back here with you all. Thanks.
So we'll meet up again. Probably we might invite you in future, and let us see if we can meet physically also sometime. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nina. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Anup, Shashi.
Please get Dr. Lufkin in, and Mandar and Sayan.
Hi, Dr.
Hey,
Is it
how
morning
are
there
you?
yet?
It's a pleasure to be here. Hi everybody. Thank
Hi.
you for organizing this wonderful conference, man. Nina is great. That's a tough act to follow. I don't know.
I think we're all excited to have you here. So
She's a
without much
force of
ado, I think,
nature.
yeah, I guess so. But thanks for joining the session. I know it's pretty early for you there, maybe, but we will start right away. So a little bit of introduction of us. I'm Shayan Datta. I'm a certified D-Life coach and a member of the team as well. As you would be aware, and everyone who has joined the session, that D-Life is the first and only award-winning low-carb platform founded in 2014 by Anup Singh. Like Anup itself is a icon, is a pioneer, is a path breaker. He's a silver medalist from IIT Roorkee, one of the prestigious engineering institutes in India. And also he was awarded one of the icons of India way back when he started this movement. In 2012, he started the protocol of 100 grams of carb per day, which essentially allowed Indians not only to follow LCHF protocols, but also allowed Indian vegetarians to reverse diabetes. Arun itself is a prime example, not being vegetarian, but otherwise how diabetes can be reversed for 14 years. And today is the anniversary that Anup is celebrating, and he will come and join us in some time as well. We also launched in 2021 the D-Life Metabolic Health Diploma course. Again, some first, it provides now 144 CBT course hours. I don't think anyone else provides so many course hours. And also from an Indian perspective, we have got a government body called NSDC, partnering with us and providing a partner certification. So that provides more authenticity to the course. Again, the only one of its kind. And this session or this conference is just an extension for the last 3 years and a validation of what we have been doing globally, being organized by Mr. Sashikant Yankar and Anup. And again, welcome to you to the session. And we will discuss a lot more. But before we go there, I also wanted to introduce my fellow colleague and co-host and dear friend, Dr. Mandar Gadre, who is also a certified D-Life coach and now a famous author of a book in a regional language. So maybe we can talk about that later. But going forward, to all the viewers here, while this might seem a little small, but customary little bit introduction about Dr. Robert Lufkin. He's a physician, a researcher, an author specializing in metabolic health and longevity. He's a former UCLA professor, and he is known for challenging medical conventions in a bit unconventional manner through low-carb nutrition, through lifestyle changes to combat chronic diseases. His book, Lies I Taught, is in medical school, exposes flaws in medical education, and we'll talk a lot about it today as well. But he does promote a metabolic-first approach when it comes to health. Doctor, in this session, we will touch upon and like to touch upon the medical myths that are flying around today across the globe in India or wherever we are today, right? Myths often start from stories. They might not be the right stories, but they eventually often repeated and often told generation after generation that they become gospel truth. And through this session, we would like to understand what is your take on those myths, how you have kind of debunked them and demystified them, and how do we approach the various facets of it which does real harm to the society and the civilization. And obviously, there's a lot more that you can offer, and we were eager to know from you. In the interest of time, if you permit, we will just go straight ahead and jump into some of the things that we really start wanting to know from you and eager on the same.
Sounds great. Let's do it.
Okay.
This will be fun.
I've been monologuing, so I will try to stop that as soon as possible. But doctor, first, talking about your book, and we'll start there. What was that one eureka moment that you had, which kind of motivated you, which kind of pushed you, and that light bulb moment which started, which resulted in this magnificent, globally acclaimed book?
Yeah, great. It's a great question. The book is very critical of sort of Western allopathic conventional medicine, and I'm obviously part of the problem. I mean, as you mentioned, I was a professor at UCLA. I'm now a professor at the other medical school in our town, USC. So I'm still part of the problem. But even though the book is critical of Western medicine, I want to say that there's still some great things that allopathic medicine offers. Like today, if I get hit by a car out in front of my house, I want to have access to, I want to have blood transfusions. I want to have surgery, get my spleen removed if needed, and my bones, my fractures set, that kind of thing. And in fact, allopathic medicine was truly changed our lives in the 20th century. Those of us who were alive then, it transformed the world, healthcare, largely through public health measures, but in infectious disease. But the pills and the surgeries, the technologies that were developed, truly made the world a better place. And the problem is, and what the book talks about, is now in the 21st century, where we're, a quarter of the way into it as of this year, we're facing literally a tsunami of so-called chronic diseases that, although they were present in the 20th century, they're now present in biblical proportions and unprecedented in history. And these chronic diseases include everything from obesity, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, stroke, Alzheimer's disease, mental illness, hypertension. And the problem is when Western medicine or allopathic medicine applies the same pills and surgeries that were so effective in the 20th century to these chronic diseases, while they may help with the acute symptoms and keep people from dying immediately and controlling the symptoms, in most cases, they don't get to the root cause. They don't address the underlying cause, and the disease continues to progress and gets worse and worse and worse. And that was really the challenge. And the wake up call for me was I'd like to say, hey, I wanted to make the world a better place, but no, it wasn't like that at all. I was minding my own business, being a professor, doing my own thing, when suddenly I came down with 4 of those chronic diseases myself, 4 of them. And I went to my doctor, and they prescribed medicines for each one of those diseases, which is what, the allopathic approach is. And, I didn't know any better. I said, hey, what about lifestyle? Is there anything else I can do? And they go, nah, none of that really works. You're going to be on these pills for the rest of your life, so get used to it. And at that point, I had, young children in school. I still have young children in school. And I realized this wasn't going to end well. So it largely out of self-interest, I was forced to re-examine my own personal beliefs and the beliefs of, many of my colleagues that are still teaching about these chronic diseases and what actually causes them and what you can do to improve them. And I realized there's a huge body of research and evidence-based, controlled trials in many cases that I wasn't aware of, and that really strongly show that lifestyle changes can work. And long story short, I began doing relatively simple life of these changes myself and changing my own lifestyle. And I was able to reverse all 4 of the chronic diseases to the point my doctors couldn't believe it. They thought the labs were broken or something. And I got off all medications. And now I've made it my mission to help other people take back their health and hopefully not make the same mistakes that I did. And that's what I'm working on now, to get this message out.
Wonderful, doctor. That's enlightening. And it's interesting that you talk about that, how you took it upon yourself to kind of, look at your own health and then get the solutions and then pass it upon. It's a wonderful segue, because that's what DLife has also been about. Like Anup started doing it for himself and then kind of, ensure that this is a mission of his life to pass it on. Ira also did the same thing. And a lot of us have been blessed to have that kind of a community here today to kind of, I won't say medicate, but self-analyze what we need from life, which is obviously health, and then move forward. You spoke about 21st century and prevalence or relevance of it. If you could throw some light upon what are the kind of lies or myths that are being taught today in medical schools. We have a huge number of doctors here as a part of DLife community and also part of the audience. They would like to know what kind of lies are being taught today in medical schools. And if you can talk about and discuss about it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of at a very broad level, kind of a wake-up call for me was even, hey, I'm a doctor, but I realized that doctors don't make me healthy. My doctors just make me less sick. And if I want to be healthy, that's something that I need to do myself as a patient. And that involves lifestyle. And unfortunately, fortunately, lifestyle is something I get to choose every morning when I wake up, what I eat, when I exercise, and that's something no doctor can do for me. The other kind of broad lie point that would really change my way of thinking is as a physician, I used to think of diseases as kind of binary things. Either you have diabetes, when your A1C gets to a certain point, or you don't. Either you have Alzheimer's disease or you don't. And what I didn't realize that all of these chronic diseases that I just mentioned, there's very strong evidence that they really don't start the moment the doctor diagnoses them. In other words, they start years to decades before the doctor finally says, oh, you forgot your keys, you have Alzheimer's disease, blah, blah, blah. And the point is, if I wait until the doctor tells me I have one of these diseases, I've missed a tremendous opportunity for prevention. And that's the motivation for adopting these lifestyle changes, even before the doctor tells me I have the disease, because the diseases I mentioned, those chronic diseases, interestingly, are the same diseases that you and I and all of our listeners statistically will die of. I mean, everybody dies of something, right? Nobody gets out alive, right? So we're all going to get one of those diseases sooner, hopefully later rather than sooner. But the idea is to push it back, push it back the point when we get it. And by adopting these lifestyle changes, there's evidence that by improving our lifestyle, we can delay the onset of whatever disease it is that's finally going to take our lives. And we can push it back and have a longer health span and a longer lifespan in many cases too. So it's a really interesting concept that I hadn't thought of before, but the fascinating thing is the same lifestyle choices, the same nutrition choices, the same sleep, exercise, stress choices that help me decrease my risk of Alzheimer's also decreases my risk of diabetes and also heart attack and stroke and mental illness and polycystic ovary disease if I were a woman, and all sorts of things like that. It's amazing these common lifestyle things work across the board. And I think that message, certainly isn't being communicated well in medical schools today. And many doctors, many of my colleagues, frankly, don't believe it.
Interesting. And I just one question before I pass it over to Mandar is you spoke about that doctors don't believe it. Is it largely because they don't want to believe it, or they're not taught to believe it?
It's a great question. It goes back. I mean, my mom was a dietitian, so I was raised in a family with nutritional advice, at least with the idea that what we ate mattered. It affected our lives. Unfortunately, the advice I was given, which was a standard dietitian medical advice, was wrong and unhealthy. It was to eat a low fat diet and a lot of seed oils and all this kind of stuff. But the notion that nutrition mattered really resonated with me. But nutrition science is, I would go to the conferences with my mom occasionally, and the dietitian conferences were sponsored by Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all these, patently, obviously unhealthy organizations. And in fact, nutrition education is paid for by junk food makers, by large food makers, largely junk food makers. Well, with medical education, it's even worse. That medical education is paid for by pharmaceutical companies largely. They dictate what's taught in medical schools. And pharmaceutical companies have a vested interest in making money from people with chronic disease, and so there's that effect. And then by funding research, the same pharmaceutical companies influence the way that research, the types of research that's done and the types of research that's published. And even to the point where in some cases negative research is suppressed. I mean, I used to have grants from large, my lab had millions of dollars of grants from pharmaceutical companies, but some of the research stipulations, the contract was you do the study, which we do, but at the end of the study, before you publish anything, we have right of first refusal. In other words, if we don't like the paper you wrote or we don't like the results, we'll kill it. And so there's that kind of influence. Then we have trusted medical institutions, which should be trusted health sources, things like the American Heart Association, which advocates the use of seed oils on their website. And I believe seed oils are pro-inflammatory. They're unhealthy for all sorts of reasons. But one thing they do is they slightly lower LDL cholesterol. And the American Heart Association is sort of fixated. Their main point is about LDL cholesterol. And so they advocate canola oil or corn oil as a heart healthy food choice. And you think, well, why would they do that? Well, one, it lowers LDL slightly, but then if you look back in their history, the American Heart Association was largely funded in the middle of the 20th century by a multi-million-dollar donation from a large conglomerate company called Procter and Gamble. And Procter and Gamble, at the beginning of the 20th century, took some machine lubricants that were developed originally for German U-boats in World War I, and they found out that they tasted okay and humans could eat them, and they rebranded it. They called it Crisco, and it was an industrial oil, one of the first seed oils, and that was the funding source for the American Heart Association that still, I believe, is influenced by these things. And you go on and on. The American Diabetes Association, which is, the main voice in diabetes therapy in the United States, but also worldwide, people look towards it. Type 2 diabetes, as we know, is exploding. Almost half the people in the United States are pre-diabetic or diabetic. It's unheard of. The American Diabetic Association recommends on their website certain recipes because diabetes is all about nutrition and everything, and the recipes include sugar in them, fairly liberal amounts of sugar, in my opinion, but their recommendation is just to cover it with insulin. In other words, to control the sugar add more insulin, which actually works. It's one of those acute things that you do. It keeps you from dying of hyperglycemia and it controls the acute event. But the problem is controlling diabetes, type 2 diabetes with insulin doesn't control the long-term effects downstream. And we all know what those are, right? The number one cause of surgical amputations is type 2 diabetes. Number one cause of kidney failure, renal dialysis is type 2 diabetes. Number one cause of retinal blindness, and on and on and on. Alzheimer's disease is called type 3 diabetes for good reason, because of the metabolic effects on glucose metabolism. But anyway, back to the American Diabetic Association, right where the website has this recipe, they list one of their sponsors that essentially is paying for that promotion, and the sponsor's DaVita Corporation. Well, who's DaVita Corporation? What do they have to do with diabetes? Well, they're a dialysis company, one of the leading renal dialysis companies. And like I said, the number one cause of renal dialysis is type 2 diabetes, which, in my opinion, is made worse by people who put sugar on their food and control it with insulin rather than adopting a carbohydrate restrictive diet, which will actually reverse the type 2 diabetes in majority of patients and stop the progression onto renal failure and all these other things. So it's sorry for the long answer to a short question, but it's widespread in my opinion, and it's everywhere. It's woven into the fabric of our medical industry. And I want to say I don't believe anybody gets up in the morning, for the most part. I think, healthcare practitioners and any most human beings, we don't get up in the morning and say, I want to harm someone. But it's so woven in our system that we're forced into situations where we make judgments that do have harmful effects, in my opinion.
Thank you so much. Mandar,
Yes.
over to you.
So, yeah. So, talking about things, woven into our system. So, you have talked about the obesity lie in your book, right? So, what is that obesity lie? And isn't it just taking in, less calories than expending more?
Yeah, I mean, the obesity lie is the advice that's still given today, at my medical schools and to people who are overweight, and that is, if you want to lose weight, just exercise more and eat less. And how's that advice working? Well, today in the United States, most adults are either overweight or actually obese. So, it's not working very well at all. And why is that? Well, first of all, exercise. There are many, many, many health benefits of exercise. We all know that. Unfortunately, weight loss is not one of them. In other words, because it's very hard. How do we work up an appetite? Well, we exercise, right? And the caloric consumption of exercise is actually relatively small compared to what we can eat if I eat a sugar donut and get 500 calories, it's going to take me a long time to do that much exercise to burn it off. So the equation doesn't really match. So just exercise more is bad advice because it makes you hungry, it makes you eat more, and it doesn't really, it's not an effective way to lose weight. So how about eating less? Well, that makes sense. Obviously, calories make us fat, right? So just eat fewer calories. Well, it's actually, I think a better message is, because what we know, what your audience knows about the three macronutrient groups: fats and proteins, which are required for life. If we don't eat those, we die. And then carbohydrates, which interestingly are not required for life. And there's several human populations that consume very few carbohydrates historically, and they're fine. These three food groups affect the fat storage hormone, insulin, very, very differently. So fat and protein stimulate insulin very little, but carbohydrates stimulate insulin a lot. And insulin does many, many things, but one of the things it does is it tells the cells to store fat. So the message is that 100 calorie is not a calorie. In other words, calories from fat and proteins get a very different response in the body from calories from carbohydrates. So, as an example, if I eat 100 calories of carbohydrates, a few potato chips, I will stimulate insulin. That energy, a large proportion, will go to fat. I'll be hungry again, and I'll likely consume the rest of the bag of potato chips. If I eat 100 calories of hard-boiled eggs, hard-boiled eggs are largely fat and protein, very, very little carbohydrate. If I eat 100 calories of hard-boiled eggs, that will go to energy that's available to my body. It largely won't be stored as fat. And I won't be hungry again. And I probably won't eat the rest of the dozen of hard-boiled eggs, but you can bet most people will eat the whole bag of potato chips. Just because. So 100 calories of carbohydrates is treated very differently from 100 calories of fat and protein. So to lose weight, rather than just eat less, which doesn't really work, just eat fewer carbohydrates. So you can eat the same number of calories, but if you eat fewer carbohydrates and replace those calories with fat and protein, you'll be less hungry, you'll be less likely to eat more, and you'll store and you'll store less fat. And that's why certain diets that, low carb diets, ketogenic diets, these diets are very effective at weight loss because they control the appetite and all sorts of effects like that. So those are eat less, exercise more. Those are both very wrong for all sorts of reasons. Yet that is the gospel teaching that the dietitians like my mom still teach, and that healthcare professionals is the advice they still give to obese people. Now, the whole GLP-1 agonist is a whole nother story, and interestingly, in the United States, it appears after the obesity epidemic has been exploding since the 1980s in the US, it's too early to say for sure, but there's some signals that actually the number of obese and overweight people may be changing. Time will tell, we'll see. But this particular drug is really a game changer. It's unlike anything else for weight control, and it has a lot of interesting effects on lifestyle too, and addiction and alcohol, and even eating junk foods. But that's a whole nother conversation.
No, thanks for the multifaceted answer. So I'll extend that to the other big lie, right, that you mentioned on type 2 diabetes. So why is it not chronic progressive, and how we should really look beyond just managing the blood glucose?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the problem the way that treatment is offered to patients with type 2 diabetes, in my opinion, is that the main treatment is certain drugs, starting with metformin and all, and then transitioning into insulin to basically control the high blood sugars, which if high enough can be fatal, no question about it. These drugs are life-saving, an acute event for diabetics. The problem is in the studies, this isn't my idea. There are, peer-reviewed studies that have shown this, that controlling the glucose with insulin in diabetics for most of the chronic complications doesn't really affect them. In other words, it's still a chronic progressive disease when you control it with these medicines. You're keeping people from dying from hyperglycemic effects, but you'll die of a heart attack, you'll die of a stroke, you'll have Alzheimer's, there are other downstream things you'll die of, renal failure, et cetera, et cetera. So what isn't being offered, or at least offered with the correct messaging so that people actually accept it, is the idea that you can either do the drugs and all and manage it and have a chronic progressive disease that will eventually kill you, or you can do things with your diet, primarily diet, but lifestyle also, that will, in controlled studies with Virta and other companies, other projects have shown that the majority of patients, when they adopt this healthy lifestyle, largely diet again, by lowering carbohydrates, they're able to stop the progression of the type 2 diabetes and actually put it in remission, where in the majority of the cases, patients actually go off the medications and they've essentially stopped the disease. So it's no longer a chronic progressive disease. Their risk of amputations and renal failure and all is not what a type 2 diabetic has. So the issue is, why isn't this promoted much more to patients? Because it's truly life-saving, versus an alternative of these drugs for life, and then ongoing complications with all these other chronic diseases that will eventually kill you and cost the healthcare system a great deal of money as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very insightful for our listeners to understand that we have to look at these conditions and these diseases very differently. So on that note, when you wrote this book, what was the reaction from maybe your colleagues and maybe as well also your patients?
Yeah, great. Before I do that, let me add one thing on to what you said on the type 2 diabetes. It was interesting. Like I said, I used to think as a doctor, because as a medical doctor, we're trained to think, diseases start and you either have the disease or you don't, and it's an on or off switch. And it's sort of necessary the way the insurance system is set up and everything. You can only bill for diabetes once they have the diagnosis of diabetes. And, a year before they get that diagnosis, there's nothing, you're not allowed to do anything because they don't have the diagnosis yet. And I used to think about diseases that way, that, oh, somebody has cancer, somebody has this, and it's too bad, I help them and everything as best I can. But I realized with type 2 diabetes, it's very interesting. As your audience knows, the primary diagnostic marker, one of them is hemoglobin A1C, it's called, which is a measure of glycation, sugar damage to red blood cells, basically from high sugar levels. And you can actually measure it. And when it gets above a certain point, when it crosses the threshold, you're called a diabetic. And when it's lower than that, you may be a pre-diabetic. And then before that, you're normal. Well, there's a fascinating study just came out of U.S. Non-diabetic adults, and they took large numbers of patients from the Framingham study and from some NHANES data as well, and they looked at hemoglobin A1C levels in non-diabetic adults. And with aging, the interesting thing is the hemoglobin A1C level increases with time. Like, these are non-diabetics, but the older you get, it keeps going up and up and up like that. What does that mean? Well, to me, the way I take that is that insulin resistance, which is what type 2 diabetes is, and the hemoglobin A1C is a marker for that. But insulin resistance and even type 2 diabetes, I now think it's something more like gray hair. In other words, it's something, if I live long enough and if I don't die of something else first, my hemoglobin A1C is going to cross the threshold and I'm going to be, a diabetic. And so that's one other thing to, as an incentive to adopt a healthy lifestyle. It's like, I talk to patients, I go, I'm not going to watch what I eat. I'm not a diabetic. Well, actually, many people, I would say the majority of people with aging face increasing insulin resistance. And, again, it's the same thing. We can all benefit from a healthy lifestyle. But to your question about my colleagues and how they responded to this, well, honestly, most of them haven't read it. People don't read books anymore, But I think, I think reasonable people can agree to disagree. And, these are not my ideas, this is not my research. All I've done is I've taken the evidence, the studies, and I reference them in the book, and I've interpreted them the best way I can, the most honestly and thoughtful way I can. And if somebody disagrees with the interpretation, that's okay. It's like and I realize that science is ever changing. It's never settled science. And I've been doing this long enough to see a lot of changes, and hopefully I'll see a lot more. And even the stuff today that we accept as truth, in a few years maybe lies also. And we all, hopefully I try to be open-minded. I try and not cherry pick the articles and try and not do confirmation bias when I read stuff. But we're all on the journey together. I have no agenda here. If tomorrow they say that Coca-Cola makes us healthier, I will order it by the case and drink it. I used to love Diet Coke. I'm a junk food addict. I'm a recovering junk food addict. So
Yeah. No, thanks for that candid answer. But I must say that I think your book is a fascinating and an important contribution to this conversation. Many of us at D-Life have read it. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for writing it. And I think I'm going to pass it back to Shayan.
Thank
Yes,
you
Shayan,
so much,
please.
Doctor. Thank you so much. Just on that front, how did your mom react to the book?
Good question. Sadly, she had passed away before I
Sorry
wrote
to
the
hear that.
book, but I think she Yeah, she was 88, and no, I'm sorry. My dad was 88. My mom was 96, and she had a good life. But it was before I wrote the book. But I think knowing what I know about her, I think she would have been proud and happy to see these ideas get out there, and it would have been great to have a conversation with her about some of these nutrition things and get her take on it all after all these years.
I'm sure about that. Doctor, just last a couple of questions, maybe one quick question to you. You spoke about the fact that you wanted to give back what you learned, and I'm sure you're continuing to doing much more right now. So going forward for future, maybe next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, what are the areas that you are currently working on, and what is a vision that you want to leave all of us, today as a learning that we should be following going forward?
Well, I want to get this message out about lifestyle and the transformative power that we have in the choices that we make, and adopting the right mindset. And what is coming as a result of that also is there's a revolution in our knowledge about longevity. Now, if we push back these chronic diseases like we talked about, we have increased health span, we have increased lifespan, and that's going to increase how we live longer. And the whole science of longevity is exploding above and beyond just getting lifestyle now. There are things like partial epigenetic reprogramming of stem cells in humans now using Yamanaka factors and similar drugs that a study was just showing a patient took their own pancreatic islet cells, a type 1 diabetic, reprogrammed them back to healthy cells, reimplanted them in their abdomen, and 1 year out, it's only been a year, the patient requires no insulin. And that's a type 1 diabetic, which, as we know, is due to pancreatic failure and immunological reasons. But this partial epigenetic programming, longevity things, I believe, have the potential to increase our lifespan well beyond the 120 years that is sort of the maximum human limit. And it's fascinating how that's going to play out. And lifestyle is certainly a root of it, but it's even growing more and more with longevity. And funny thing, the older I get, the more interested I get in longevity research. But it's amazing. People have discovered a central biological clock in mice, in the hypothalamus, that if you lesion it, the mice live less. But if you add stem cells to the hypothalamus, the mice actually live longer. They live longer than the most powerful anti-aging drug, rapamycin. They live longer than that. So now humans, I'm working with a group here in LA, with Shelley Jordan, where we take an MR scan of the brain and we localize the hypothalamus in a human. Then we take a laser or ultrasound and we're able to focus it on the hypothalamus and not really open up the blood-brain barrier there, but actually just a milder dose of energy to make the endothelium of the blood vessels open up slightly to let molecules through. Then we inject exosomes into the bloodstream through a venous access, and these exosomes go to this central clock. And the idea is you could reset your central biologic circadian aging clock with these focused ultrasound approaches into the hypothalamus. So it's just wild stuff, all kinds of things going on. It's so fascinating.
Yeah, actually, it's fascinating. Before we wrap up today, a big thank from Mandara and I, obviously, but I would also like to invite back Anup and Shashi to say some last words or comments that they might have to make.
Yeah. So while they join, maybe I'll quickly get in a question. So you talked about some of the constraints that you feel or experience from the angle of insurance, etc. So sort of what is the pushback, and how does it work when it comes to chronic disease? Because the incentives don't really seem well aligned there.
Yeah, you're asking about insurance incentives with chronic disease and all?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, insurance, if type 2 diabetic, insurance pays for insulin, it pays for metformin, it pays for surgical amputation, it pays for renal dialysis, it pays for, all these things. It doesn't pay for lifestyle support and diet that will get people off the seed oils, Dr. Shanahan, and also the sugar and all these other things. So that's what we're facing now. But I just want to thank you guys and thank everyone here for the program. You're doing the great work you're doing. It's helping so many people's lives in India and around the world. It's a real honor and pleasure to be part of it, and it's great to see you too, Kate. I'm certainly glad I'm not following you because it would be a tough act to follow. So.
Oh, Shaw, you're too kind. Thank you. I think you're the tough act to follow here. Sir, UCLA.
Dr. Lufkin, thank you very much for accepting the invite and coming and speaking and sharing your knowledge for India, because we desperately need thought leaders like you. And in India, people believe doctors more than anyone else. And when a doctor comes and tells this, and then they tend to believe. That's why in all our conferences, our 90% of the invitees are doctors, and then a few researchers and maybe one or two odd layperson, but most of them are doctors only. And thank you very much. Cannot thank you enough. And maybe we'll call you again in future events and maybe meet you physically also one day if possible. Thank you very much.
It's a real pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr.
Enjoy. Thanks. Bye.
Nice to see you.
Please do get Dr. Kate.
I'm going to stay and listen to Kate a little bit in the background here, but I'll turn off my mic. So.
Hi, good to see you.
Dr. Kate,
thanks for inviting me.
So happy to have you in India's Low Carb conference, and you have a big fan following here, very big fan following. Your deep nutrition, dark calories, or something. They're all wonderful books. So before we start our session, I'll just have a round of introduction. So I'll just introduce myself also for the audience in case someone is new. So I'm Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, India's first and only award-winning low carb platform. This was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh, who is an IIT Roorkee silver medalist engineer, and also he had the Icons of India award. D-Life pioneered the low carb movement in India. Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams per day max protocol of carbs back in 2012 made low carb possible for India, for diabetes and obesity management, especially for vegetarians. So in 2020, he also launched the D-Life Diploma course, which is the only NSCD Government of India approved with the largest CPD of 144 hours.
Wow.
So Anup and I, of course, co-organized the first conference in 2023, second one in 2024, and this is the third one in 2025. So
can I just step away for 1 minute? I'm so sorry. My pet is going to be driving me crazy. She's climbing the walls, literally. I'm so sorry. Yes. All righty. So yeah. Well, that's very impressive. Thank you for the introduction, because it's always helpful to get some background.
So Kate Shanahan is an MD, a board-certified family physician and globally recognized health advocate. Since 2004, she has been standing up to the corrupt health authorities who are promoting processed ingredients, especially the toxic seed oils, the hateful eight. Dr. Kate works have informed academics, nutrition leaders, world-renowned MDs, as well as the paleo, primal, low-carb, keto, carnivore, anti-aging, and functional medicine movement. Thanks to the massive publicity around LA Lakers pro nutrition program, she created deep nutrition inspired by the generation of nutrition within the leaders. So our book is very, very popular. And we know that, the book also mentions the avoidance of seed oil and consumption of superfood like bone broth, live culture ferments, organ meats, traditional fats, oils, and activated whole grains and seeds. These principles are about transformative health to millions, including professional athletes who are all well known. And as a family physician, Dr. Kate has personally worked 1:1 with thousands of patients to improve energy metabolism, reduce fatigue, cellular inflammation, organ dysfunction. With the subsequent book, she has now authored the most extensive body of research showing the eightful eight seed oils and process ingredients that are causing obesity, inflammation, cancers, dementia, mental illness, and a whole host of other illness, especially even childhood obesity. So welcome, Dr. Kate. We are going to discuss the toxic effects of seed oils, and most importantly, the term which you coined, the hateful eight.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be here with your meeting today. It's a great opportunity, and I'm excited to help.
So I'll ask with the question, what are the three fundamental factors that makes it impossible for an oil to be truly healthy?
So yeah, there's a bunch of things we have to think about to decide, right? Because when we're talking about using, saying a food is toxic, which we are when we're talking about these seed oils, it's a big deal, right? We can't just throw out the terms. We have to understand what's going on. And so my research has focused on identifying, what is the problem with the oils that have now flooded our food supply. And there are three things that pertain to this discussion. And the most important is really the refining. Because any oil, even olive oil, cannot be truly healthy if it's refined. And that is one thing that kind of took me a while to understand, because you cannot find in the medical literature any information about the oil refining. To understand how the oil is refined, I had to go basically behind the scenes in the refinery world and study the manufacturing processes, right? I'm a medical doctor, not a chemical engineer, but I had to become familiar with how these oils are manufactured. And so I asked people who actually make the oils. I've interviewed multiple people who run the factories. I've interviewed people who write the books on how to run a factory. It's very complicated in there. And from doing all of that, the key thing that makes any oil that is refined unhealthy is that nutrients are removed, right? So when we're talking about, I think everybody agrees that olive oil is a healthy oil, right? Well, no, if it's a refined olive oil, it's not actually healthy. It's not going to be toxic. So then the next question is, what is the difference between a refined oil that is toxic and a refined oil that is healthy, right? So that has to do with the second factor, and that is the chemical composition. So fats are made out of fatty acids, and certain fatty acids are chemically unstable, should not be exposed to high heat, oxygen, metals. They're very fragile. They can't even be exposed to light, right? So if the oil seed contains a lot of these fatty acids that are fragile and it gets refined, there's no way it's going to survive the intense heat and destructive properties of the refining, because refining is complicated. So what happens when we refine, say, like soy oil or corn oil, I believe those are both pretty common now in India, is that the seed is heated, then it's pressurized. Often there's a solvent called hexane that is used to be more efficiently getting the oil out of the seed. And the crude oil is not edible, right? The oil that you press from soy or corn, as you squeeze it out, you can't eat that stuff. It's a thick, brown, vile-looking, disgusting smelling, acrid, would burn your nose. So that's why the refining is necessary. But when we're talking about oils, the seeds that have these unsaturated fatty acids that are so fragile, that refining is going to break up the fatty acid, and breaking up natural molecules generates toxins. So the toxins in the oils that are problematic, that I call the hateful eight, those toxins are not added in the factory. They're not intentionally added. Even that hexane that gets added, that's not the main problem, because most of the hexane can easily be removed. It can be evaporated out. It's a gas. There's almost none left. And it's important to understand that we're not adding chemicals in the factory. It's that the chemicals that were in the oil seed are breaking down. And why is that important to understand? Because they're going to continue to break down after they leave the factory. So you cannot test these bottles of soy oil or corn oil as they leave the factory and expect to see the amount of toxicity you're going to get when you are eating foods cooked in these oils, because it's not there yet, right? What I mean is, as these oils leave the factory, they already contain trace amounts of very serious toxins, not the hexane, but aldehydes and other breakdown products, so the fatty acids. And then just over time, that's going to multiply. So by the time that, when it leaves the factory, it's only maybe parts per billion of different toxins. But by the time you open it, there's many more, maybe 10 times as much. By the time you cook with it, during the cooking, you can create maybe 1,000 times the concentration of toxin. And that's the problem. That's why we have to understand that these oils are not toxic because of just what happens in the factory. That's part of it. Removing the nutrients, starting the breakdown process of the fatty acids, that's part of it. But the other part of it is that it keeps going, keeps creating new toxins, because those bottles of soy oil are unlike anything else in our food supply, because they are breeding new toxins. And we cannot cook with that without generating more toxins. And if we cook, say, for example, 30 minutes in our house, we want to do some fried chicken. We put a bunch of oil in the pan, put some chicken in there with some batter on it, get the batter crispy. 15 minutes one side, cooks it, flip it over another 15 minutes. In that half an hour, we are making that chicken as toxic as cigarette smoke. So that it's equivalent to smoking a couple of cigarettes, maybe even a whole pack. Depends how much breading you put on there and how much gets absorbed, right? So that's crazy. You don't want to be cooking up cigarette chicken. You want to have delicious, crispy fried chicken, right? With no toxins in it. So that's the second one. So we've talked about the fact that it's refined. You can't come out of a factory with a refinery with a healthy oil, because you've removed the stabilizing factors, you've removed the nutrients. We've talked about the chemical makeup. The polyunsaturated oils are not able to withstand all that heating, and you should not cook with refined polyunsaturated oils. And the last factor is a little different. It has to do with the breeding. And I'll touch on this again later on, like with the next question, but there are seeds that humanity has been using for so long that we have bred them to be stable for cooking. We're not we never use these every day. Like, for example, sesame oil, right? That's a very popular cooking oil. I believe you use that in India. And like mustard seed oil also in India, right? Those have been bred for a long time, and they are able to yield an oil that is healthy because of the intelligence of the breeding. It makes it that there are more antioxidants in there, there's more nutrients in there, and the oil is yielded very easily with simple mechanical presses. You don't need high heat, you don't need all this pressure that you do with the soybeans, which were never cultivated for oil. They were cultivated for using as whole food. So those are the three factors. Whether it's refined or not, you cannot have refined oils are not healthy. I don't even care if we're talking about coconut. Refined coconut is not going to be healthy. It's just not. as toxic as the seed oils, but you've removed nutrients. It can't be healthy. The second is the fatty acid profile. And then the third is the breeding. Has humanity been preparing these things to be used for a source of oil, efficient source of oil? Are there other nutrients in there that will stabilize it? Those are the three things that that I needed to consider in order to figure out which of the oils are going to be good for us, which of the oils are going to be toxic for us, and to create this middle category of oils that are okay but not great. And so those are things that are stable but not refined, like I'm sorry, that are stable, but they are refined, like refined olive oil. It's not going to be toxic, but it's not going to be good for you. The same with refined palm oil, refined coconut oil. That's the middle category. So it's not just that there's good and bad, there's also okay, but not really very nutritious. It's not toxic yet, but it can't be considered nutritious. And so I talk about all of those three categories on my website, and it's so important to understand those three categories and what oils are in there if you want to be healthy, because these are the major source of calories. At least in America, people are getting about 30, well, from total fats, they're getting about 40% of their calories from total fats. And in America, if you're not avoiding the unhealthy oils, you're getting 30% of your calories from what I call the hateful eight, which is
So we have been hearing and reading about hateful eight. What hateful eight? What exactly is it? I think many of us are using it without knowing the meaning.
right. So, well, okay. So I thought of the words because there's a movie called The Hateful Eight by Quentin Tarantino, right? So it was kind of a catchy thing. Actually, my husband thought of it, but I thought it was a great idea. And I wanted to come up with a term to identify the oils that are bad because there isn't one, right? Just saying something is a seed oil, that doesn't tell you if it's good or bad because sesame seed oil is healthy. If it's, virgin oil, unrefined. The same with mustard seed oil, the same with peanut oil, and peanut is a seed. So we needed to have a term that would identify the problematic oils, and there just isn't one. The industry doesn't, create a term for that. Why would they? And just using the term seed oil doesn't capture it. So I created the term the hateful eight because I want people to know that there's eight that you have to basically memorize them. And those are corn, canola, cottonseed, soy, sunflower, safflower, rice bran, and grapeseed. So those are the 8 problematic oils in most of the world. Now you may have a ninth, so you might have like the nasty 9 there in India. If there's a version of mustard oil that is refined, I would say that would also be a bad one. That would be toxic. So unrefined mustard oil is good. I wouldn't use it every day because people didn't. It's just we're not meant to use these tiny seeds for oil every single day, but we can use it in proper proportion, just like anything else in our diets. There has to be a proper proportion.
So these hateful eight, how bad are they? Are they worse than other foods which we think are bad for us?
These are the worst things in the food supply because there's nothing else that you can say contains toxins that are deadly when it leaves the factory and that by the time you cook with it is as toxic as smoking cigarettes. There's just simply nothing else like that. There's sugar that gets a bad rap because, rightly so, because there's no nutrition in it. And it can spike our insulin and have some hormonal effects. But it doesn't have toxicity. Glucose molecules are not toxins, right? If our blood level of glucose is too high, that can have toxic effects. But our blood level of glucose is not going to be too high unless we already have developed serious, complications of our diet, which is the type 2 diabetes. So if we don't have type 2 diabetes, our blood glucose levels don't get all that high where the glucose in there can have this toxic effect. I don't know if other people have talked about glycation, but that is how glucose molecules can have a toxic effect. They are sticky, and glycation just means that sugar now starts sticking to your body's cellular proteins and your joints. Glucose can have this toxic effect, but not until it reaches levels that are like twice what is normally going to be in your bloodstream. And that's not going to happen on an extended basis unless you're already insulin resistant. And my research tells me, my research strongly suggests that we become insulin resistant because of the hateful eight, right? So I know that folks in India have looked at when did insulin resistance and diabetes start, and pretty much when the corn oil arrived and the soy oil arrived, right? So folks in India were eating a good amount of carbohydrates. They had been eating rice for a long time. They've been eating beans, high carb foods, but there wasn't the type 2 diabetes, not until the seed oils came. And so that's another reason why I can tell you that these oils are the worst of the worst, and they're definitely the most important thing to avoid first and foremost. First and foremost, more than anything else, because like the title of this talk says, they make us crave sugar. So it's harder to avoid sugar because now we want it, thanks to how the seed oils disrupt our body's metabolism, turning us into insulin resistant and type 2 diabetes.
So what you are telling is these oils, they are so toxic in a different way. So they make us crave more sugar. They make us insulin resistant. And probably that is the start of diabetes.
Yes, that's what my research says, is that if you want to make somebody diabetic really quickly, well, it's hard to do it without seed oils, right? You can shove sugar into their bodies, but unless you also deprive them of a lot of other nutrients, it's going to take a long time. But if you start shoving seed oils down there with the sugar, then that happens in an accelerated rate. And in fact, you can make, in animal studies, they've shown that you can make animals diabetic without sugar. You can just give them the seed oils and then they quickly become diabetic without adding any extra sugar or very little carbohydrate.
I think this is very horrible. And how we all know that all these oils are prevalent, Do they come hidden in the food? How prevalent are they in our food supply? Are they hidden so that we may not know? How is it?
So when you go to a restaurant, they are absolutely hidden because you have no way of knowing what they've made in the restaurant. And even if you ask, a lot of times the people serving you the food, they have no idea what's in there. So it can be very, very difficult to find out. And when I was working with the Los Angeles Lakers for 6 years, one of my most time-consuming jobs was trying to find out what foods at the hotels they were staying at were safe, that were seed oil free. And I discovered that very, very few, even at these very fancy, expensive 5-star restaurants where the teams were staying, many hotels had like only 2 or 3 things on the menu that did not contain large amounts of seed oils. So they are hidden, but they're also in, they're also in a lot of processed foods that you buy that you might think are healthy. And they're, are they really hidden there? I mean, they do put it on the ingredients list, but you have to turn it around and there's like 50, 60 things you have to read through. The lettering is tiny. So if you have bad vision, yes, they're hidden.
So do this seed oil and carbohydrate, especially the refined carbohydrate, if taken together, they drive a lot of oxidative stress. How is it?
Yeah, so all by themselves, the seed oils promote oxidative stress because the toxins that are in the foods cooked with these oils, each one of them promotes this state of cellular imbalance that we call oxidative stress. That's what a lot of toxins are bad for us because they cause oxidative stress. So it's important maybe to understand a little bit about what is oxidative stress. That is the thing that kills us. So oxidative stress comes from oxygen reactions. That's why it sounds like oxygen. And there's all kinds of reactions with oxygen, in our world that we're more familiar with, like burning, right? Just a forest fire, that's a huge problem of oxidation that converts trees that are not toxic into smoke that is toxic. You see, so oxidation creates toxins, and then those toxins turn around and cause stress in our bodies. They cause damage in our bodies. And so when we're suffering from damage caused by toxins, that's called oxidative stress. That's just one way to put it. Another way to think about it is rusting is an oxidation reaction. So when you have a car that's getting rusty, that's oxygen reacting with the iron. And the same kind of oxygen reactions that change chemicals from something good to something bad in the outside world also change our cell membranes from functional to dysfunctional inside our bodies. They damage our mitochondria, which are where our cells produce energy. They destroy our enzymes, which is how our bodies respond to insulin. And they can even destroy insulin hormone receptors or any hormone receptors. So oxidative stress opens us up to every single disease. Oxidative stress is basically the main cause of human disease and suffering. And the seed oils are the #1 cause of oxidative stress in our diets today. And so the seed oils are #1, and #2 are the refined carbohydrates and sugars because they don't contain any nutrition. And it turns out that our body can really fight off oxidative stress really well when we are well nourished because we actually can make our own antioxidants to control oxygen. But when we're not well nourished, we can't. And because sugars are empty calories, no nutrition, and refined flours like the wheat flour, and some foods that are very low nutrient, like just eating way too much rice, those don't have enough nutrition for our bodies to be able to make the antioxidants we need to prevent the oxidative stress. So when you combine that with toxins that start oxidative stress, and you combine foods that cannot create antioxidants to stop oxidative stress, you create a population of people who are constantly suffering from oxidative stress somewhere in their body here or there, and that causes disease. Oxidative stress causes inflammatory reactions to start that we cannot control. So oxidative stress drives asthma, it drives psoriasis on the skin, all kinds of skin problems. It drives gut bloating and autoimmune diseases. And it certainly drives insulin resistance. That's my research shows that it's the main driver of insulin resistance and the main driver of cancer because it destroys our mitochondria and cancer begins in the mitochondria. So it's just a unbelievably productive, it's unbelievably toxic for us. But the good side of that is that like so many things will improve in your life once you learn about the hateful 8 oils and learn what to do so you don't end up eating them accidentally.
So what is the real world implication of removal of seed oil? What if there's an ideal world and we remove seed oil? What will the benefits we will see?
Yeah, if we could evaporate all the seed oils from the food supply today, we would see people having like no new diseases would be developing, right? or very few, because I think seed oils probably create 80 to 90% of these chronic diseases. And then we would start to see people changing. We would see people who are not so they're not craving sugars anymore as badly, right? We eliminate the seed oils, and then we also have to open up the floodgates for the healthy fats that people used to eat. And so here in America, we did a lot of beef fat called tallow. I know you didn't do that over there in India, but you did a lot of ghee, right? The butter derivative, probably coconut oil in some places, possibly palm oil in some places, all unrefined. When we stop the unhealthy fats and we allow these healthy fats into our diet, we can pretty much end the kind of hunger that makes us want to snack all the time and overeat. So we would end most overeating, right? Suddenly people would not be so insatiably hungry anymore, and they wouldn't be snacking. They wouldn't be overeating so much, right? A lot of our food addictions would start to disappear, because when our brain is damaged by insulin, our brain is actually damaged by insulin resistance. Our brain is wired to think sugar is the only kind of food that we need. Like every time we eat, we need to have sugar. That's what insulin resistance does. That would change when we take away seed oils and give people healthy fats. We would also see very few new cancers developing. We would see people starting to lose weight without even trying. We would see autoimmune diseases reversing. We would see people wanting healthy foods instead of only craving junk all the time. It would radically change our world. It would my research shows that oxidative stress is also related to pregnancy complications, birth defects, premature babies. So it would make being pregnant easier, safer, and it would help create a healthier generation of new babies. It would radically transform our entire world. And I think that is why now here in America, the new president's administration has a mandate to help reduce our exposure to these toxic oils. And they're calling it the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again. So hopefully you can get something like that going over there in your country with 3 times as many people. I think that would even be better for the world.
Hope so. So is the issue in seed oil linoleic acid, or is it the refining? So this is a very debatable thing. Why I'm asking is, it is O6, omega-6 is found in nuts and seeds also. Are they also toxic and harmful? Can you give us some clarity on this?
Yeah, that's such an important question, because most of the people talking about seed oils being toxic are not talking about the same things that I'm talking about. They're not talking solely about the oxidative stress and the toxin formation and how the refining changes it. And so they're looking at, I think, the wrong things, because it's the refining that makes these oils toxic. And so the seeds themselves are not refined and they're not toxic, right? You can overeat anything. And so, I wouldn't live only on like sunflower seeds or sesame seeds. I wouldn't live solely on those things. We want to have a balanced diet. But omega-6 all by itself, like linoleic acid and omega-6, that is what a lot of people have identified as the reason these seed oils are toxic. But that's a problem, because so many natural foods also have these things, and it's just not scientifically backed, right? There's what is valid about that argument is the concept of balance, because soy and corn oils have a lot more omega-6 than they do of something called omega-3. And having an imbalance like that, that's not good. But that's not the reason the seed oils are toxic, period.
I think this will clear a lot of confusion, because people think that taking walnuts is not good because it is having a lot of omega-6.
Yeah, I mean that idea that balance is important in the body is true, but I think people have started obsessing about that and gone down this path of saying, oh my God, all omega-6, now that's toxic. But that means that you can't eat chicken, you can't eat pork, you can't eat, so many things. That is absolutely not supported by scientific evidence. And it's a problem for, the truth, right? Because there are a lot of people making money selling these seed oils. Let's just face that. Like, that's face facts here. One of the big reasons they are in our food supply is because people are making money. They're cheap, and they're essential to the entire processed food industry. And there's a lot of corrupt people in America who are promoting them as healthy. And here's why this is a problem, to talk about like omega-6 and linoleic acid being a problem. Because when the media take that question about seed oils to these corrupt academics, the first thing that they do is they point to all the science saying, well, there's really no evidence that feeding animals high linoleic acid diets causes any disease. But you see, what they've done is they've changed the subject. The subject is seed oils. And the academics just switch right over to omega-6 and linoleic acid. And they can only do that because of the people out there now that are saying, oh no, it's not the seed oils that are toxic, it's the linoleic acid, right? And that is a problem. And so that's why I'm glad you're having me on today, because I think people need to know this. It's really causing a lot of confusion, and it's shutting down the truth. So I think that conversation needs to stop. And I know there are some very smart people out there promoting that idea. And I would be, perfectly happy to speak with them personally and really help them understand my perspective a little bit better, and why I think that they need to stop doing that.
How about this ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 in our blood? Does it have any implication? Because that ratio is also said to be having an implication in chronic disease, 1:1, 1:5, 50:1, or something like that. So that is, the ancestral was 1:1 or 1:5, 1:10. Now it is something like 1:24, 1:50. So does the ratio make any difference?
Yes, it does make a difference, because when you don't have a balance between the omega-3 and the omega-6, that affects your own body's ability to metabolize those properly and to make some of the long chain omega-6 that we need for our especially our brains, but for many of our other tissues, our nervous tissue, we need the like the DHA and the EPA. Those are omega-3 fatty acids that are long chain, that are made out of the shorter chain omega-3s that like are in walnuts, right? Flax and walnuts, those have omega-3. They don't have the kind of omega-3 that our brain needs and that our nervous system needs and that many of our body cells need. They have a kind that is too short. And that's okay when we have a more balanced diet, because our body's enzymes can elongate those short ones and make them long, just like we need. But when there's an imbalance, that process doesn't go very well. And so we end up being maybe deficient, But I say maybe because we don't know exactly the ratio that makes us deficient. Is it 1:5? Is it 1:20? We don't know. And we don't know because the answer depends entirely on that person's ability to handle oxidative stress. And that's that's where my research comes in to help answer a lot of these questions. We have to consider oxidative stress. And so if you have a diet that has a lot of oxidative stress, you might need a 1:2, 1:1 ratio. But if you have an otherwise very healthy diet, you might be fine with a 1:5, 1:10 ratio. We don't know, because these studies haven't been done. And I'm not saying they need to be done. I'm saying, we should avoid the hateful eight, and then we're going to be healthier. We don't need a lot of research to know intuitively that when we stop eating toxic things, we're going to be healthier. We have research to support all of that. I don't think we need additional research, but a lot of people do. A lot of people just love saying, oh, we need studies for this and studies for that. And, fine, that would be very interesting. I'm not going to stop that process.
In India, we use refined sunflower oil, refined safflower oil, rice bran oil, maybe a bit of soybean oil, and then the traditional oils are there. So traditional oils are there in both the form, in cold pressed as well as refined. Now, what are traditional oils? They are coconut oil, sesame oil, peanut oil, and mustard oil. So they are both in refined form as well as cold pressed form. And of course, ghee and butter are there because still that fear exists on that cholesterol part or saturated fat part. So people tend to use more of refined oils and these oils. So would you say that cold pressed peanut oil is better than refined peanut oil?
So let's talk about the words cold pressed. In this country, that does not mean unrefined. So the term that we need to use is virgin. That means the oil was edible the minute it came out of the seed, whatever they did, which is usually a cold temperature technique. But technically, cold pressing just means that there was some pressure, mechanical pressure involved, and that no heat was intentionally added. But the problem is when you add a lot of pressure, you increase the temperature accidentally. You can't unavoidably. And you can get very high temperatures that way too, that are also damaging. And so that even though an oil might be cold pressed, if its crude oil is toxic and not edible, that is not healthy. Now, the meaning of the term may be different in India. I have not been able to get an answer to that because most of it is you come up with marketing people who are selling their oils and they don't give you the details. The thing is that it needs to be two things. Cold pressed, if it says cold pressed, you need to see one more thing, unrefined. I'm not sure you're going to see the term virgin anywhere except for on olive oil, even here. So if it's cold pressed, it has to be unrefined. And that means it's going to be very expensive, right? That's another way you can tell.
So how do the common man really know in India? I think we need to find out something on, because we know only as cold pressed. And maybe they put it in a small expeller or a small machine on one side and get the oil on other side. They don't add any chemical. And many of them are done manually also. Maybe electric current is used, but that is how they use. So
yes, that would be fine. Unfortunately, there is no if there is no requirement for the label to say that this was refined or not, then I would just assume it was refined because it's much more expensive to use unrefined, much more expensive. So until there's a requirement, what business, what kind of company would volunteer to spend more money doing something they don't have to do that 95% of their customers do not appreciate? So we would have to increase awareness, which is what you're doing here today. And then maybe with the awareness, then the regulations might change. But when you buy the oil on the shelf, when you're not buying a processed food, you have to assume that I would recommend assuming that it is, unhealthy, unrefined. I mean, that it is unhealthy and refined. But if you're just buying the bottle, usually the bottle will say unrefined or not. And another thing you can do is just taste it. If it has a strong, bold flavor of sesame or mustard or peanut, then or coconut, right? Or palm, if it has a strong, bold flavor, then that's probably unrefined. Also, it's going to be the more expensive bottle, right?
yeah,
So
that is the case. Whatever cold press is sold here, they are generally unrefined because they have very strong flavor. I mean, as soon as it comes out, they just bottle it and sell it. So and they are expensive, 2 to 3 times higher priced than the refined ones. So and
right.
they have very strong natural flavor. I think
Yes.
probably I assume that they are cold press unrefined oil.
Those strong flavors indicate antioxidants and vitamins and minerals and nutrients that build your brain, that make your body strong, that make your nervous system work properly, that make your immune system work better. So some people see those strong flavors as a negative, but because it makes it like your food might become overpowered by the flavor. But you just want to match the flavor to whatever you're making. That's all. Right. So if you just want to be smart about it, like if something tastes good with peanuts, then you can use peanut oil. If something tastes good with, coconut, then you can use the unrefined coconut oil. It's not like a one cooking oil you can use for everything anymore. That's what you lose.
So can I display your chart, the one you posted in social media of the Hateful Eight?
Yeah, actually, I can display it if you want. Do you
Yeah,
have the
I
one with the
wanted to
green
explain
background?
this.
Oh yeah, that's one. That's a really good one. Yeah, so this is my list of good fats and bad. So the good fats are in green, and you can see the ones where I've listed that they are all purpose versus caution with heat, right? Because some of them are still unstable and shouldn't be cooked with, right? So all purpose is olive oil, avocado oil, peanut oil. And by the way, these are the unrefined ones, right? Because you don't get onto this good fat category unless you are unrefined. So you can read that. But the ones that you want to be a little bit careful with the heat, even though sesame oil, you want to use it for stir fry, but stir fry is very quick, right? Stir fry is just like a minute or two. It doesn't stay there for a long time. And I personally will mix sesame oil with either peanut oil to help make it more stable with the all-purpose oils, or avocado, or I'm sorry, or coconut oil to help make the sesame more stable, right? Um, and then, so we talked about the hateful eight. That's under the don't eat bad fats category, and those are on the left, starting with the soy oil. And then there's some other similar terms of, hydrogenated oil. And this must be an older version because it also has refined palm. So palm oil is now in the middle category. So we have to get the newer version over to you.
Yeah.
Or wherever this was. Social media doesn't update, but my website updates. So it's on my website. Yeah, refined palm used to contain more toxins than it does. They actually improved the process. So refined palm now, at least in America, is under my yellow category. Okay, but not great. There with the refined peanut, refined avocado, refined coconut. I also
I think
have in my yeah.
that puts things in a little perspective, because in India we do use refined palm oil. We call it as refined bleach deodorized, RBD oil. For all the snack makers, they use this.
Yes. So that's good that you're not familiar with that term, RBD. I haven't been using that this whole time, but that's actually what I'm talking about, because refining in a factory with these hateful eight oils, it always involves all those processes, the bleaching and the deodorizing, plus more like worse things like dewaxing and washing and all kinds of stuff like that makes it, removes nutrients.
Thank you. Thanks, Kate. And I think we had a very good discussion. And I think seed oil is a very important topic for India. And as you believe that seed oil is the one which drives all the chronic diseases. And I think if we eliminate these and use some of those unrefined traditional oil, it will always be good. So thank you very much. And I'll invite Anup Singh. Anup, please get Anup on stage. So as a vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kate, for joining us. And it was a pleasure, listening to you. You made a very valid point, when you said about cold press does not mean unrefined, point number one. And if anybody has, been near even a mini scale expeller, if you touch the cake that comes out, it's pretty hot. It's pretty hot and you cannot touch it with your hand. So that's an excellent point. And thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I just want to say one more thing is I explain a lot of these harms of these oils in my latest book called Dark Calories. And I believe your previous guest, Dr. Lufkin, he actually very kindly gave me a great endorsement on social media about it because he read that book. And yeah, so it's influencing a lot of doctors now. And I think if anybody wants to understand more about these oils, Dark Calories is it's the best resource I know of. It's why I wrote it, because we needed that. The world needs it.
Before we leave, one question. Kennedy Jr. has been making a lot of noise against seed oils. I don't know. I'm not following US politics, but in case he makes it to the position that is due to him, do you think the industry will not be able to corrupt him also?
Well, so yes, he has actually been confirmed. So that's great news. Just yesterday, it was like finalized. Yeah. So everybody in the movement, Make America Healthy Again, is very excited about that. Now, will he be corrupted? I don't think he's corruptible. That's why I like him. But I think he might be misled, right? I think he might be. It's very easy to be surrounded by people who are corrupted and believe what they're saying, right? Like if they're very close to you, if you're friends with them. So that could be a problem. And I see that as a big threat because there are so many people who have helped him to get elected, and some of them may not have their hearts in the right place.
Thank you, Dr. Kate, and we'll interact again maybe in future, and we'll
I would
invite
love that.
and maybe a more detailed one, and maybe sometime we can meet physically also. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much too. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you. Please get in Dr. Tony and Michelle Hahn.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, guys. Happy to be here.
Hello, Dr. Tony.
Welcome.
Please get Michelle Hahn also. Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Just to start the video to get the spot. Hello, everyone. Welcome to India virtually.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for having us on.
So now we are going to have a session on American Diabetes Society, ADS. So they are the office bearers of ADS, and which is an alternative to American Diabetes Association. So I'll just come to that. I'll just finish the introduction first. So a quick introduction of the session. For new viewers, I'm Shashi, a certified metabolic health coach from D-Life, India's first and only award-winning low-carb platform, founded by Anup Singh in 2014, who is an IIT engineer. So D-Life pioneered the low-carb movement in India with Anup's groundbreaking 100 grams of carbs per day. This protocol made it very easy for India to adopt low carb, especially for diabetes and various other metabolic disorders, especially for the vegetarians. So in 2020, he also launched the diploma course in low carb nutrition, which is government approved, and also it has 144 CPD hours, probably the largest one in the globally. And of course, me and Anup, both of us organized the historic first Metabolic Health Conference, Low Carb Conference in 2023, second one in 2024, and this is 2025. So this is just introduction. And now about the session. I'll first introduce about the American Diabetes Society. So this is an alternate society which is dedicated to reshaping diabetes care through evidence-based lifestyle first approach. Instead of the pill based, it is lifestyle first approach. Unlike the conventional organization, ADS challenges the outdated dietary guideline and emphasizes the role of therapeutic carbohydrate restriction and real food intervention in diabetes management. I think it's very much needed in today's world. And their mission is to empower the patients and the practitioners with science-backed strategies to put diabetes into remission. So we have the office bearers with us, Dr. Tony Hampton, a board-certified family physician and obesity medicine specialist. He is a strong proponent of metabolic health intervention through diet and lifestyle. With a focus on low carb and keto nutrition, he actively educates patients, healthcare professionals on the importance of addressing insulin resistance, obesity, diabetes, using sustainable real food solution. He is also author and also a podcast host. So he has his own podcast channel also. And Michelle Hearn is a registered dietitian, an RD, and an endurance athlete, and is known for her groundbreaking work in advocating low carb and animal-based nutrition for optimal health. Having personally overcome severe health struggles, she is now educating others on the flaws of conventional dietary advice and highlights the power of nutrient-dense whole food for preventing and managing chronic disease. Of course, she is also an author, and I may have written one or two. I think I know for one that you have written one book, and I don't know, you may have few more other books also. So welcome to India. Welcome to
Welcome.
Metabolic Health Conference channel.
Thank you. Thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you, guys. Happy to be here.
So I'll shoot the first question. What we are going to do is we are going to discuss about the ADS, and we'll also discuss about both of you in short. So the good work you do. So what was the need for the formation of this organization, which is an alternative to the big organization we know? Who floated the idea, and what are the gaps you want to fill in? Who can answer that?
Well, I'll start and then I'll tee it up to Michelle a little bit too. So the American Diabetes Society is a way to think about diabetes a little differently. In this clinical practice where I'm at right now, I'm literally between patients during this meeting, which, I do it for you guys anytime. But we're shifting from a model where we're managing disease. You can call it sick care to a model of disease reversal and prevention. In fact, on the south side of Chicago, we're going to be spending $1 billion to build a new hospital and clinics that are designed to keep people out of the hospital. Who builds a hospital to keep people out of the hospital? That's what we're going to do. We really believe in that model. So we do respect that the American Diabetes Association plays an important role. They've been out here educating for years and years. But they're guided by guidelines that are outdated, and they have a little bit of a medication of first model, and they also tend to have a lot of sponsorship from industry. And no matter how you look at it, that's going to impact your ability to give great information. So we're just here to kind of fill the gap. We're going to use science-backed nutrition facts. That's why we have nutritionists like Michelle Hearns and others who are going to help us. And maybe Michelle can talk a little bit about how it all started. Who started this? Who had that conversation in the beginning?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hampton. And so, yeah, Dr. Ken Berry reached out to me and said, "Do you want to help change the face of diabetes?" And I said, "Absolutely." So it was him and Dr. Ben Bickman. And what we've seen, the American Diabetes Association. Well, first of all, what we've seen, here in the U.S. and certainly in India, is we've seen diabetes increase, and not just like slightly increase over the years. We're seeing it increase at an exponential rate. And, I started my career as a traditional dietitian practicing in acute care. And I was told like diabetes it just gets worse. People don't get better. And that's kind of what I saw. People would come in with elevated blood glucose. Then pretty soon, they were having an amputation. There were infections, heart disease, kidney failure. And we were just taught that, hey, we just got to, quote unquote, do the best they can, prescribe the standard American guidelines, have them eating carbohydrates consistently. And it wasn't working. And once I was introduced to low carbohydrate nutrition, I saw people heal incredibly quickly. It was almost like, to me, I was blown away. I mean, I had patients who had type 2 diabetes for decades. And I was seeing people within, Dr. Eric Westman, who's also on the American Diabetes Society, posted a study that they got somebody off 150 units of insulin in 8 days. A woman I've worked with for 2 months, her blood sugars were in the 440s. I apologize. I don't know how to, if you guys do a different, incredibly high, A1C over 14. And within 2 months, she was on 200 units of insulin. She was so insulin resistant, but nobody had educated her. Nobody had said, we have to get these carbohydrates out of her diet. She was just bounced from clinic to clinic, and they kept giving her more meds. And this particular person, was low income, working 2 jobs, and just nobody said like, hey, this is an option. This can actually help reverse your type 2 diabetes. And so we got her off all and I say we, I'm not the Dr. Marielle Glantz, who's also in the American Diabetes Society, took her off all medications. She went on a strict 0 carb diet. and I can see her blood glucose every day. And as of today, her blood glucose is 130. And for us, like, it's still not in the perfect range, but we're 2 months in. And when we had a video call, you guys, she was crying. She said, I had to go, I kept testing my blood glucose thinking this is wrong. It hasn't been this low in 5 years. And so what we saw with the American Diabetes Association, just like Dr. Hampton had said, is why I think I'm sure initially they had good intentions, right? We want to educate people. We want to help people. Their slogan is connected for life. Basically, we want to help you manage this disease. We're at the American Diabetes Society. We have no interest in being connected for life. We want to get you better and want you to send you on your way and let you live a happy, healthy, diabetes-free life. And so we're using the evidence. We have overwhelming evidence that therapeutic carbohydrate restricted diets are not only safe and effective, but they're sustainable. People like eating this way because the food is delicious. It's challenging. We can talk more about this because our modern food environment is just so inundated with processed foods, and then there's terrible information out there. But the American Diabetes Association dietitian, and her and I have had a few we'll just call them disagreements. They say that they want 1/4 of your plate to be starchy carbohydrates. So you tell me, if you can't tolerate carbohydrates, if you have type 2 diabetes, which is a disease of carbohydrate intolerance, why should you fill your plate with 1/4 of carbohydrates? And their actual official stance on nutrition, this is my favorite part, is they don't have any stance. They say we don't recommend any diet. And the only reason you would do that is because you have corporate sponsorship that they are literally sponsored by big food companies, which we know make people sick. And they're also sponsored by companies that make insulin that are going to, keep people sick. So we decided we needed an association that took no sponsors, not like that. If we're taking a sponsor, it's going to be from someone who aligns with our mission. But it was initially, we've had 100% funding just from people who said, like, we believe in this and we want to change.
Very interesting. So you'll also be very happy to know that today is the anniversary of Anup Singh. When I say anniversary, it is not marriage anniversary. It is diabetes anniversary. He has completed 14 years of pill-free type 2 diabetes life.
Nice. That's wonderful.
Just 14th Valentine Day. So
I love
14 years
it.
for him, and for me, it is 9 years. I already completed more than 9 years of pill-free type 2 diabetes on a low-carb nutrition, and he was on a low-carb, now he's on a carnivore diet.
I love that.
Yeah, Anup.
Yeah, with this, information, I would like to come to one point that the evidence of low carb has been around for decades. Since I'm living, 14 years pill free. So I would not be wrong to say that evidence is there for more than a decade. Now, ADA, as we know, is funded by the pharma giants. And I would be very direct that their opinion is dictated by their sponsors. And as Michelle said, they don't have an opinion. So probably they don't have an opinion because they want to get more money flowing into their association. Now, given that, of course, you would be presenting them all the evidence, trying to, fight their existence, I would say. Existence in the sense because they're making people sick by just one statement. Diabetes is a progressive disease. Yes, it is progressive because you're not getting your A1C down to 5.6 and below, right? And that's only possible because of low carb, because there's no drug that can achieve it. So given this, the information that we have, do you think that there'll be a lot of pushback from ADA as you move ahead? And how do you plan to challenge their pushback, so to say, industry funded pushback?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be pushback because the recommendations that they're making are contrary to what we're making. So how do you push back? The first part is that you need to educate the front end user, the person who's like living with this. And as many of us have discovered, for me, it was an irritable bowel, and for other people, it was weight loss or diabetes. They need to learn that there has been research that's already been done. Michelle just mentioned Dr. Eric Westman, and he's been doing research in this space since 2002. We have organizations like Verta Health, which they're also doing wonderful work showing that not only can you prevent diabetes by eating a low carb diet, but you can also put it into remission or reverse it depending on which language you prefer to use. So I think part of it is, oh, by the way, the American Heart Association has a blip, they have a little blurb saying you can use low carb or keto. Oh, the American Diabetes Association already has endorsed it in spite of us being critical of them as a dietary option. We think it should be the diet, but they're considering a dietary option. Oh, by the way, the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology has endorsed it. So for clinicians out there who are a little nervous about us being on the front lines promoting this, they shouldn't be nervous because you have entities that have already shown us that it's okay to do it because they've actually put it out there. Now, for me personally, I push back because I have a wife who has type 1 diabetes and she never had control until she was able to reduce her carbs. So I think, a continuous glucose meter will make it very clear that if you eat certain foods, it's going to negatively impact your blood sugar. So it's very frustrating to have an organization like the American Diabetes Association recommending, sometimes I see documentation where they're saying 45 carbs per meal, and if you eat that way, you'll be chasing insulin spikes all day long. So our job is to educate the public about an alternative approach, an approach where you don't have to chase insulin spikes because you're eating foods that don't spike you. If I eat an egg omelet in the morning, I'm not going to have to chase a spike. If I eat grits or oatmeal or toast, I'm going to have to chase a spike. So it's not logical to then say to a person, it's okay to eat those things that spike you, just take more medicine. It doesn't make sense. So how about if we don't eat the stuff that spikes us and take less medicine? That's a better model, not only for the patient, but for the entire health system and any country, whether it's India or the United States. We all are needing to reduce the cost of care. And so everybody wins with this model. There will always be people who need insulin. There will always be people who may have to take some medicine as bridge therapy. But to suggest that that's the outcome that we all have to live with, which is chronic disease management with medicine, is just the wrong message.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Please.
Oh, I was just going to say, I agree 1,000%. And coming from the, dietitian side, unfortunately, the education for dietitians is heavily sponsored by processed foods as well. And so most dietitians, when I worked in acute care setting for type 2 diabetics, 45 grams of carbs a meal was rare. I mean, it was up to 90. Some of my patients had 120 grams of carbohydrates per meal. This is for type 2 diabetes. And there's just such there's a lot of fear mongering in the dietitian world. People are still afraid of the low carbohydrate diets. They're afraid of saturated fats. They believe that you have to have carbohydrates, regardless of the disease state, whether it's obesity, kidney failure, type 2 diabetes. And so I get that a lot. I get dietitians messaging me saying, I'm promoting a dangerous diet. And I think, like you gentlemen said, I think the best thing we can do is come back to the evidence. Because, I lost my health in 2019. I was a very high carbohydrate athlete and transitioned to a very low carbohydrate diet. Now I'm a very low carbohydrate athlete. And I was floored how much evidence we had. And this was in 2019. We have even more research papers published now on specifically low carbohydrate nutrition and type 2 diabetes. Like, I was literally angry. I printed out all these studies and I took them to my clinical director and said, what are we doing? Like, why don't we start doing low carbohydrate nutrition for our type 2 diabetics? And she said, oh, absolutely not. We have to prescribe the guidelines. Like, they're in many hospitals, you can still get in trouble. Like, you can't. When I was practicing up till 2020, I left the hospital setting. You could get in trouble for teaching low carbohydrate nutrition. So I do think we're going to have pushback.
Yeah.
I could understand this because I am an ex-pharma guy. So I was in pharma for 35 years in sales. So I could understand the kind of the clout we have over the guidelines and everything. So how do you plan that ADS will engage with insurance companies or various hospitals or with medical practitioner and get this awareness, try and push this? So I probably see that insurance may benefit by pushing low carb because then the expenditure will come down. How do you see all this?
Yeah, it's actually I'm one of the few people in the low carb community that's still in a conventional health system. I think about Dr. Mark Cucuzzello, who had to leave his conventional health system, and now he works for the VA, which is a little bit more open-minded. But I think, and if we were to think about the VA, let's start with governmental agencies, because I think governmental agencies and insurers are all into reducing cost of care, right? So in my large health system, we're a population health organization. So we actually are incentivized to reduce the cost of care. What better way to reduce the cost of care than to do what Dr. Mariana Glant does, or Dr. Tro, who are two physicians who have apps and other resources to support people to learn this model, but you need coaching and support. So they're doing that work. And if we reduce the cost of care, how about you pay me not just for sick care, because we do get paid more in the United States to take care of sick people, which is appropriate because it takes more resources. But should I also get paid if I have a person on insulin and all of these pills because I took them off of all those insulins and pills? It costs about, $10,000 to $15,000 per year per person to take care of a person with diabetes. How about if we eliminate that cost by reducing that? And there's probably $300 billion or so that are spent. So part of it is you convince the insurers and you convince the government, let's reduce the cost of care. The other part is what we're doing now, which is to get in front of people. And you guys are probably sipping the Kool-Aid, so this is a different audience here. But for people who are not indoctrinated in understanding these messages, the American Medical Association and all these organizations, we're going to get in front of them and offer an opportunity to teach these lessons. Let's have a metabolic session where doctors who have never heard this are going to be able to hear this. And we have leading experts who will be able to then message this. So I think that type of approach will be important, but it's also about collaboration. And what I loved about Dr. Tro, who has a metabolic clinic, is that he went to an industrial company and with others like Nick Norritz, who's a wonderful, brilliant medical student at Harvard, who also has a PhD. And they said, we will help you to heal your teammates, your employees. And in fact, they were so convinced they'd do a good job that they actually didn't charge them until they saw results, right? So imagine if we did a good job in this health system doing that work, we could then take our understanding, and we can either be a consultant or we can just teach their teams or we can do it for them. And now we can, butterfly effect. Now we have other health systems understanding the benefit of this model. So we need health systems to simply have a model where they're compensated to heal people. And then, because you have to incentivize people to do the right thing. And and doctors want to heal people, they just don't know how to do it. And I think that's the vision I see, and that's the vision I'm hoping for.
It is tremendous. There of billions of dollars going into medication, and everything could be just saved by changing the nutrition.
Tons.
Yeah, before I come to next question, Michelle made a very interesting statement that if you are allergic to carbohydrate, what's the point of, shifting from one type to the other? Now, as I understand, the nature of carbohydrate will only, impact the PPGE, postprandial glucose excursion. But if you're taking 100 grams of carbohydrate / glucose, I'll call it, because everything is being converted to glucose, it will need X amount of insulin, right, in a day. So day's insulin requirement is not changing. You may be, substituting potato chips with maybe, I don't know, sweet potato or something. Lot of fiber, spike will be less. But at the end of the day, insulin need is not going to change. Am I right?
Yes, 100%. And I think that's another
Yes.
thing that's kept dietitians very confused is dietitians say, oh, well, if you have type 2 diabetes, we'll just focus on these whole grains. We'll focus on wheat bread, whole grain rice. And that's not, it would be like if your house is on fire, maybe you're putting less gasoline on it. Still not a good idea to put gasoline. I mean, we're still going to be causing problems and damage. Let's not put gasoline on the fire. So yes, it like you said, it doesn't matter. I think there's a big disconnect. Like it doesn't matter if you're eating, a bowl of white rice or a quote unquote, sweet potato or a chocolate chip cookie or a banana. I have a graphic that I have on my social media that shows somebody who ate a banana, because I often have type 2 diabetics tell me, oh, fruit is healthy, and their blood sugar went up to 300 within 30 minutes. When you're very insulin resistant, you cannot tolerate carbohydrates. Thus, the best way is to completely eliminate them or vastly reduce them. The dietary carbohydrate requirement is 0. So why we would tell people who are sick and can't tolerate them that they need to have them consistently and dose with medication consistently is completely ridiculous. And I also feel like there's such a misunderstanding. I worked with type 2 diabetics that would say, oh, my blood sugar's, it's managed, it's really good, and they'd be on all this insulin. It's like, if you're using insulin, your blood sugar just doesn't evaporate, it doesn't go into a magical universe. It has to go somewhere, right? Your cells are already saturated. Your liver is saturated with, glycogen and glucose. And so where's that glucose going? It's going to be stored as fat. And depending on your genetics, it might be stored as visceral fat. And that is incredibly dangerous. That's why type 2 diabetics have, a 2 to 4-fold risk of getting heart disease.
That's right. That's right. Let me say this real quick. I had a patient, this is unrelated to diabetes, but related. She came in with diverticulitis, which is inflammation of the pouches in your colon, called diverticula, which comes from inflammation. And during her healing process, they told her to go on a low carb, low fiber diet. This is the funny part. They said, after you heal, we then want you to go back on a high fiber diet. Now, is there any logic? This just happened yesterday. So this is what we're faced with, and this is what we're challenged with. And I say that to say this. If you understand that the poison is excessive carbs, there's never a scenario where it makes sense to then consume carbs. Now, or you consume carbs that are not going to spike your sugar, low glycemic carbs. So it always makes more sense to eat, animal protein, non-starchy vegetables for a diabetic, because even when they put their diabetes into remission, they're still going to be more vulnerable than the person who never had diabetes in the first place. So why would we continue to challenge them with the poison that led to the problem? That's because when I got my master's in nutrition, it was clear that my professors, many of who were plant-based, they just had this fear of keto. They had this fear of low carb. They just couldn't let it go. And they were so afraid of saturated fat. They were so afraid of the risk for cancer. All this stuff's been debunked. And I just don't understand. And I just got my master's a few years ago. So we're still teaching the new nutrition professionals like Michelle the wrong information. And it's almost like they have blinders on, and we are here to unblind them so that they can see and start thinking for themselves until these larger organizations and educational institutions catch up with the science.
I would like to add to that. People working from ground up model like you, Michelle, me, and all of us, I believe they have more brains than people working in all these associations. Right?
I'd like to think so too.
Seriously.
Yes.
Yeah.
So coming back to what you mentioned, Dr. Tony, that there has been, some endorsement from various associations for low carb. Now, I would not call it, in particular, any, strong endorsement. It is just there because the social media movement has been so strong that now you cannot neglect it. So why do you think it is a half-hearted attempt still, despite, as I said in the beginning, decades of evidence being there? Why is it that they don't publish it on the front page of their pamphlet?
Yeah, there's a lot of
If I may intervene, I call these guidelines as a set of pamphlets. Flyers.
Yeah, there's bias, because if I have an organization that sponsors me, and it is not in my best interest to then say things that may not lend itself to that organization. So for example, everybody thinks oatmeal is health food. And if my sponsor is Quaker Oats, it's kind of hard for me to then put in front of people that that particular food item is going to be harmful. So a lot of it is even if your spirit tells you otherwise. We just had something where one of the Republican in politics just one Republican stood out and voted against his colleagues, but he's also retiring. I mean, it's like you almost have to be walking out the door. The previous CEO of the American Diabetes Association, when she spoke publicly about the idea that she was reversing, she got off of all her medicine except for metformin, which she could have gotten off too. And she was told not to speak publicly. And until she was out of the organization, was she able to. So I think once you have these hooks in you, it's impossible to then speak truth to power. That's true in politics. That's true in the space we're living in right now. We're hoping Kennedy will at least be able to put in front of people the things that we need to start working on. And that's why people are excited about him. But we just got to remove the money out of politics, the money out of what we do when it comes to the health of the country. And until that happens, we will always be pulled in a direction that lends itself to where the money came from. So it's going to be a challenge, but I do believe that there's grassroots efforts will work. There are people in politics in America who have ran, and all their money comes from the people. And until we move to a model like that, where the money comes from the people, and we don't have bias, we're going to continue to struggle because people, they have blinders on and they can't imagine raising money without industry, big pharma, et cetera, that's driving the conversation. So it's very discouraging, but I'm very optimistic that we can reach the people, and that's why we're doing this work.
So the next part of that question is, do you think, as you move ahead and educate the concerned healthcare system that you have, from doctors, clinicians, everybody, do you think, the one big impediment would be the human nature not to agree that they were wrong? While you're teaching them the correct science, they have been practicing for 50 years and they'll say they will refuse to accept they were wrong. So how do you, plan to challenge that or correct that?
Yeah, well, yeah, the evidence, right?
Yeah.
I know in my health system, it'll be the evidence. So, and I start conversations, even if I'm on YouTube making a YouTube video, I start conversation by saying, I was there, I was right where you are. I also believed the things I believed, but one thing I learned when I was in my master's for nutrition program at the University of Western States, they taught us, we had an entire class that told us how to read research studies, right? So when I talk to clinicians, I say, honestly, I was just like you. I would listen to the headlines. I would believe and I never really, I would read the abstract. I would never ask questions like, who sponsored this? Is there, was the quality of the study done? Was it really low carb? Or was it like not really low carb when they did the study? Because everybody has their own definition. So part of it is to help my colleagues, and that's what I'm going to do in this. This $1 billion that is being given to the South Side of Chicago. They're going to have an ambulatory forward model, meaning that the ambulatory space, the clinics are going to be where the work's going to be done to keep people out of the hospital. But we're also going to have education so that clinicians like myself can get in front of my colleagues. And so they won't just be clicking a referral to go to like a metabolic clinic. It'll be helping them understand, here's what we've been taught in the past. The research has evolved, and it evolved in a way that has made us clear about what happened in the past. We now understand that Dr. Ansel Keys was wrong with his fat hypothesis and that he kind of fudged the data. We now understand that there's a difference between observational research and randomized controlled trials. One shows cause and effect, the other doesn't. And I think, and just explaining to people why we got to this point, and then showing them, look at this great research. Wouldn't it be nice to take people off to be a prescriber? So I think that once they need stories, like Michelle was very good at sharing stories. If you tell stories and anecdotal examples of what's possible, and ask people, why did you become a doctor or an advanced practice professional in the first place? And then you inspire them with your stories and you show results. And when we do our work here, we plan to connect it, just like Dr. Tro and others, with research so that we can publish stuff and say, look, guys, look what we're doing. So we can inspire other clinicians, other health systems, and hopefully the country to move this model forward. So it's going to be a lot of work, but For the same reasons that the organizations had to put a little note that low carb is okay, there's a point where the science has to be, it is what it is, and people can't keep arguing with the science. So I'm going to ask my colleagues, can you go back to being that scientist you were trained to be? Can you be skeptical, question everything, even yourself, and let's now challenge each other, but do it with respect and dignity. And when people struggle, just like in India, if you're plant-based, maybe your religion is Hindu, we have a plan. Dr. Mariana Glass has shown us how to do that. We can do that too. So you don't have to be like a carnivore like myself. You can simply learn how to do it depending on their situation. We need to meet people where they are. And that's why when we speak to people, we think respectfully, and we use language like metabolic health. I would not start a conversation with my health system saying we need to all be carnivores. That would not work. We're trying to achieve metabolic health, and here's some ways to do it, and my expertise may help you guys get there.
Yeah, I totally agree with Dr. Hampton. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance in the dietitian world, but I do think that I've always felt like if I'm going to debate with somebody, if I'm going to talk about low carbohydrate nutrition, I'm going to talk about any nutrition topic, I need to understand their argument better than they do. And not everybody gives me that same courtesy. But like he was saying, I can say, hey, this is what I learned. I learned the high carbohydrate. I learned consistent carb and insulin. And then ask them, have you had success with that model? Have you got your patients off medication? Because I worked in a hospital setting for over a decade, and we didn't. People got sicker. But yeah, and what can we consider this? Can I show you the evidence? Can I show you these testimonies from people I'm working with? But it blows my mind. I have patients, I work with type 2 diabetes. I also work with eating disordered patients. I had a patient who had been struggling with a severe eating disorder for 17 years, hadn't got a full day without binging and purging, and did a therapeutic ketogenic diet and went for 3 months, completely symptom free. And when she went to her doctor, so excited, just going in for a checkup, they told her, oh, that's a dangerous diet. To me, that's at some point we have to call in ethics. Like, what are you talking about? So I hear that and I feel that, but I think like Dr. Hampton was saying, as we continue just to share our stories, and we have to do it kindly and respectfully. Like if anybody spent any time on social media, even LinkedIn now, my goodness, people are sometimes not very kind, but we have to rise above. We continue always coming back to the evidence, always sharing our testimony. And I think, what I've learned being in this space is even if you don't see it right away, people may not, respond or send you a message. I have people message me later that say like, God, I watched you last year and it got me thinking and I've made these changes and I can see it in my family. So as we continue to advocate, I think we're going to see the ripple effect.
I think these are all powerful stories and of real life stories, of course, and they yield results. So what are the future plans? I mean, have you chalked out certain plans for 8 years, how they will go ahead? Do you have any programs, anything planned as of now?
Yeah, I
Are
think
you going to collaborate with someone? Are you going to collaborate across the globe? How is it?
yeah, I think the main thing is when we meet, we're trying to decide who to partner with, who to collaborate with, and there's a lot of people interested in getting this message out. So I think this first year is going to be similar to what we're doing here. We're going to try to show instead of me just going to a meeting as Dr. Tony Hampton, I may go to the meeting as a representative of the American Diabetes Society. So we're trying to socialize the term and then as people because once you gain the respect of just regular folk, particularly and our colleagues, then what happens is you'll be invited to more and more places. The good news for some of us and many of us is that we're already part of large organizations that already respect us. So we'll get a chance to my personal goal is to go to those American Medical Association type organizations, even the College of Obesity Medicine. I'm a board certified obesity doc. Go to those places. Dr. Eric Westman, he used to be the president. So we'll go to those places and socialize this idea. Continue to develop resources. Michelle and the other dietitians are going to develop resources so that people have logical dietary things that they can share. and hopefully, whether it's a podcast or on a news station, we want to get the message out that we exist so that people have options, because they shouldn't have to go to a YouTube video I put on to learn this information. That's how good. They shouldn't have to go to a podcast. They should be able to
Can
go
mute
to
me
their
if you
health
need to,
system one
sorry.
day, right? And I think that the health systems like mine will engage in a conversation with American Diabetes Society. But I'll be honest, my health system, once a new organization exists, they need to give it a little bit of a runway, just a few years to make sure it's legit. And so our job is to get out here and do the work to make sure it's legit. But I really love working with the Dr. Eric Westmans, Dr. Berries, the Michelles of the world, because all of that years of clinical experience matters. I've been in this space for 12 plus years, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have healed. So probably in the thousands. So it's been really a privilege to do that, and I'm looking forward to continuing to be in that space.
Michelle?
Yeah, I second that. So, we're new, and it's been really exciting. And the long-term vision certainly is to continue to not just be in the US, but to be, globally talking about low carbohydrate nutrition. But initially, just like Dr. Hampton was saying, it's really credibility, and just like Dr. Hampton, if I go speak at a conference or talk on a podcast, it's not just like, oh, it's Michelle Hearn, the dietitian. It's Michelle Hearn, the dietitian, representing the American Diabetes Society. And it's continuing to, get our name out there and just getting people excited. It's sad to me how many people. I don't know anybody who doesn't at least know somebody who has type 2 diabetes. If it's not themselves, it's potentially a relative or a friend. So it's getting people to really embrace the fact that this disease can be reversible with nutrition and lifestyle. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be painful. It's like like I was saying with the American Diabetes Association, their slogan is connected for life. Ours is you deserve a normal A1C. Like, we want to show people, like, we're going to give you your power back. And I think there's, when you're talking with people, especially now, depression is the #1 cause of disability worldwide. Like, we're living in a society that's just metabolically unhealthy and depressed. It's like the message of hope is so powerful. And the message of simplicity, like, we're not trying to have you eat this and throw meds and do this. It's like, we're going to get it very basic. Like, I work with Dr. Mariella Glant. The people we work with, it's like no carbs, meat, fat. Like, we make it so simple, but it's so powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So
Dr.
I
Tony,
think,
let's come back to you. Yeah, let's talk about your book, Fix Your Diet, Fix Your Diabetes. I mean, it goes without saying it will be based on low carb diet, of course. So if somebody has to take three important messages from that book, what would it be?
Yeah, I think when I wrote that book, and it had a lot to do with we've been through so much with the pandemic, but when you get bored, you start doing fun stuff. But the first part of the book is to talk about, your motivation and your belief systems. I believe that most people struggle because they need a little motivation to get them going. And it's our belief systems, particularly self-limiting beliefs, that will keep us from being successful. So part of it is and that's why we need coaching. That's why I think most successful, whether it's Dr. Eric Westman with Adaptive Life, most programs have coaching involved. So you got to, even Verta Health has coaching. So that's the first message from the book is let's figure out why I woke up this morning. For me, it's to be a doctor who teaches metabolic health. That's my life purpose. For some people, they want to be healed so they can actually get on the ground and play with their grandkids one day. So find your motivation. The other part is to understand the science. So the other part of the book talks about, what is diabetes? What is intermittent fasting? Why should you know? What are the things that can happen to your body because of this hyperglycemia, this hyperinsulin state leading to insulin resistance? And it can negatively, and if you could argue, the book is about diabetes, but you could argue that 70%, 80% of all chronic diseases are high insulin. So if you solve the diabetes problem, you solve damn near, excuse my French, every problem out there by simply making one change. So I really think it's important that people understand that, and fasting and low carb get the job done. And the rest of it is the last part of the book talks about fixing your fear. We talked a little bit earlier about how saturated fat has been demonized. So I have a whole chapter talking about fixing your fear of fat, making sure they understand what low glycemic foods are. So the goal is to provide a basic foundational set of information so that people can walk away, understand what things harm them, why they shouldn't fear other things, and then just have a tool to move forward. And that was my vision. And ironically, when I first wrote the book, it was going to be a plant-based book. I changed it to a animal low carb based book because the science supported that as the best approach. So, I'm a scientist, and I want all clinicians who may hear this or patients who see clinicians to understand if the science says this, you should go with the science. And then you do an experiment, N of 1, to see if it impacts you the way that the science suggests it should. So that's how I would approach it.
So thank you very much. And the objective of calling ADS to this platform is also to tell India that there is an alternative platform which is coming up and which will be genuinely nutrition based and help reverse diabetes. And we too, me and Anup, we are very passionate about diabetes because we have reversed our own diabetes for many years. So thank you very much. And in future, we look forward for more such session with you. Maybe individually we'll call you again, maybe on DLIF platform or on the future conferences. So thank you very much, Dr. Tony and Michelle. Thank you very much for appearing today in this session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
And shout out
Thank
to
you,
that guy
Dr.
with a similar hairstyle as me, Dr. Mr. Dyson. Just wanted to say hi to him. Good to see
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Tony. Thank you,
Enjoy
Michelle.
your
It was
talk.
nice.
Take care,
Yeah.
guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Please get Dyckman in and Jasmeet. Welcome, RD.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Welcome, RD.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
So we can start. Okay.
Yeah.
So for this session of the Metabolic Health Conference, Season 3, we have with us Dr. R.D. Dyckman. So R.D., me and Anup, the co-organizer of this conference, will be the host for this session. So we can start with the introduction. So myself, Dr. Jasmeet, a member and a certified metabolic health coach from DLife.in. So DLife, which is India's first and the only award-winning low-carb platform. DLife was founded in 2014 by Anup Singh. Anup is also a silver medalist from the prestigious institute IIT Roorkee, and the recipient of Icons of India Award. Anup is the pioneer of the low-carb movement in India with his path-breaking protocol of 100 gram carbs per day max that made LCHF possible for even the Indian vegetarians and helped them put their diabetes in remission. In
Awesome.
2021, DLife launched its diploma course, which is the only course approved under the NST's partner, the Government of India in this segment, and the only course with the global biggest 144 hours CPD hours credit. So we have Anup here. So he's also the co-organizer of this conference along with Shashikant Iyengar. So let me now take the pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest, R.D. Dyckman. So R.D. Dyckman, he is a PhD in theoretical physics, and he became interested in the therapeutical low-carb nutrition to manage the type 1 diabetes after his son was diagnosed with this condition at age 9. So post-diagnosis, the family faced significant challenges with the blood sugar management as a standard treatment method. They were taught like carbohydrate counting and the insulin coverage that was ineffective and led to the erratic blood sugar levels. So while searching for the solution for the problem, RD's wife, Roxanne Dyckman, she discovered Dr. Weinstein's book, The Diabetes Solution, which provided the clarity and reassurance about their struggles. So this discovery completely transformed their life, and then further driven by the desire to help others, people facing the similar challenges, RD launched the Diabetes University YouTube channel along with the Dr. Richard Weinstein, aiming to bring his valuable insights accessible to all. So he then also founded the Type 1 Grid community on the Facebook, offering a supportive space for families to share experiences and connect with each other while navigating the complexities of the Type 1 diabetes. So welcome again, Dr. Dyckman.
Thank you. Yeah.
So
welcome, Dr. Dyckman. And what a coincidence. There are two physicists on screen.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I didn't know that about you. I follow you, but I follow you guys. You guys are great. Yeah. But I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So Dr. Dyckman.
Jasmeet is PhD nuclear physics, experimental nuclear physics.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
And Anup,
Jasmine. Okay.
yeah. So Dr. Deckman,
Nice.
actually, Anup, he is not the co-organizer, just not the co-organizer. He's also my teacher. Basically, he introduced me to the Dr. Weinstein's approach back in 2016. So
Fantastic. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, he's the one who's teaching all of us the Dr. Weinstein's approach through the D-Life Forum. So, okay.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So let's now start with the first question. I think we can start with your personal experience as a parent of a child with type 1 diabetes. If you could please describe how all this situation began, including the initial symptoms that led to the diagnosis.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, if you're a physics person, um, you might enter the world of diabetes and nutrition knowing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
You know, physicists are not the best source to go to as far as nutrition goes. We have things like cookie hour every day where we discuss physics, but we eat a bunch of junk food. So, um, and like a lot of people, when I entered the realm of the type 1 diabetes, I didn't know anything about diabetes. I didn't know if insulin brought your blood sugar up or down. Why on TV you'd see shows where people with type 1 had to have candy. All that stuff was sort of a mystery to me. I never bothered learning anything about it. I never met a single person with type 1 diabetes in my life. And I was like a lot of guys from the United States who are from the Midwest. You know, I liked pizza, I liked beer. I was, in my 40s, a little bit overweight. And suddenly I had a sick 9-year-old. And and you know, like any parent, you're used to your kids being sick all the time, so it's not a big deal.
Mhm.
And you know, our diagnosis story, well, I could tell a long story about this, but I'll keep it short. Our diagnosis story is not unusual. There are some people who are on the ball and they catch things early, but with Dave, we didn't, and a lot of people don't. And the thing I want to convey to people is that, type 1 diabetes, the autoimmune attack may be occurring in the background for a few months, but when it really strikes, the action of the diabetes is such that you fall off a cliff. And so with Dave, we had a game, football game on a Saturday, and then by the next week, we were in the hospital, and I can't. I want to share a picture, but I don't know how to on Zoom. I'm not a Zoom person.
You can
Um,
share. Just
Somebody has to authorize screen share.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can show you a picture of Dave. He looks like he's been in a concentration camp. He probably lost 20 or 30 pounds as a 9-year-old in about a week. So this is not something that you have a good sense of what's going on, and you just things happen so fast that it's extremely dangerous, of course. So you have to be on the ball, of what's going on. So I'll say it that way. If you follow my Facebook page, there's some pictures up there of Dave. In DKA, and he looks like he's near death, and it caught us off guard. He was sick. He was laying around in bed. We just said, well, just take a few days off of school. You're not feeling well. And then he had a moment where I had to help him. He couldn't get up, and I helped him take his shirt off, and he was a skeleton. And this happened so rapidly. I still have trauma about it. It was a nightmare. So, when type 1 strikes, um, it is a catastrophic. We talk a lot about type 2 taking decades to start up. Type 1 may be in the background, you might not detect it, and all of a sudden within a week, your kid can die, and kids do die. Yeah, it's a very
Was it?
serious condition.
Yeah, was it DKA? Because type 1 are especially prone to DKA, and that's how,
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's how. Yeah.
So type 1, okay, so yeah, the basics of the physiology, he was no longer producing insulin. And when you no longer produce insulin, you can't get any energy into your cells, and the reaction, your metabolism is off, let's say, and your body, your liver and your peripheries just spew glucose and then spew ketones, and your blood sugar goes up to, a gazillion. Your A1C, if it's been going on in the background, can be 10, 14, 16. These are catastrophically high blood sugars that are occurring. And what happens to the person is that they eventually succumb from dehydration and brain edema. Um, so you got to get insulin into these kids as fast as possible, or else, they die. And that's what happened today. We made it to the emergency room. He was probably a few hours away from dying. And the doctor came in and was talking to Dave about sports, and I said, "Why are you wasting this time?" And she said, "Because I've never seen someone with such high levels, and we need to make sure that Dave's brain is okay." So she was asking him a few questions, and he was fine, but anyway, it took a long time to get him back to proper shape. And that's kind of where the story starts. It starts off as a typical story, and then we hit the part where Dave was put on a diabetes industry path, and with a high carb, high insulin diet, and that's where the real story begins.
Yeah, Adi, you can try screen share now. You're
Okay.
authorized to share this. Yeah.
Yeah. What do I do?
You can share the
Uh,
picture of your son, like you mentioned,
at the bottom of the screen, you will find share. So you can
All
share your
right.
screen.
All right. I'm looking. Oh, there it is. So my window is too small. Okay. Here's a picture. Let's see. Can you see it?
Dr. Deckman, if you can also talk a little bit about the role of insulin, which is not just to regulate the blood sugar, but also it's an anti-catabolic hormone, like why the kids, they get into A, so that the people understand.
Okay. So
There's a
yeah,
little weight loss happened.
so we can get rapidly into the interesting technical portion, so we can bounce around. But my we had a good question for the endocrinologist, which was Dave. Dave said, when we were discussing with the endo, how blood sugar in type 1 works. And the idea from the diabetes industry is you count up the carbs you eat, and then you take a proportional amount of insulin, and you hope that those things balance so your blood sugar works. And of course, the reality of that is it never works. It doesn't work for anybody, this carb counting method, but they keep pushing it. But Dave was smart, and he said, "Well, why don't I just stop? I just won't eat carbohydrate." And the initial reaction from the doctor was kind of laughter at him, and I laughed a little too, which is you need carbs for energy. But first of all, you don't need carbs for energy. But then the question then is, which we didn't respond to, was, well, if he does remove the carbohydrate, maybe he doesn't need any insulin. And the reality is, for type 1s on a very low carb diet, we we expose the need for insulin for many metabolic processes. So you need insulin to metabolize protein foods. You need insulin, you need a background layer, a level of insulin. You need insulin. Insulin is a governor of lipolysis. So there's many processes involved. It may not, you can even justify the concept that insulin is not, the chief role of insulin is not to move glucose around into the cells. Now, with type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance it's properly held up as a big problem. And it is, because you don't want super industrial doses of insulin floating around in your body. But we also, with the type 1, you don't want zero insulin. And all macronutrients are involved with insulin metabolism. So the type 1 diabetic has to take insulin, like Dave. He doesn't eat any carbohydrate, or very little, but the insulin that he does take is used to cover protein foods, and we can talk about why. and then the background basal rate. When we did this, I'm going to skip around a lot. When we did this paper much later, this story of Dave, and we gathered many other people who were having the same experience. We did a paper with some Harvard researchers, David Ludwig and Belinda Linares, and many other people. Dr. Westman was on the paper, Bernstein was on the paper, I was on the paper. We found that the insulin dosing for the type 1s came down by about half. So you'll hear this a lot. When they go on a low carb diet, when they go on a carnivore diet, their insulin levels plummet. It decreases by about half. And the reason why it's non-zero is because when you remove the carbohydrate, most of the insulin dosing and the problems of type 1 are about covering protein foods. And it just happens that the physics of injected insulin, because you're not producing anymore, there's no feedback loop in your body. You're guessing at the meal and you're giving yourself a shot. The physics of injected insulin dictate that with protein, which is a very slow acting glycemic effect, the protein isn't turning to glucose. You're taking insulin to prevent the protein from turning into glucose. But when you cover that protein, the physics dictate that you're able to withstand a lot more error and keep your blood sugars right around normal than you would if you were trying to bolus for this rapid acting carbohydrate that everyone tries to eat.
So, Dr. Dykman, what we can do is we can start with the high carb, low fat diet.
Yeah,
Which was the
here's a
first
nice
piece of
picture.
advice you got from your doctor.
Yeah. Okay,
And
we'll
what was
skip
the
around.
point, like when you we can then switch to the high protein diets, and let us first start with the high carb, low fat, so that the people understand why that piece of advice doesn't work for you,
Yeah, look at this
and in
picture. This
general
is
as well.
we tried to do the right thing and follow the diabetes industry protocol, which is eat foods like we were big oatmeal eaters. Dave loves Starbucks chocolate chip cookies, and I thought I was smart enough to figure out how to cover these foods with insulin. And look at our results. You can't read the y-axis, but it goes from 50 to 400 basically. Is there any pattern in that data? I mean, the program tried to draw a line through the data, but there's no line that should be drawn through that data. What I was seeing was what I would call in mathematics a stochastic result, meaning that there are things going on that are deterministic, but the results coming out of the box is basically random. And I couldn't figure it out. There was no way to cover carbohydrate. After about a few 2-3 weeks of trying to do this, I realized that Dave was in real trouble. And let me show you why. Because simultaneously, when I was trying to figure this out, I started to do research on what's going to happen to Dave. And what I found was that Dave's life was going to be ruined because not only would he die early, every organ in his body would be destroyed over time. So while he was losing 10 to 20 years of life, he would also be experiencing what are called diabetic complications. And that means pick an organ, your brain. The brain is, we can already see the brain damage in type 1 kids who have had elevated blood glucose. The kidneys, the eyes, every single organ in the body, and some organs more rapidly than others. The ability to have an erection if you're a man, it goes on and on, and it was a terrifying read of the literature, and it's so terrifying. I can understand why people close their eyes and don't even want to hear about it. They just think hopefully there's going to be a cure because we're doing everything a doctor is telling us to, and it's not working.
So basically, you started with a high carb approach, which was a standard advice given by your doctor.
That's
So
right.
then you try to fix the most of the variables like the carbohydrates, protein, and the fat in the meal. And then you try to figure out the insulin dosages. So you showed the graph, like, every time
Yeah.
you fix the meals, the different number of variables, still your results it was like a stochastic
Yeah.
Yep. I like that word, stochastic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Because
So
I recognize that with this curve, there was something pushing it up. There was a forcing function and there was a decay, and I recognized that there was some mathematics involved. So I was trying to get my head around the mathematics. But what I realized was that this system was not going to allow for that. Yeah.
yeah.
If I can interject, I saw
Yeah.
that graph. Can we go back
Yeah.
to the graph, please? The chart.
Yes. Let's
Yeah,
blow it
this
up.
one.
Yeah.
Now, I think you would agree that in blood sugar control, especially if it is type 1 diabetic, where you have to be very cautious 24 by 7, there are two things which one has to look into. One is getting the levels down, and second is minimizing the excursion, because every
Right.
excursion is associated with some damage.
Right.
I have seen many videos. I think I saw you and your son's video on Dr. Bernstein's channel, that Diabetes University. You were there, right? In one interview, I think I've seen you,
Oh,
your
yeah.
son.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So that is,
Yeah.
that is how even I landed on that YouTube channel. And yes, I mean, he says, small portions, small numbers. That's his theory.
Right.
Theory of small numbers, right? So
Yes.
basically 6, 12, 12, he talks something on 6, 12, 12 carbs.
That's right.
And
Yep.
yeah, and that primarily he says, that aim is twofold. One is to keep the levels low, and second is to minimize the excursion.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Can you
and that
talk
is
about
where,
this law of small numbers, Dr. Diamond?
Yeah. So the law of small numbers is like, the law of thermodynamics. There's like three laws, right? The law of small numbers is kind of one of those laws, and it's a simple enough law that that's the one that gets a lot of attention. But if you look under the hood about what's happening with insulin, it's not just the quantity that's lowered, because as I mentioned, the people in type 1 grit, they're lowering their insulin dose by about 50%. Also, you have teenagers in type 1 grit, and teenagers have a lot of growth hormone and they're eating a lot. So their insulin levels are very, very high. We have teenagers in type 1 grit who are taking much more insulin than people who are adults on high carb diets. And the teenagers have the flat line. And the adults who are eating carbohydrate are all over the place. So that seems to be defying the law of small numbers. How can, like Dave was taking over 100 units of insulin a day when he was 15. And you might have some type 1 diabetic who's on a high carb diet, who's 50, 60 years old, doing 20 units of insulin. But Dave had superior numbers. And the question is, well, what's going on there? And the answer is, it's more about the rates. It's technical. It's not about just the quantity. It's about the rates of insulin absorption. It's about the rates of the glycemic excursion of the meals you're eating. And when you eat a steak, let's for sake of argument say, well, we have a 16-ounce steak in front of us. Dave is going to take about 8 units of insulin. It's about 1 unit per 2 ounces. Okay. That's a lot of insulin, 8 units. But the kind of insulin he's taking is super slow. And the kind of glycemic excursion caused by protein was super slow. And it's really easy. Even if you don't match those things, you're okay because there's very little difference. And so Dave, over a period of 6 to 8 hours when he's digesting his food, he can correct his blood sugar with a little more insulin or take a little glucose. Every time Dave eats, he has to watch what happens. This is not a set it and forget it situation. But he tries to be around 83, around 4 or 5 millimoles. But if he goes up to 6 or if he goes down to 3.5, he fixes it easily. What about the person who's taking 8 units of insulin to cover a bowl of cereal on a high carb diet? As soon as they take a bite of cereal or two, their blood sugar goes straight up. And there's no way to cover that with injected insulin, which acts so slowly, right? So it's not just the getting rid of the insulin or decreasing the insulin. People will say, oh, well, you go on a low carb diet and your insulin plummets to 1 or 2 units. Not necessarily true. We have type 1 kids who are taking 50 or 100 units of insulin because they need it. They're eating so much food. They have so much growth hormone in their body, but they have a blood sugar of 4.9. Here's Dave. He's hitting his growth chart. If you can see the PowerPoint, he's hitting his growth peak as like an 8, 10-year-old. His A1C is 4.9. He's taking a ton of insulin. So it's really about the insulin kinetics. That's what, and this all translates into a massive quality of life improvement. Because I'll give you an example. Dave was in a very large private school. There were other type 1s. Dave and the nurse's station was across the campus. So to go to see the nurse, if you had a problem as a type 1, you would be driven on a golf cart by the nurse. The nurse would come and get you. It's a dangerous process because it took too long. Dave never took that golf cart because if his blood sugar went low, it was going low so slowly that he could take a little glucose pill that he keeps in his pocket. The other type 1 kid who was always eating carbohydrates, Doritos, the kind of standard American junk food, he was every week, every day, Dave would see him go into the nurse's office, go into the nurse's office. And that's because when you're following the diabetes industry advice, your blood sugar is just like this picture. And this picture, because it's stochastic, it comes not just with highs, but with dangerous lows. And so while we're happy that Dave eventually got to this place, let me see if I can show you Dave's graphs, like in the bottom picture here. I'm sorry, it's so small. This is where he started, and this is where
So,
he
Dr.
ended up.
Dykman, what do you think?
Yep.
What's the logic behind giving this industrial doses of insulin? So, is it something that they want to make the people insulin resistant intentionally so
Mhm.
that the risk of hypoglycemia reduces?
Well, the doctors, first of all, the doctors have no idea how to control blood sugar. So what we have to do is we have to teach the doctors that are willing to learn how to do this. And it's not just the low carb. I'm going to skip ahead to show you just a slide we're not going to go through it right now, but here there's a lot to do what Dave does. You don't just put a kid on a low carb diet and say, well, you're not taking barely any insulin anymore and you're all good. Just shoot a couple units of insulin in the morning and go off and it's basically like problem solved. You still have to do all these things and you have to watch yourself 24/7. And if you make missteps in any of these steps, you're not going to get the control that you need. And this is the genius of Bernstein. Is
So, Dr.
Bernstein
Dykman,
didn't.
what we can do
Yep.
is we can discuss
Mhm.
all these key points one by one. So,
Yeah,
the
I'm
first
sorry I'm
one,
jumping around.
yeah, the first one that you mentioned is like the Dr. Beinstein, he recommends a specific carbohydrate intake for all the different meals. Like what you have
Yes.
mentioned is 6 gram for the breakfast, 12 gram for the
Yep.
lunch, and 12 gram for the dinner.
That's
And
right.
the next point he mentioned is like the goal is not just to limit the carbohydrates, but to eliminate some specific type of carbohydrates. So could you please comment?
Yes. Yes. So here you have evidence for what I'm saying about the insulin kinetics and not just the amount of insulin. And so what Bernstein is saying is he started off thinking that with the idea that there's real value in having some vegetable because there's phytonutrients in vegetables. So he said, I don't want to take vegetables away from people. So but he realized that if you eat a little bit of salad or some steamed broccoli or something like that, and by the way, for carnivore people, Bernstein maintains that he still believes that the need for vegetables is at the hypothesis level. But let's put that aside. If you're going to have some nuts or some vegetables, you're going to realize that you can eat a lot of vegetables. Like 6 grams of broccoli is a lot of broccoli, right? It's enough for your side dish, let's say. Um, but there's something interesting about vegetables and nuts, and it's that their glycemic action is very similar to this glycemic action of protein foods. And so they can be covered within the context of using these slow-acting intermediate bolus insulins. So he allows it. What about things like berries? They're a little bit faster acting, so Bernstein doesn't recommend using berries. So he has a clear line that he draws. Now, why is it fibrous vegetables and some nuts and not starches or grains or sugars or like a banana or an orange? That's because of the kinetics. It's because these foods rise your blood sugar so rapidly that you have no chance of catching up or matching your injected insulin dose. So remember what I was saying about the steak, right? A steak that a teenager would eat, say, a big steak, or a large person like me, 16 ounces, that's 8 units of insulin. That would cover 80 grams of carbs. That's not a small amount of carbs. That's a sizable bowl of oatmeal. So why couldn't I just eat oatmeal instead of the steak? It's because of the rates. It's because when you eat these rapid acting carbohydrates, right, you can't cover them reliably with injected insulin. And that's the whole game, is to get that insulin, that blood sugar level flat and remove most of the stochastic nature of the glycemic response. So that's why no rapid acting carbohydrate.
If I can, ask one follow-up question, which is most important for any type 1 caretaker, parent, or anybody. Now, insulin dosing, as you said, doctors don't know how to control or how to dose insulin. Now,
Right.
in our community, we had three type 1 kids, and you'd be happy to know that the lowest A1C for a 4.5-year-old was 4.5.
Okay,
That
that's
was the
tremendous.
control, right? And we are a low carb community basically. And the other one was, I think, for 4 or 5 years. I think you had commented once on Twitter. For 4 or 5 years, she had been maintaining A1C of 5.0. And you had mentioned that barely 1%, top 1% of
That's right.
type 1 diabetics get there.
That's right.
So yeah, the most interesting or most tough point is insulin dosing, which doctors don't teach you, right?
Yeah.
So what is the theory of basically insulin dosing bolus?
Yes.
On a rough, estimate, not very precise,
Right.
and basal. And the third one I think would be correcting any unexpected spike.
Okay. So we get into the good details. So
Yeah.
have you ever heard the phrase, take 2 pills and call me in the morning? That's kind of a famous, that is kind of, so most medications are dosed in such a way, right? You're given a prescription, you take a pill once a day, and that's a very natural thing. The problem with type 1 is not only is everybody individual to a very high degree, but their individuality changes. The child grows. Females go through a monthly cycle. Everybody has this variability. And so what you need to know as a type 1 is not just the dose that you need to take, you need to know how to calculate the dose or how to estimate the dose that you're taking. So you really need to understand the physics of how injected insulin works, right? Some people are going to take totally different amounts of insulin than other people. Okay, we'll put basal insulin aside. Let's talk about mealtime insulin. The general idea for Bernstein is around 1 unit of intermediate acting insulin, which is called regular insulin or Humulin R, for 2 ounces of protein food. That's a good starting point, but you may need less and you may need more. So what do? The best you can do is to eat the same meal plan every day. That's consistency. That's on this chart. And that's what Bernstein does. He has a meal plan. If he gets tired of it after a few months, he switches it. But now Dave is in college right now, and you'd think, well, that's so boring to eat the same thing every day. But Dave's busy and he's got a lot of activities to do besides school. So it's very easy for him to wake up, have 3 eggs, and go off on his day. He's not growing anymore and he's not as active. So he might skip lunch. That's okay. But he knows how much insulin to take for that 3 egg breakfast, right? So there's a way to do it, and that's the general. You estimate your initial bolus insulin dose, you develop a meal plan, and you fine tune your dose to that meal plan, and you keep fine tuning it. Right now, if Dave has a heavy exercise load, he knows to give himself different amounts of insulin through experience, right? But these things, they're all knowable. If you're on this high carb diet, it's all guesswork. It's like you're believing in mystical things. So, for example, a typical diabetic on the industry diet will go to their endocrinologist, and the endocrinologist will see their blood sugars like this. And then the endocrinologist will say, okay, let's adjust your carb ratio, meaning how much you're taking 1 unit for 10 grams of carb. Let's change it to 9 grams of carb. And then the next time the person comes in, their blood sugar's like this. It's this game that doesn't work, right? But with Bernstein, you have a good starting point. You nail down your meal plan, you nail down your bolus plan, which is what he does if you go visit him. He puts you on a meal plan for a week and you visit him for a week until he gets your dosing right. Now, what happens if something goes wrong? You mentioned corrective insulin. This happens all the time because we still have a stochastic process, but the fluctuations the scales are different. So you always have to be watching your blood sugar. It doesn't just automatically stay level, right? Low carb is not just like, well, you barely need any more insulin and you just take a unit in the morning and you're fine. You have to constantly watch and you have to constantly correct. The reason to watch is because you have to correct. So how do you correct? If you're low, you take glucose. Glucose is fastest. You don't take honey or milk or eat food because you can't measure that and it's slow. So if you're say taking some honey, it takes a long time to digest honey. And so you may continue going slow until you get into trouble. What about highs? The highs that we're talking about are quite low. Dave, if he goes up to 110, 115, he'll take what's called an intramuscular shot. He'll take a unit of a needle of a syringe off a syringe. The syringe is a little bit longer, and he'll put it right in his deltoid. And if it goes in the muscle, it works faster. So he can bring that 120 back down to 105, 90, before it gets up to 140, 180, 200, like you would, sometimes see.
So, Dr.
Right.
Dykman, if you could please talk about like optimal, which is so important when we eat a high protein diet in order to inhibit the gluconeogenesis. Could you please talk about
Yes.
this?
Okay, so this is a technical myth, but a lot of people believe that the reason that type 1s are taking insulin for protein foods is because half the protein turns into glucose. What you're doing with insulin is you're preventing the protein food from turning into glucose. So what happens, the technical biochemistry is when you eat protein, it hits your belly secretes GLP-1. GLP-1 causes the secretion of glucagon from your alpha cells. In a non-diabetic, that glucagon is opposed at the surface of the cell by a secretion of insulin from the beta cells. But in a type 1, there is no secretion. So what happens? That glucagon goes off into your body. It hits your muscle, it hits your liver, and in your muscle and liver are stored glycogen. Glycogen is a glucose starch. When it hits the liver, it gives a signal to the liver, dump glucose that you've stored into the bloodstream. That process is called glycogenolysis. That's the reason your blood sugar is rising. What's the downstream effect? Your liver is going to want to recharge. You can either shove that circulating glucose back into the liver, or you can convert some of that glucose with enhanced gluconeogenesis rates, which you don't want. You want your protein to be protein,
Yeah.
right? And so I suspect that my suspicion is if you look at type 1s, kids, they all have somewhat stunted growth because of high A1Cs. We don't see that in the type 1 grit kids. It's like the opposite. They grow beautifully. I suspect that there's a sort of protein deficiency that occurs because of high blood sugars, because these kids on high carb diets are eating meals that include protein, and a lot of their protein is being wasted by inefficient metabolic processes. That's my hunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, your steak is not turning into cake, and that's why you need glucose or insulin to cover protein. It's to govern the possibility that your liver is going to dump glycogen.
Okay. So, Anup, you have any
Yeah,
questions
there's,
regarding this, like glucagon or?
no, I would like to ask one question, which is very important, and it can be a nightmare for any parent or caretaker for type 1. There's a phenomenon known as death in bed syndrome
Yeah.
Right.
for type 1, right? Can you please,
Yes.
throw some highlight onto it, like what time the monitoring has to be very, very precise, especially.
Yes. So I will say, yeah, let me issue a broad statement about parenting a type 1 diabetic. The first rule of parenting a type 1 diabetic is to never complain about type 1 diabetes. The parent is not the star of the show. You're not the victim. Your child has type 1 diabetes. You don't want to inflict trauma on your child by making diabetes turn into your personal nightmare as a parent. This is not a misery pageant that you're trying to become king or queen of. What you're trying to do is trying to elevate your child's psyche so that they're a champion of their condition and that they feel like they've conquered a difficult situation. So that's my first thing. Now let's talk about death in bed. To me, it's a shock that there's not more of it, because the diabetes industry protocol to shove so much carbohydrate into your kids and so much insulin with the stochastic process, the only way to stop your kid from dying on that diet is to run them so high that they begin to have retinopathy and other complications before they even get out of their teen years, right? So, but what you have to do on a high carb or a low carb diet. Let's talk about my experience on low carb. I from when Dave went to bed to when he woke up in the morning, it was 1, 2, or 3 checks every single night to keep his blood sugar in range. The variability that can occur in a child, a type 1 child, even if they're on a very low carb diet. Look, Dave's diabetes is so well controlled. Bernstein keeps a picture of him and his CGM in his pocket and shows it to new patients. Even though that's true, I have to check his blood sugar 2 or 3 times a night because it can go low or it can go high. And that's just the nature of the condition. It doesn't mean that I'm a helicopter parent. And this is what all parents do who have kids that are getting good blood sugars. The good blood sugars don't come automatically. You have to work on it 24/7. So if you want to avoid your kid having death in bed, I would say do whatever you can to keep their blood sugars as stable as possible. And that means a low carb diet. And then you have to do the work. And you have to do the work without complaint. You're not the victim. Just set the situation up nicely. Put a headlamp in your room, have the glucose ready, have the insulin ready, go in and check. Or if you have a CGM, you can look on your phone if you're feeling like your CGM is accurate. Do the work, be happy about it, be a happy warrior for your kid, be on their team, make it feel like a team process. Your kid's going to go off to college one day or off to work, and you want your kid to call you and say, I just, ran 15 miles and my blood sugar is doing this. What do you think? And if you inflict trauma on them as when they're under your care, they're not going to make that call.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I think we are nearing, time, 22. Yeah. So we can close this screen share and get Shashi in. And it was definitely, yeah.
I think, Anu, before we close, I have a last question for him because,
I'll make it brief. Yeah.
Yeah, because recently the Society of Metabolic Health Practitioner, they issued a position statement regarding the therapeutic carbohydrate reduction for managing the type 1 diabetes. So could you
Yes.
please talk about that statement, that what are the key points, if you can mention very quickly, and how might it can enhance the management of type 1 diabetes globally?
Yes, so this story started in 2014. It's now 2025, and the story has picked up real traction. When I started, no one knew about low carb and type 1. Now everybody knows about low carb and type 1. And the SMHP was the first professional medical industry with no kidding, real hero doctors. My kids were on this paper as well. And they advocate that all type 1 diabetics are entitled to this knowledge of how to normalize their blood sugar with very low carb, right? Now you have no chance, virtually no chance of being told about low carb or how to normalize your blood sugar. So we're seeing real progress. You know, doctors are seeing patients that are experiencing these great blood sugars, and we have a real and I guess the hero of this story really is Dr. Tro, who pushed so hard and did such a great job on this, on authoring, being the lead author of this paper. He deserves a lot of credit for helping type 1s. You know, we want to do a lot for type 2s, but we don't want to leave these poor type 1 kids because there's not enough of them, and it's tough to make a practice out of them over. So the low carb community is doing a good job of looking out for type 1s too.
Thank you, Dr. Dackman. Can we close the presentation and get Shashi on?
Yes.
I think RD has to close it.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. So get me in. Yeah. RD, thank you very much for immediately accepting to come on this conference. I recall
course, for you.
a couple of years back, I approached you for a podcast for D-Life, but that time somehow the timing and date was not.
That's right.
Couldn't get fixed. And finally we met. But I think this topic is so vast that probably will require a much more detailed discussion at a later point. Maybe again, Jasmeet will take your podcast discussion in our D-Life, make it a little more stretchy, and Anup will also be there because he is our masters in insulin in D-Life forum.
Jackman, she has handled type 1 and LADA cases. And if any cases come to us, we prefer to, let that case be handled by her.
Yeah, with the help of Anup Singh, of course.
So thank you, RD, and much obliged. And we look forward for more such participations in coming times. Thank you.
Aloha, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dackman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Please get Ira in. Please get Ira in. So Ira, we can close officially now.
Yeah, and all of our hosts, great initiatives by other members who were constantly putting out, on the social media about the ongoing session. So that brought about a lot of, awareness also, that's happening today in the conference. Thank you so much, everybody who spoke today, all the hosts, all the guests who came, and what a wonderful, wonderful day of learning we are ending with. Tomorrow is another day, and we begin our session tomorrow. I think, what is the first session?
11:20.
11:20, and our guest for tomorrow will be Shweta Rajpal Kohli and Dr. Gopal Aironi from D-Life, and then everybody else will, of course, follow. So thank you so much, everybody, for staying tuned in and for watching the first day of the third Metabolic Health Conference. It's history in the making. See you tomorrow again. This is Ira Sahai signing off along with Shashikant Dayangar, Anup Singh, and Jasmeet Kaur. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So from here, I'm ending this meeting. Thank you.